Hello, hello. So, welcome everybody. Woo! Amazing sight this. I'm so glad to see you all here. Some of you from the Netherlands, but yeah, there are people from really every continent of the world here in Arnhem today, and yeah, I'm really honored to have you here. Yeah, I need the clicker. Kijk, this is the first thing that I need to arrange. Is there a clicker somewhere? Oh, I'm getting it. I'm getting one. Yep, there it is. So let's see which button I have to push for the next. Hey, this is working. Okay, adopting Bitcoin, Arnhem. This is not how to get rich quick conference, which was what's. Yeah, sorry, dudes. Even when I made the reservation for Luxor Live, people were a bit skeptic. Well, what are you going to do here? Is this like getting money from people to invest? And no, that's not what adopting Bitcoin is about. I hope to show everybody what the real value of Bitcoin is and why all those Wall Street guys are actually thinking that it might have some value. But yeah, it's not like a pyramid scheme. There are actually people using Bitcoin, and they need Bitcoin for daily lives in most situations. So there will be a lot of talks about this topic with a wide variety of course. Some instructions. As you can see, you've all got a lanyard on your neck. The people with a red lanyard have indicated that they would rather not be photographed, so please respect that. The blue ones, it's not like you can just take a picture of them, but if they are somewhere in the back, then that's not really a problem. But of course, do normal and ask if you want to take a picture with somebody. Food. You can eat food all day here. I'd say in without 1 hour. It's upstairs in the second hall. There's a second stage there, the Arnhem stage. And in the back of that stage, food will be prepared and sold to everybody. Please do not go get your food at lunchtime all together. There will be a huge queue, and yeah, that's not going to work. So try to get your food at not lunch peak time is my advice. The Bitcoin payments, I think most of you have seen them already. There are a lot of volunteers wearing these shirts, and they will help you at the bar if you want to pay your drinks with Bitcoin. So the people at the bar will just get your drinks, but pay with the people who are wearing these shirts if you want to pay with Bitcoin. There will also be T-shirts for sale at the entrance that you can buy for 20 euros. And then one other thing, please don't announce Bitcoin forks here in Arnhem again, please. We've had some issues with that in the past, and people were thinking that this was going to be shitcoin Arnhem, but no, we're just BTC, just Bitcoin here. And please don't take your beverages outside. These are the T-shirts that you can buy at the entrance. And yeah, I really need to thank the sponsors who made this possible. The thing is that without sponsoring, your ticket price would probably have been twice as much as you've paid now, which would probably mean that half of you wouldn't be here, and the other half would have paid 4 times as much for their ticket price. So you know where I'm going to. I really appreciate the sponsors. So I'll just walk past a few of them. This is Bit My Money, one of the oldest Dutch Bitcoin companies that actually has a very suitable app, which my mother, for instance, is also using, to just buy and sell Bitcoin at a custodial place. Just, yeah, I think for even a lot of merchants in Arnhem will also use this one because it's so user-friendly. Then we have BTC Direct, and they have an amazing stage over there where you can also do some exercise in the back, and you will see that later on today. They will have a hardware wallet, the solid HODL, and I believe you can win one if you can huddle yourself up to a rack for a few minutes, but there will be a more explanation later of that. These are guys from Nijmegen, which is very close to Arnhem, and yeah, they've been to Arnhem Bitcoin City from the very start. This is just one of their founders having a drink at the opening of Arnhem Bitcoin City 10 years ago, because yeah, that's what this whole conference is also like a celebration for 10 years of Arnhem Bitcoin City. Then we have Bitonic, yeah, also one of the oldest, I think the oldest Bitcoin company in the Netherlands, Bitcoin only company. They are here, I think, upstairs at the balcony, where they will have later today, some massage people, where you can get a massage to just relax, not stress out with all the hype coins, and that's just what Bitonic is all about, and they are very happy to help you. Of course, they have a very nice app that you can use to just buy and sell Bitcoin. Then Bitfavo, one of the, well, I'd say they started in 2017. This is now the biggest company in the Netherlands for Bitcoin and crypto. They offer a lot of tokens. Well, I'm not such a fan of all these tokens, but hey, I still have some UTXOs from 2017, which still contain the Bitcoin Cash. Well, maybe at one day when I dare to touch those UTXOs, I can sell them. For instance, at Bitfavo, which they offer this service, and they also did a really great job within the branch organization where they really stood up with all the other companies to make a stand against the Dutch central bank, who was over-regulating the Dutch industry. So I'm very happy with Bitfavo as well. Then there's Blockrise. The Blockrise people have a really fascinating solution for Bitcoin management, where they have a half custodial option, where you have one of the keys, they have one other keys. It's a very nice technical thing. They focus a bit more on asset management, and also have solutions for instance, how to get bitcoins to your heirs whenever you came to die. For instance, they have a solution for that. And yeah, sometimes you need something like that. And they also brought along this amazing statue here at the stage. So thank you, Blockrise. Then there's Bitrefill. They were also sponsoring the 2016 conference we did, and they have like gift cards which you can buy with Bitcoin. They can also have like top up for your mobile phone things. If you haven't seen them, these gift cards are really popular among Bitcoins. So I'm really happy with Bitrefill to again sponsor our events. Check them out. Then there's Lightning Places, a new website which actually just got live, I think 2 days ago, and it's mainly in Dutch at the moment. But this is like a place where merchants can find out how to easily accept Bitcoin. There's lots of information about it, and Lightning Places just offers all the information a merchant would need to accept Bitcoin, and helps them on their path, also with advice on fiscal things and that sort of thing. So yeah, thanks Lightning Places, and please check them out if you have a merchant that wants to accept Bitcoin. This is one of the websites you can use. Then we have Store of Value. These guys are at the entrance of the venue, and they are selling all sorts of T-shirts with, of course, Bitcoin theme. This is just a snapshot from their web shop. If you think these T-shirts look great, then check them out at the entrance, because they have lots of T-shirts they brought along, and they're happy to sell them to you. So also, thank you very much, storeofvalue.eu. Then there's Gridless, who sponsored Janet from Kenya to come to Arnhem to do the talk here as well. And yeah, Janet, of course, will explain in detail what Gridless is about, and it's a fascinating topic. So yeah, go watch her talk, please. Then we have the guys from Bitcoin Alpha. who are sponsoring us with the equipment they use for their podcast. So at the Arnhem stage upstairs, you will see all the tools they use for the podcast recording over there. And yeah, Bitcoin Alpha is just a Dutch place where you can get information about the Bitcoin market. And yeah, I think most of the Dutch people already know them, but Bart Mol is also one of the speakers here. And yeah, I really appreciate that they offer these services to us. Then I really need to thank out the Connect the World team, especially Ramon, who is co-organizing this entire event as well. So without Ramon, it wouldn't be like it is today. Then, yeah, great. And then, yeah, of course, the guys from Gallo who offered us to use the Adopting Bitcoin branch here in Arnhem. I'm really grateful for Kemal, especially for helping me out with this. And yeah, I'm honored to be the third adopting Bitcoin in a third continent. We've been in El Salvador, in South Africa, Cape Town, and now in Arnhem in the Netherlands. So yeah, I'm really grateful for Kemal for this. And yeah, of course, also my colleagues from Bitkassa, Annette and Rogier, who behind the screens have done a lot of things. For instance, the ticketing system is something that Rogier built in just yeah, a few hours, so we could scan the tickets, and there's just so much more that these guys are doing. Yeah, and then of course, Luxor Live for just hosting us, and they, especially Jaap, did a really good job with the preparations of this also. Thank you very much. And La Costa Media, who is doing the tech here, and yeah, is making sure that everything on the screen and the mics are working. And yeah, thank you very much. And then, yeah, Koen. He did the whole Adopting Bitcoin website mainly by himself. So if you think the Adopting Bitcoin website looks great, that's because of Koen. He's an amazing guy for this. And then, yeah, thank you. And Stijn is actually the one who is using all the equipment from the Bitcoin Alpha with his team. Jeffrey and Stan Emerson couldn't be here today, and they are making sure that the recording of the upstages is going well. And then, of course, all the volunteers who are wearing these T-shirts. Thank you so much for helping me out today. These are my very close friends, and yeah, without them, this would be one heck of a chaos. So yeah, it's great. Yeah, this is the Adopting Bitcoin conference, and I'd like to welcome Ricky on stage. Ricky will do the emceeing for today. Here he is, guys. Give it up for Ricky.
Yeah. Thank you, Patrick.
Take it over.
Welcome to Arnhem. All right, we are here to celebrate the 10th anniversary,
It is,
right?
yes, it is.
Of this beautiful community. How shockingly amazing is life in Bitcoin in Arnhem. In the Netherlands, we are close to Germany.
Yep.
So what the hell is an Italian doing on stage?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either. But I will be your... Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. And let's start. We have a beautiful agenda, guys. My name is Ricky. I am an Italian podcaster and a Bitcoin traveler. I travel the world chronicling Bitcoin adoption, mostly in emerging markets and hyperinflating economy. And the next guests we are about to welcome on stage, they flew all the way from El Salvador to be here, and more specifically, they come from Berlin. Not Berlin in Germany, but Berlin in El Salvador. I was in Berlin in the early 2022, and Berlin is a special place because it's very close to the mining facility where the El Salvador government is mining Bitcoin with volcano power. So it's a really special place in El Salvador. But when I was there in 2022, there was no Bitcoin community at all in Berlin. These guys that are about to be here with us, they started Orange Peeling Merchant less than 1 year ago, and they made it to onboard 100 merchants in Berlin in less than 1 year, and they made of Berlin one of the most thriving Bitcoin communities in El Salvador, which is a remarkable effect. So please welcome on stage Gerardo Liñares y Evelyn Lemus, and their talk is going to be From Fear to Hope. A big round of applause.
Hi everyone, how are you doing? So we are Evelyn and Gerardo. We are Salvadorians. We come from the Bitcoin country. And El Salvador is a small country from America. Just to give you an idea, it's the size of half of Netherlands, with about 7 million inhabitants and about 3 million that lives abroad. El Salvador history has been tragic historically. And I know that many of you have visited El Salvador already, and probably many of you have already heard about all the great things that are happening in El Salvador, which we feel really happy and proud about. But this has not always been like that. Just to give you a context and to go a little bit back in history, over the last 50 years, El Salvador has gone through a civil war. We have lived in an endless war with the gangs. We have had a lot of financial issues. We had earthquakes, among other natural events. And we know that it's El Salvador, it's known because their people, Salvadorians, we are really hard-working people. We wake up every day, and we have done it like this long time ago. And we wake up to make it work. But from my experience, my generation especially, we have been waking up, going to work, going to the streets, not knowing if we are going to go back to our house alive. We have been living, just waiting to be able to have a certain age to be able to leave the country, because we didn't have any hope. We had to go anywhere else to try to find a way to make a life. And to me, that it's sad. I don't think that that's fair for anybody to have to leave their country to be able to have a life. Now, what is true about all the things that are being said in the media about what's going on in El Salvador? What is true about what we see in the news? I can tell you what is true. What is true is that El Salvador, it's now the safest country in America. El Salvador is now one of the safest countries in the world. That's true, and I can tell you. We may argue or not agree about the ways or the means that we're taking to accomplish this. But the truth is that we are now a safe country. We are really happy about that. We see a lot of entrepreneurs trying to open a business because they are not afraid anymore to start a business. But in the past, they were even taking down the billboards or the signs from their businesses. Now, there's hope. We can see people going out to the streets knowing that they are going to make it alive, back to their families at the end of the day. What is true, it's that we can see many technological companies coming to El Salvador now, bringing job opportunities. We see kids and families going into public areas that were taken before by the gangs. We can see now roads that are being built. We can see hope in people, kids having access to technology, to have a better education. And we feel really honored to be able to be living in this time. Another one of the greatest things that had happened to El Salvador is that in 2021, we adopted Bitcoin. So we became the first country in the world to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. And these have marked a great start point on the financial history of our country. And we hope, but honestly, from the bottom of our hearts, we hope that these will lead the way for many other countries to follow the example of how El Salvador adopted Bitcoin.
Hello. Hi. My name is Gerardo. Thank you, Evelyn. And yeah, like Evelyn was saying, things are changing in El Salvador. And there's a lot of things being said about our country. And it's crazy how many things is being said in the media and by people. And listening what people had to say about our country is crazy, because before no one knew about El Salvador, or what El Salvador was, or where it was. And we have learned a few things about, you know, the changes that have been happening in El Salvador. Before, we used to be known as the gang country. We were known as the murder capital of the world. We were having a lot of killings back in our home country. Even countries that were in war, they were having less killings than what we were having there on, you know, on our country. And it was really hard to hear those things being said about our country, and we had this stigma about being a Salvadorian, about being from El Salvador. And now things are changing. Now we are known for some other things. We are known, like Evelyn said, because we are one of the safest countries in the world. We are known because of its leadership. We are known because of we are the Bitcoin country. And what we learn about this is that when you're doing things right, there's gonna be a lot of people upset about this. You're gonna be pissing a lot of people off because you're doing things right. It's funny to hear all these international organizations and all the leaders of the world trying to tell Salvadorians how to do stuff, how to do things, how to manage our country, and how Bitcoin is a bad decision for the country. And the feeling is that we don't actually care what they had to say, because we are seeing what's happening there, real time, and what people had to say, or you know, with these people with these strong opinions about our country. If we see and if we know that what we're doing is right, we're just gonna keep doing it. We don't care if we're gonna be pissing people off. So that's one of the things that we have learned. If you're doing things right, you're gonna piss people off. Then what we learn as well is that being the Bitcoin country, it's a big responsibility. And we need to take ownership of that responsibility as a Salvadorians. We know that if we make it work, if Bitcoin works in El Salvador, there's gonna be other places in the world following what we're doing. And Bitcoin has been proven to be a storage of value. Now we need to prove that it can be a medium of exchange in El Salvador as well. Now, with this, we also learn that not everyone understands Bitcoin. Back in El Salvador, we have the US dollar as a currency. That's our currency. We don't have our own printing machine. We use the printing machine from the United States. And that's the currency that we were using before Bitcoin. And they're still being used there in El Salvador. And people feel comfortable using the US dollar. And we need to go out there and tell people about Bitcoin. We need to tell them and make them understand what Bitcoin is and the huge opportunity that we have as a country to have Bitcoin as a legal tender. So we learn about that as well. We also learn that you need to go out there, you know, that even though now there's hope in El Salvador, there's hope in people, and now there's a different feeling when you wake up and you do and you open your business and you go to work, there's a different feeling. And that feeling is amazing to have hope in the country. But we learn as well that hope is not enough. We really need to take action on spreading the Bitcoin adoption and the Bitcoin education. Back from where we come from, this place that we call home, Berlin. We come from this amazing, beautiful mountain town in El Salvador. We got there about a year ago. And we are starting to spread the Bitcoin adoption. And even there in the Bitcoin country, when you try to talk people about Bitcoin, you feel kind of lonely. At the beginning, it was just Evelyn and I, wondering ourselves, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Is people really getting it? Will it really pay back? And what we learned is that if you keep doing crazy stuff, if you are doing, you know, crazy things, that's going to attract some crazy people. And all of a sudden, that thing that you were doing before that was not making sense, now will start making sense. Now, there's a whole community of people working towards the Bitcoin adoption, the Bitcoin education, spreading the word there in Berlin. Over the past year, we have onboarded over 100 merchants, a lot of citizens that are not merchants or don't have a business, and people is getting it there. The reason why we went to Berlin is because we were seeing how people were not understanding what Bitcoin was, and we were like, we need to make an example out of one city. We need to make an example out of one town. Then the rest of the people, then the rest of the towns will see what's happening, what Bitcoin can do for a town, and they will follow. That's the strategy that we follow, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be different strategies. We know there's a lot of Bitcoin initiatives in El Salvador and around the world, and they are all doing amazing work on spreading the Bitcoin education. So we have learned about that as well. We have learned that hope is great, but hope is not enough. We need to take action. We need to go out there and spread the Bitcoin adoption. The fact that we're here and that we're making some noise and that we're making this conference and that there's things happening around the world, that means that we're doing things right. And again, if you're doing things right, you're going to piss people off, and that's fine. That's a sign that you're doing things right. That's a sign that we are in the right path. So the message we want to bring to you today is to take action. Just as there's people taking action back there in Berlin, we have this movement called Berliners in Action, which is pretty much Bitcoiners, locals, and expats that now are living there in Berlin, that are working towards the Bitcoin education, towards improving the city, towards making this little place a better place for the people. And I think it's working. I really believe that what we're doing there is working. We're really happy about everything that's happening there. So again, the message that we would like to bring to you today is to take action. Don't apologize, just like in El Salvador, no one is apologizing for the decisions we're taking. Don't ask for permission. We are not asking for permission. Let's just do it. Let's just make it happen. Let's take responsibility. Just as El Salvador needs to take responsibility, if you are here and you understand Bitcoin, we need to take responsibility on what this means. I can only imagine 10, 20 years from now looking back in what I've done, and now that I understand that we're living something historic, I don't want to go back 10, 20 years ago and asking myself, what was I doing back then when this was starting? Where was I? Where was my mind? Where were my actions? Where were my energy put? I really want to be part of this. And I think that everyone from anywhere in the world, from the space we occupy in the world, from our countries, we can do that, spread the education. Teach our neighbor, teach our family, teach our kids. And maybe, again, this will look crazy, and maybe all the work that we've done today and the noise that we're making is not going to be for a short term. Maybe this is going to be something that the future generation will enjoy long term, but we still need to do it. We still need to spread the Bitcoin education. Otherwise, there's still people suffering for the fiat system. There's still people out there suffering because of the financial system where we live. So let's go out there. Let's spread the Bitcoin education. Let's not apologize. Let's make some people upset about it. Let's piss some people off, and let's talk about Bitcoin. Let's just change the world. Thank you.
Guys, my microphone is working. Thank you so much, guys. Take action. Ask no permission. How cool is that? Thank you so much, guys. Very inspiring story coming straight from El Salvador. Let's move on. We're running a little bit late on our schedule. Of course, it's a Bitcoin conference. We always run late. But so I'm going to make this really quick. The next speaker, it's probably among my favorite Bitcoin educator. I had the pleasure and honor to meet her because of my work, and we keep meeting each other all over the world. And that's because she's not only a Bitcoin educator, but she's also a Bitcoin traveler. She founded this fantastic ONG called Bitcoin for Fairness, and she has an online education website called Crack the Orange, and both her activities are focused on educating people in the global south, and especially in Africa. Her talk is called Bitcoin and Human Rights, What 99% Don't Get. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Anita Posch.
Hello, thank you very much. It's great to be here on a rock stage. I heard yesterday the party was going on until 6 a.m. And as Andreas Antonopoulos used to say, Bitcoin is punk, so let there be punk on stage. Today, my name is Anita Posch. I'm working in the Bitcoin space since 7 years. I'm a Bitcoin educator, and I wrote a book about Bitcoin, and I would like to tell you that in the afternoon there is a book signing session with Aaron von Wirdum and myself. And I founded a non-profit organization that's called Bitcoin for Fairness, because I believe that Bitcoin is a great tool in power, especially those who are disempowered. And I will show you more about that in my talk. Since early 2020, I have been to Ghana, Zambia, Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. And with Bitcoin for Fairness, we also supported initiatives, Bitcoin local initiatives in Nigeria and Malawi. And what we've done is I gave a lot of talks here, for instance, in the capital of Zimbabwe, in Harare. And I spent in total a year in Harare, in Zimbabwe. Then we did a lot of work in Zambia, in Lusaka. There is now a Bitcoin for Fairness dependance, if you want to say so, a totally independent local community. They are doing monthly meetups there. I've been to Bitcoin Ekasi. You will hear a little bit more about this great project in South Africa from Herman, the initiator. We did some hardware wallet workshops there. I'm a lot in the media here. I was guest in one of the biggest YouTube channels in Zimbabwe speaking about Bitcoin. And finally, we are also doing workshops for human rights activists. Last year, I gave one in Lusaka, in the capital of Zambia, where we had 50 human rights activists from all over Africa, and I showed them how Bitcoin works and how it can support their work against authoritarian leaders. So the talk is called What 99% of People Get Wrong. At the beginning I also got a lot of things wrong about Bitcoin, but the most things that people are getting wrong, there's one is they say it's not a medium of exchange. The others say it's not an investment. Others say it's a waste of electricity. Bitcoin has no rules, and in fact it's actually only for criminals. So let's look into that from an African perspective. Bitcoin is not a medium of exchange. I mean, that's in general the opinion of many people, and I agree, because Bitcoin is a ripcord, a term coined by Andreas Antonopoulos, and it's a ripcord because it's revolutionary, it's immutable, it's public, it's collaborative, it's open, it's resistant to censorship, and it's the most decentralized cryptocurrency that we have. And I believe that the two properties, the most important properties, one is the openness, so that it's permissionless, and anyone around the world can use it. It doesn't matter your wealth, your status, your race, where you live, nothing matters. Anyone can use it. And therefore, anyone can have a place on a seat or on a table like any other person, without any hierarchies. And it's resistant to censorship, which makes it the perfect tool to support human rights activists and empower those who don't have so much power and are under pressure of their governments. So I say Bitcoin is the embodiment of human rights. There are 30 articles in the UN Declaration of Human Rights that was signed after the Second World War. And 11 of those I identified that you can relate to Bitcoin, where Bitcoin really empowers those or enforces those human rights. And let's go through a few of them. The right to freedom and equality, and the freedom from discrimination. They are both based on the fact that anyone in any country should have the same rights and be not discriminated. If we look at the map of the freedom in the world, we see that this can't be true. There is a similarity to the distribution of wealth. It's the same countries that are not free that are poor. One of the reasons is, of course, European colonialism, but another reason is the new order that was set after the Second World War, where a group of white people excluded anyone else and decided upon the organizations and the rules and the regulations in the future, in the coming years, in the financial world and in the total political organization. And they excluded anyone else. And they also started to found a organization, like a mix of organizations that are there to do AML, anti-money laundering regulation to combat crimes and the use of money for crimes. And this regulation and these organizations have led to the exclusion of 1.7 billion people around the world who cannot have a bank account and will never have a bank account, and 58% of that are women. And it also led to the fact that banks in many African countries are simply not working. You have banks in Zimbabwe like that one. Every month, every week, you have these long lines of people waiting for their wages. Also, it's interesting that in South Africa, the banking fees are actually higher than in Germany, although the people have much less wealth. And people unbank themselves voluntarily. I know people in Zimbabwe who say, I don't want a bank account anymore because it's bureaucratic, it's slow, and it's expensive, and the government can shut down my money at any time. And also, what we have is monetary colonialism. 14 African countries with 200 million people have to use the West African franc and the East African franc, which are pegged to the euro, and they have to deposit 50% of their foreign exchange reserves with the French treasury. That's not equality, that's discrimination and monetary colonialism. then this is also a very interesting right, and it's not only interesting or important for African countries, but of course for the whole world, and especially for Europe as well. I didn't know that the right to privacy is one of the articles in the list of human rights, but it is. And also the presumption of innocence. And a couple of years ago, the general manager of the BIS, the Bank of International Settlement, said, we don't know who's using a $100 bill today, and we don't know who's using a 1,000 peso bill. But with the CBDC, the central bank will have absolute control over that money. So this is what they want. I'm sorry, but I have to tell it to you, and this is what they are working on. It's basically a panopticon. A panopticon is an English invention at the time of the Industrial Revolution. They invented a very effective prison, because the prison is built like that 3 guards can control 288 prisoners all the time. And the sneaky thing about this is that the prisoners never know when the guards come around. So that's a feeling that I don't want to have, but we're living already in that world. In our digital world, everything can be and will be surveillanced. And also, there are new regulations by the European Commission now that are forbidding basically anonymous cash payments, over 3,000 euros, and also basically sending only 1 or 2 satoshis to a non-custodial wallet is not allowed anymore. And the presumption of innocence, where that has gone, I don't know, because there's a developer of a software called Tornado Cash, which is a software that can be used to upgrade your privacy, so basically to regain your financial privacy. And he was just convicted 2 weeks ago here in the Netherlands to more than 5 years in prison, because the explanation was, when he developed the software, he knew that money from criminal projects is getting into his software. So basically, it's the same as you say, okay, a knife or a gun manufacturer has to go into prison because someone killed someone with his tool. So, but that is the state of Bitcoin and crypto at the moment. And I really want to say that KYC, like Know Your Customer Identification, is really the opposite of the presumption of innocence. We're basically all guilty. And actually, KYC is the threat to regular people like us. Just as an example, Ledger is a hardware wallet manufacturer. So people buy their ledgers there, they tell them where they live and where to send them, the email and the telephone number. And in 2020, there was a data leak at Ledger, and 270,000 holders or buyers of those hardware wallets, their data was out in the open. They didn't learn a thing, because in 2023 it happened again. And this is really, really dangerous. When all our data is out there, where we live, what we do, and everyone then knows that you have some coins, of course, then you might have some visitors that you actually rather not have. And then people always tell me, but I have nothing to hide. It's okay if they surveil what I do. Well, as you've seen before, it's not okay if anyone knows how much money you have, because you put yourself in danger. And it's also, for instance, in Zambia, there's a lesbian group. Their bank account has been shut down, and they have been arrested because it's not allowed to promote gayness. So for them, it's also important to have privacy, but privacy is luxury today, and we have a presumption of guilt. Freedom of movement, that's also only possible with Bitcoin, because if you hold the keys to your Bitcoin, if you self-custody your Bitcoin, if you have the 12 words to your money, you can go anywhere. And it's also property in that sense for you, which leads us to the next article, the right to own property. We would think everyone has the right to own property, but not everyone has it, because 75 economies around the world still limit women's access to property. As an example, in Zimbabwe a couple of years ago, widows were punished by their tribal courts because they wanted to sell land that they owned. They inherit it from their husbands. But in a lot of these areas, women are still treated or seen as children, actually. And Bitcoin could give them the right to own property because you can hide your Bitcoin. You can just have it. No one else needs to know. Freedom of speech. In Zimbabwe, you don't have freedom of speech. This is an example of a friend of mine. We helped her set up a BTC Pay server to receive Bitcoin donations from all over the world so that she can buy, she's the headmaster of a school, that she can buy second-hand computers for the children in the school. She posted that, and a couple of weeks later, the computers were stolen. She went to the police to report it, and a couple of days, the police came to her, arrested her, punished her, and she was very scared. And now, of course, she's not using Bitcoin publicly anymore. And the one question they always asked to her was, where's that money from? Where did you get that money? So also, if you don't have freedom of speech to express with money, with donations, your political opinion or what you want to do, then you also don't have freedom of association. You don't have that in Zimbabwe. I mean, you have it in parts, but then every year a couple of opposition politicians or opposition members is being abducted, beaten, some beaten to death. An example from Nigeria, where in around 2020, there were the End SARS demonstrations against police brutality in Nigeria. And the Feminist Coalition of Nigeria set up a donation page where people could send money to their bank account. It wasn't long, and the central bank and the government shut down their bank account, and they remembered that there is something like Bitcoin. They set up a BTC Pay server, received money again, and were able to support the protests again. Then there is a right to security. So everyone has the right to social security. For me, money is stable and that you can save in money is security. And I have here the example of Zimbabwe because it's really showing how the fiat system can go to the extreme, how it can be exploited by governments and political elites. So in Zimbabwe, most people want to have the US dollar. So 80% of the money that's being used is the US dollar, and 20% around is the national currency. And when I was there the last time, it was the Zimbabwean dollar. And so you have two tills sometimes. One is for US dollar, the other for Zimbabwean dollar. But then they only have banknotes in USD, so there are no coins. So if you have like $12.50, you will get a sweet, because otherwise there are no coins. What's also a thing in every supermarket, in every small shop, is this exchange rate board. Because every day the exchange rate changes, so the first question in the morning is usually, what's the rate today? This picture, we were driving through Harare and my friend said to me, hey, look what this guy is holding in his hands. And I looked at it and it was a bag of banknotes. And that guy is definitely not rich. He was just going to the next supermarket, maybe to restock his informal store or buy something. So in Zimbabwe, you not only have hyperinflation, you also have shrinkflation, because that's a typical bread in Zimbabwe. Everyone is eating it, and it has gotten smaller in recent months and much more expensive in Zimbabwe dollar. At the beginning of 2019, the Zimbabwean government issued a new currency, the Zimbabwean dollar. And they promised the people the exchange rate is 1-to-1, like 1 Zimbabwean dollar to 1 US dollar, and it will stay the same. 1 year later, when I came to Zimbabwe the first time, the exchange rate was 1-to-28. A year later, 1-to-105, 1-to-200. That was when I saw this guy with the bag of money. In the next year, it was 1-to-4,000, so now the bread cost 4,000 Zimbabwe dollar. At the beginning of this year, 12,000. That was when I left Zimbabwe the last time. To shoot to 35,000 in April. And what did the government do? they invented a new currency. It's now called the SIG, Zimbabwe Gold, because the reason, I mean, the problem or what is really where my heart breaks a little bit is that Zimbabwean people know the problem. Why is this hyperinflation there? The reason is excessive money printing and looting. This is a Zimbabwean website. They say it themselves. The reason is corruption. The political elites steal 1.5 US billion worth of gold every year. There is a YouTube documentary about it. So it's backed by gold. They say the new currency is backed by 2.5 tons of gold. Well, the problem is that not even the government believes it, because the government announced that they will not accept the SIG, only the US dollar, if you want to issue a passport, for instance. The other thing is, from one day to the other, they said there will be a new currency. It's effective from April 5. But there were no coins, no cash. There was nothing out there. No system was prepared for it. There were no banknotes. People couldn't use mobile money or online banking because everything broke down. But still, there are these headlines. And yesterday, the International Monetary Fund congratulated the Zimbabwean government for the SIG, basically supporting an authoritarian regime that is stealing from the people or has been stealing from many, many years. So they expect to turn its back on inflation, but at the same time, they have to enforce rules that the SIG is being used. One of those enforcements is the financial repression in that sense, that they every other year, and it happened right now too, they arrest the money dealers. So the people on the streets where you can exchange Zimbabwe dollar or SIG to US dollar. And they give them always they say, you're guilty, it's you're the reason why we have the inflation and the wrong exchange rates. And I have this guy here, Neville Mutsvanga, because I actually met him a year ago in Zambia. We were discussing possibilities to work together to bring Bitcoin adoption to Zimbabwe. And when we got back from there, a friend in Zimbabwe told us, but you know who this is? And we said, no. Well, he's the son of two very important ZANU-PF ministers. So we never ever contact him again, because of course that's dangerous. You don't want to be so close to the ruling elite, to the dictatorship basically. And if you look at the SIG inflation, when they invented it, they said the exchange rate is 1 to 13.56, nobody knows why. And only a month later, it's 1 to 20. So the same game all over again. And you don't have any social security or security if you have high inflation. And most countries in the sub-Saharan area have high inflation. So then there is the right to a free and fair world. So whenever a thing like that happens, the international organizations come along and say, we can help you. We will give you 1.3 billion Zambia, but for that money, you have to do what we tell you. And then ask yourself about the gold. And I found this quote from President Richard Nixon from 1968. Let us remember that the main purpose of American aid is not to help other nations, but to help ourselves. Do you think that anything has changed since then? I don't. And that's the reason why African countries are suffering under a system that is rigged to the advantage of Western countries. And yeah, they basically are in a debt spiral and will never be able to come out of it. Maybe that's the reason why the share of Bitcoin transactions within all cryptocurrency transactions in Nigeria, in the sub-Saharan Africa, is bigger than in North America. Nigeria is the leader of the pack. Most Bitcoin payments are done in Nigeria, followed by South Africa, Kenya, Mauritius, Ghana, and Tanzania. So you see, Nigeria is the leader. And what happened? Peer-to-peer payments are being banned again because the Nigerian government says These peer-to-peer markets are the reason why the Naira is inflating. And they go to extremes. They call it, it's a national security issue, which is true, because if everyone starts using Bitcoin, then they don't have any funds anymore. They can't steal the Bitcoin from their people, what they can do with the Naira. And they go to extremes. They invited 2 Binance managers to Nigeria to talk about how to do with Binance and crypto payments in the country. They detained both of them. They took their passports away. One could flee, the other one is still sitting there since March, and they are basically kidnapping him to get Binance to do what they want, and most people suspect they want Binance to pay them some money. But Africa already also empowers Bitcoin. A lot of people say Bitcoin is a waste of electricity. You should know by now that this is not true. And as an example, I was called by an Austrian when I was in Zimbabwe 2 years ago, and he said to me, I'm working here at a water pump station in Malawi, in Bondo, and we would really like to start Bitcoin mining. Can you help us? And I said, I can't do it personally, but I know Eric Hersman and Janet Mangi from Gridless. And I connected them, and a year later, Gridless started Bitcoin mining in Malawi, in Bondo, and they also built out the grid there so that around more than 2,000 people in Bondo can have electricity now for the first time in their lives. And the reason is Bitcoin. And Janet is going to tell you more about this after me. A project like Bitcoin Ekasi, for instance, shows us that it's not true that the poor people cannot use Bitcoin. They can, and it helps them a lot. In South Africa, you can go and spend your Bitcoin in over 2,000 supermarket stores. You can buy electricity with Bitcoin. There's a wallet called Machankura, which you can use in 7 African countries, and you can hold, receive, and send Bitcoin and Lightning with it without having internet. So you're using the same technology that the traditional mobile money is using. That's an interesting number. That's the average age of Africans. And that's the average age of us, Europeans. So what do you think? Where will be more innovation? Where will the use of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies go upwards? I'm sure it will be these countries. And from what you've heard, how dangerous it also can be to use Bitcoin in adversarial circumstances, you won't hear a lot of the people who are using it, because we can also not measure the use. What you've seen before were transaction volumes from cryptocurrency exchanges, but if you use it peer-to-peer, no one knows it. So Bitcoin is a silent revolution. And it sounds illogical, but by using Bitcoin, you actually support human rights globally, and you help to make the world more fair. In the last couple of years, I traveled a lot. I did a lot of workshops and talks and a lot of work to show people in these countries the advantages of Bitcoin usage. And we learned that it's great to be there because people, the first question is always, is Bitcoin not a scam? So we need to build trust. And the next thing is people need constant support. And my goal is to help build local Bitcoin educators to educate them, to help them build local communities. And that's why we built an online platform. It's a train-the-trainer program. It's called Crack the Orange. And we're giving out scholarships for the people from African countries. And all that is powered by donations. So if you like what we do, if you like this talk, please donate to Crack the Orange and Bitcoin for Fairness. And also sign up to my free newsletter. And I'm happy that I could talk about here. Thank you very much.
The amazing Anita Posch. Wow. Very inspiring stuff. Okay, guys, how do you like the conference so far? Fantastic, right? Okay, so let's take action now. I need you to take your smartphone out, please, and go adopting Bitcoin Arnhem.com, that is the website of this conference, the first two links you find on homepage are the live streaming of this stage and of the second stage. Please share this link on your social media so we let the rest of the Bitcoin community enjoy this fantastic conference we are having today. Yes. And thank you so much. So nice, all of you with your smartphone. Very educated people. Okay. Meanwhile, as I just mentioned, there is another stage. It's upstairs. It's called Arnhem stage, and they are having in 10 minutes another amazing panel. So be sure to check the schedule on the official website. On the basement, there is a hacking space, and I've heard there is a lightning jukebox. You can select your favorite music paying with a lightning transaction, so be sure to explore a little bit this fantastic venue, because there is, I know this is the main stage, it's where the action is, everyone wants to be part of the action, but there's so much more going on, and be sure to explore and see everything. Also, I've heard that you can relax with Bitcoin. There are massage chairs on the balcony, so be sure to check that out as well, because this is so cool. So, interesting enough, this entire morning on the main stage is focused on adoption in emerging markets, and the next guest, it's one for the ages. I recently met her in Kenya when I visited there. Kenya is a fantastic, beautiful country, full of stranded energy, stranded electricity, and we all know that Bitcoin is not polluting. Bitcoin is not killing the dolphins. Bitcoin is probably the most powerful tool we have to monetize stranded energy all over the world and to give a new opportunity thanks to Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is extremely valuable, okay? Not like proof of stake, just for you to know, right? So, please, are you ready? The story you are about to hear is amazing. We are going to travel into Kenya. Gridless Compute is a company that is mining Bitcoin in Kenya using stranded electricity, and by doing so, they are actually giving electricity to entire community that before Bitcoin were completely, once again, stranded outside the electric local grid. She is the COO and co-founder of Gridless Compute. Please welcome the amazing Janet Maingi. Here she is. The stage is yours, Janet.
Good morning. Finally, we are there. So I'm Janet Maingi, Gridless. I'm a co-founder and the COO, and I'm just going to take you through my presentation, which is Pockets of Wasted Energy. If Google existed in the 70s and you searched for this Janet Maingi, possibly these two photos would pop up. I was 6 months old, the perfect age for my parents to take me for the first photo shoot. I grew up in Nairobi, so I was born and raised in Nairobi. And the second photo is basically a photo of my family during one of our road trips to visit my grandparents in rural Kenya. Now, I'd like you to take a minute and look at these two photos. The one on your right is where my mother was born, raised, and where my grandparents lived until they got to their 90s. And the second photo is where my mother currently lives. And I'm sure there's a lot of discrepancies you can see. But the one thing that's common in both photos is they have no access to main grid electricity. So my mother's home is powered 100% by solar, so that she can still enjoy the fine things she got used to when living in Nairobi. And this is evident to show that whether it's a huge village, whether it's the United Kingdom or a small village in Malawi, we don't use all our energy that's available anywhere globally. There's what we call pockets of wasted energy, or you'd call it stranded energy. So what is being generated versus what is being distributed, there's a discrepancy. And those are the pockets of wasted energy. And here lies the opportunity. Now, if you look at the global distribution of Bitcoin mining, you can see the concentration is in Russia and North America. If you look at the rest of the world, there's a lot of potential for hash power. And so there lies the opportunity for many of us here today. And that's where the opportunity for Gridless came in. Not only are we decentralizing the Bitcoin network, but we are also using Bitcoin mining to catalyze electrification of rural Africa. Mining secures the Bitcoin network by using energy. It is the real proof of work, right? If you have heard of proof of work, we do it. So this is a proof of work. And why is mining important? First of all, Bitcoin mining is location agnostic. So it can be done anywhere from Texas to Nairobi, to Malawi, to Zambia, to Chad, to Russia, name the place. Bitcoin mining also encourages new energy generation to be built. It balances the power grid. And it secures the world only globally decentralized money asset, Bitcoin. So what does it look like? Whether you are doing it from Iceland, their warehouses, somewhere in Canada you might find they are containerized, cabinets like in Kenya, so that's one of our sites as Gridless, garages in Lebanon, and sheds in Nigeria. So Bitcoin mining is not sexy. It is not a sexy job, but it's a very fulfilling job. This is one of our sites out in Zambia. We're unpacking the miners. They traveled over 2,000 kilometers from Nairobi. So the site is very remote. If you took a flight, it will take you another 12 hours on road to access the site. Yeah, we enjoy being in Africa. This is another site in Kenya, running out of hydro. And again, I told you, it's not sexy, but we get the job done. You can see the slopey hills, and you can see the miners in the data center, but the areas are very remote because our focus is rural Africa. In Nairobi, in Kampala, you have access to the main grid, but we're focusing on these parts of Africa where electricity is still a myth. Just more photos about how unsexy this job is. So beyond just the mining, we also have to think about data connectivity. And so you can see photos of the team setting up Starlinks to be able to, for us to access data, because data is important when you're doing your Bitcoin mining. So this is one of our sites in Malawi. So the people who were here earlier this week and watched the Dirty Coin movie, this is the site that was being featured. So we are currently in Kenya, Tanzania, and Zambia. Sorry, Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia. Now, how does Bitcoin mining work? So I'll make it very simple. Yeah? Electricity comes in, gets into your miners or computers or servers, whatever name we want to call them. And then out of that, hashing happens. And once hashing happens, then a block is released. And on the other side, a lot of heat is released, which is, I guess, why we have that school of thought that Bitcoin is boiling the ocean. But I'm still looking for that ocean. And then, of course, at the end of the day, a new Bitcoin is released. So this happens every 10 minutes. So I talked about grid balancing, and this is an example of one of our sites where we do real-time demand response. Because, again, we always making sure that what we are doing does not affect the community. So the community demand takes priority. right? And you can see the different timings. And based on the demand, we respond to that demand. So the days, the timings they require less electricity, we then take up more electricity by powering on more miners. But come around 6 p.m. when people are back home, they need to cook, they need to watch television, kids need to do their assignments. We then shut down some of our machines to be able to ensure the community is getting enough power. So that's how we do the load balancing. Now, this is an example of one of our sites running on hydro, just to give a bit of an insight of how it works. You can see the water coming down the watershed. It goes through the intake, then there's the forebay, then it goes through the turbines. So where the turbines, once the turbines run, then electricity is generated, which then goes into the electrical load cabinet, and then it's distributed. So either to homes, to factories, and then finally to our Bitcoin data center. So this is an example of one of our sites running out of hydro, how the process works. We have other power sources we're using to mine Bitcoin. So we have geothermal. Being in Kenya, being in Africa, we of course enjoy the privileges of having the Rift Valley. So we have a lot of geothermal power. We have solar. Sorry. We have hydro. And of course, we have biomass. So Mama Africa is really, really blessed with a lot of stranded energy. But it is really unfortunate that most of these communities still do not have access to electricity. And that's where Bitcoin mining is important for us. So allow me to be a bit delusional and use one of the sites that we have. When we partnered with with the site, their production was 46%. And you can see it here, right? Their usage was 10%. Their LCOE was 29 cents per kilowatt. Annual revenue was $77,000. Initial capex was 2.5 million. The IRR was 0%. And then we came into the relationship. Production was still 46%. Usage went to 100%. You can see the LCOE became better, 0.07%. Annual revenue moved up to $140,000. Initial capex, we added another 0.2 million just because of the mining infrastructure. And you can see the IRR changed. If we look at the future and decide, oh, we can actually help them expand this site, they move at production of 80%. Usage again is 100%. LCOE, see how beautiful this looks. Annual revenue, initial capex, 1.9 million, and the IRR becomes 17%. Let me spend some time on this slide. This has been very important because we have a lot of mini grids that exist in Africa. And most of these power plants are struggling just to keep afloat or to be able to provide electricity for their consumers. And I know Anita talked about one of our sites in Malawi, which is a very similar setup. So by partnering with these power plants, we've been able to create a three-way relationship. For us, Bitcoin mining, we're a profit-making company, so we're not doing charity, so we're making money. And then secondly, for the power plant producer, he's finally economizing power he was generating, the pockets of wasted energy. Every day he'll generate that power, and it goes into thin air. And then thirdly, the consumers are able to get electricity. But not just electricity, it has become more affordable. Because by getting involved, you can see if this is a cost, that drop in cost, the same thing has been reflected on the consumer bills. So whether it's Nairobi or it's in Malawi, we've seen more homes getting connected because people can now afford to have electricity in their homes. And Bitcoin mining is important for energy disruption, structuring the prices. Because if you look at the current price in energy to mine Bitcoin was 0.12 cents, 12 cents. And then we can sell the energy to anyone at 13 cents, which completely changes the price dynamics. Because if we use Bitcoin as the benchmark on how much you can use to charge for electricity, that means you can get consumers to pay much cheaper prices. Instead of 20 cents, they can actually be paying at 13 cents. So we've seen that with Bitcoin coming into the relationship, consumers are getting value for their money. Now, energy is the base layer of human progress. I don't know about the developed world, but in Kenya, in Africa, we know we'll all talk about the basic needs: food, shelter, clothing. I think energy is part of that equation. Without energy, there can be no development in that environment. So just things that we've seen with the communities where we have partnered with the energy provider. Grades have become better. Let me paint a picture. Children in rural Africa go to school, they get assignments, and they come home. But they don't have electricity. So they'll huddle themselves over paraffin lamps, trying to keep up with the schoolwork that they need to go through. What are the repercussions of that? Health problems, because one, they're using very tiny paraffin lamps, which they're inhaling the paraffin fumes. Secondly, the lighting is poor, so there goes their eyesight, right? So you see a difference in this because apart from their grades getting better, their health improves. And beyond the communities we've connected, there's also health centers that have gotten to be connected that are closer to the communities because they're able to run their vaccination fridges for 24 hours, which means these children are getting better health care, and which means their survival rates in this world become better. And then security gets better. There's nothing as good as being able to walk in the streets of, rural Kenya, and you're not concerned about security because the lighting is perfect. And then overall, what happens then? Productivity goes up. So this is an example of our rural homes setup of electricity. So you can see the engineers trying to put up a meter and being able to give them lighting. And believe me, when you talk about electricity, we're not talking about I want to run a washing machine, I need to watch television. They just want a single bulb to light in their homes. That's how basic it is. And this is the same shop. After the installation was done, the shopkeeper was very excited because he said, oh, now instead of shutting down at 6 p.m., I can run my shop until 10 o'clock. More money for him. We're trying to build a 24-hour economy. Development comes in. So, Bitcoin mining continues to be more important to every of us. But for us in Africa, we have only one thing for it. Go light up the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. What an inspiring story. Okay, so I've heard that braai, which is like barbecue but in a South African fashion, is ready and is waiting for who's already hungry upstairs. So be sure to check the beautiful meat. The next guest, the next speaker also comes from Africa, but I think he's about to tell us a very inspiring story because we know that Bitcoin is what? Sound money. What does sound money means is the opposite of fiat money. And we all know as Bitcoiner that fiat money is what ultimately is killing and choking our world. And why is that? Because the printing machine, the endless printing of money is what causes inflation. And we all suffer from inflation around the world. We get inflation here in Europe. But what you realize while you travel the world is that inflation is really hard on the low income classes. And that's a huge problem. I've been traveling extensively lately in Africa, in the Middle East. I was in Turkey, I was in Lebanon, hyperinflating economy. And store of value for them, it's super important because their main currency is devaluating so fast that for them is a curse. So But the thing is, who has access to store of value? Usually, middle upper classes. Because think about it, for example, in Turkey or in Lebanon or in South Africa, the middle class, even if they are getting the local currency, they can, for example, buy a property. If you have money, you can buy a property. Property is still good store of value. Again, if you have money, you can buy gold. Gold is still an excellent store of value. In Turkey, they are huge gold bags. It's in their tradition. So everyone buys gold there to protect themselves from inflation. But the thing is this, gold is expensive. So how the low classes, how someone that at the end of the month has just $50, $30 in savings, you cannot buy gold. So gold is not an option. The middle class, for example, in Turkey, they buy cars. Cars in Turkey are a better store of value than the Turkish lira. And what the low classes do? I've seen with my own eyes in Istanbul low-income classes buying detergent, boxes and boxes of detergent. Why detergent? Because detergent it never expires, so it lasts longer. You can store it wherever you want. Everyone needs detergent, so you can sell it peer-to-peer in your neighborhood. So think about it. In hyperinflating economy like Turkey, even detergent is a better store of value than the local currency, the Turkish lira. That's why the next story, I think, is really important. Because I was in South Africa a few months ago, and the South African rand is also hyperinflating. And in townships all around South Africa, a township is what we would call a slum, okay? Those huge ghettos where usually the black community, the colored community, and the indigenous community live. In those townships, poverty is so high that literally they are stuck with the South African rand, and they have to eat all the hyperinflation. And this is also what's keeping them in poverty. So the next speaker that I'm about to introduce, he's going to tell us a very inspiring story. He started this community in a very nice city in South Africa. And he is teaching kids in the local township what Bitcoin is, how they should use Bitcoin, and why not only them, because they are kids, but also their families, they should save in Bitcoin. Because if gold is obsolete and Bitcoin is digital gold, that's a great opportunity for them, because you can buy $5 in Bitcoin on the Lightning Network, $10, $50. So Bitcoin is better than gold, because everyone can afford to buy Bitcoin as a store of value. And in those areas of the world, this makes a huge difference. And that's exactly what Herman Vivier is doing in Bitcoin Ekasi. And what you are about to hear is the story of Bitcoin Ekasi. Please, a big round of applause for Herman Vivier. Woo.
Yeah, how's it? Hello, hello. Before I start, just a huge shout out to, thanks man, just a huge shout out to Patrick and the crew for putting this on. And not just that, but also I've been very impressed with the Dutch Bitcoin community. Spent a few days with them, and it's quite inspiring to see people in a first world country where the money works be so passionate about the adoption of Bitcoin as everyday money. It's really inspiring, and I think that has to do with a deep understanding. For me and for other people who come from places where the money is broken, perhaps it's obvious that Bitcoin should work as everyday money, whereas the expectation is that in first world countries, perhaps people buy into the store of value narrative more. But to see the medium of exchange narrative be so strong in a community like this is truly inspiring and very impressive. So, Patrick, well done. Yeah, so my name is Herman. I'm the founder and chairman of Bitcoin Ekasi. I want to talk to you about the project, but perhaps I'll start the story on a slightly more personal note. There's good reason for that. The last time I was in the Netherlands was 16 years ago. I met my wife here. So we studied at the University of Amsterdam. That's where we met. It's been a long time. I mean, relatively Amsterdam is down the road, but I guess everything in the Netherlands is quite close together. So it feels like I've returned to that place, and it's been a long time. So it feels appropriate to make the story a little bit more personal. 2008 was also obviously the year that I first became aware of the mess that is the global financial system. Started waking up to that reality. My wife, Zhenya, was born in eastern Ukraine in a city now called, well, the city called Lugansk, but it's not really a city anymore. They moved to northern Russia in the early 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this will tie into the story. Because really, the story of Bitcoin Ekasi is three different elements. There were three things that existed before the project that enabled the existence of the project. It didn't just pop out of the ground like a mushroom. Sometimes when things attract a lot of attention on social media, people tend to think that these things just pop out of nowhere, but there's a long development line that came before that. So the first element was a business that we co-founded in 2010, my wife and I. She still operates the business today. She's the brains behind the business. She knows how to run a business, how to manage a business. All I knew was how to teach people to surf. I didn't really know much else. So she figured out how to turn that into a business. And the timeline there is more or less that. We started operating in 2010. We were one of the first operators in South Africa that marketed South Africa as a destination to the Russian tourism market. It was a market that was just beginning to open up. Russians were beginning to travel. In 2013, I was introduced to Bitcoin through Bitcoin magazine. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to that publication for all the knowledge that I gained from it. 2014, the first Ukrainian-Russian conflict broke out. It was not nearly as bad as it is now, but there were sanctions put in place. Banks were beginning to be cut off from the SWIFT network, and we started using Bitcoin to receive payments from clients. Ironically enough, the first Bitcoin payment we received came from a Ukrainian who banked in Russia. That went on between 2015 and 2022. And then obviously in 2022, the whole conflict escalated, full-on invasion. Almost all the banks in Russia were sanctioned, but we were able to continue operating, obviously thanks to Bitcoin. So a minority of payments in Bitcoin between 2015 and 2022, but that flipped onto its head after 22. We just finished our busiest season to date with the business. And this is obviously not some sort of a political statement or something, it's just a statement of fact. I'm super grateful because I was able to continue operating and put food on the table thanks to Bitcoin. That's the first element. That's my experience in Bitcoin. The second element I'd like to discuss with you is a non-profit organization that we also started at the same time as the business. Again, my wife and I. We are not the only ones that run this today. Today it's an independent organization. We are on the board of trustees that run this organization. And really the primary motivation between this non-profit was to create a win-win situation between tourism and the local community. We wanted to make sure that when we run this tourism business, we leave a positive social impact on the people that live in the area where we operate. First of all, basically, what the non-profit does is we recruit children from a very young age, from very poor neighborhoods. We teach them surfing, which is a really difficult skill to learn. We recruit kids from the age of 6 and up. Learning how to surf at a very high level takes years, minimum 3 years, but most of the kids stay for much longer than that, up to 7, 8 years sometimes. We have children who started learning with us from, way back when, that are now working for the organization. So it really is a process of proof of work. We recruit children from a typical South African township. The program runs 5 days a week, all year round. We don't close. We offer surf lessons, daily meals, education, all kinds of social development skills. Most of these kids come from completely broken homes. The family structure is totally fucked. Local government school is dysfunctional. So most of these kids spend more time with the program than they do anywhere else. And ultimately, what it gives back to the business is that we can offer tourists an authentic experience. It's very easy to travel to South Africa and feel like you're in Europe. Because of its history of apartheid, you don't really get to see what the other 90% of the country looks like unless you make a real effort to do that. So the aim with that non-profit was to try and provide that opportunity to tourists while at the same time making sure that the interaction leaves a positive social impact behind it. So that's the second element. So those are two elements that preceded Bitcoin Ekasi, and then 2020 happened, which really changed a lot of things for me and for a lot of other people, I think. Because in 2020, the insanity really went to a whole other level. Up until that point, obviously I'd been, obsessed with Bitcoin, reading everything I could find, and it all made sense. But in 2020, it sort of became clear that the train wreck is, it's a lot closer to the cliff than I thought it was. So that motivated me to try and do something more to push Bitcoin adoption. I'd been using Bitcoin by that stage for quite a while, but I was just a user. I wasn't really contributing towards, getting this thing really off the ground and getting people to use it and trying to encourage more people and contributing to the global adoption of Bitcoin as a sane alternative to this insanity. So that's where the three elements came together. We had the background in using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, accepting payments from clients, using it to run a business. We had the platform in the community that was trusted by that stage. We'd spent many years working in that community, the parents, the shopkeepers, people that learned to trust, the organization that's been working with the kids from the community, and the third element obviously being Bitcoin Beach from El Salvador. That provided the inspiration to show that, this is possible. I wouldn't have thought about doing it if it wasn't for the example that Bitcoin Beach set in El Zonte. We needed that inspiration, but particularly myself. And those three elements came together to create the project that we run today, Bitcoin Ekasi. My personal motivation for running this project is to contribute to global Bitcoin adoption, to try and stop the train wreck, do something about the psychopaths that are running this thing towards a cliff. That's my personal motivation. But there has been huge benefits to this project, from this project to the local community as well. We haven't really changed anything on the base layer. So the base layer today is what it was back when. The non-profits still operate as it does. It's still a donation-based non-profit, as it always has been. We used to do fundraising in fiat, now we do fundraising in Bitcoin. We still run empowerment programs for local youths. In fact, we run more programs now. What we've done is we've built a second layer on top of the base layer, and the second layer has actually enhanced the operations of the things that were already happening before. So what does it actually look like on the ground? Like, what do we actually, if I say we're building a Bitcoin circular economy in a South African township, what do I actually mean? Well, basically what it comes down to is that we have a staff of about 17 people. They work to operate the kids program. Surf coaches, lifeguards, cooks that prepare the food, We have a teacher that helps with homework. We have a lady that does some admin and media and photos and so on. So we have a whole bunch of people that are recruited from the same township community that the kids come from. And essentially what we do is we pay all their salaries in Bitcoin. That's the first step. So I would go out and do fundraising for the nonprofit. If it doesn't come in Bitcoin, I'll convert it to Bitcoin. If it comes in Bitcoin, that's great. And I'll pay the salaries for the people who run this organization. And that's the first step. The second step is we onboard shops in that township community to accept Bitcoin as payment. We onboarded the first shop in August 2021. So it'll be coming on to 3 years now at the end of this year. And we do this so that the coaches can go and spend their salaries without having to convert back to fiat. So that's essentially the engine, the core of the engine that powers the circular economy. That's what it's based around. Just one other thing that's worth mentioning also is we don't actually focus too much on the merchant onboarding side. Our focus is much more on the spending side, because I think that's the more important part of the equation. If you've got people that are able and willing to spend the sats, the merchants who are willing to accept it will follow. So it's more important to figure out the spending side. And so we don't have a massive amount of merchants onboarded in the township, because the number of shops that accept it as payment is relative to the number of people that are willing and able to spend those sats. And because it's a township where you don't really have people coming in from the outside, in fact, people are advised not to go in. We can't rely on people coming in from the outside spending sats to onboard shops. We've got to onboard the shops relative to the amount of funding and donations we generate. We can employ more people and so on and so forth. And there's no point onboarding 30 shops if we've only got 17 staff that are spending their salaries, because some of those shops are not going to actually receive payments on a regular basis. So I want to take a bit of time to talk about the benefits to the local community. Obviously, I have my personal motivation for starting and running this project, but I wouldn't have done that if it didn't also have very, very positive side effects, so to speak. One of the first things that really impressed me was how a person's face would light up if they, for the first time, were able to buy phone credit digitally from the phone. If your only way of transacting is cash, paper money, you would have to put that paper money in your pocket, walk to the shop, and go and buy credit for your phone. It didn't occur to me that it's such a life-changing experience to buy phone credit from the phone for the first time, especially if it's security is a concern in these neighborhoods, obviously. So walking around at night is an issue, and that's something that really sparked interest in the beginning. Once we demonstrated to people that, hey, you can receive this thing, it's almost immediately on your phone and you can buy phone credit, that's really what lit the light bulb. Another thing that we have implemented that has been hugely beneficial is we run rewards programs for the kids that participate in the program. If they attend regularly, if they show a good attitude, good attendance, then we'll reward them at the end of the month. That would have been entirely impossible to do with fiat. I mean, most of these kids don't have the documents to go and open a bank account. I wouldn't even think about trying to do that. It would have been a huge security risk to do that with cash. So these rewards programs is only possible because of Bitcoin. And it's usually beneficial. I mean, we're teaching kids about spending and saving from a very young age. So at the end of each month, if they have a good enough attendance, they'll get a reward in sats. They can spend it, they can save it. It's theirs. They've got an account on our Allen Bits node. They've got an NFC card linked to the account. They can go out and spend it. Some of them save it, and that's great. But I think the most beneficial effect that I've seen is the ability for people to start thinking about saving and start thinking about the future. A lot of the coaches that we employ, they had other jobs before, but they did not really consider the idea of saving or planning for the future. It's only really when they had access or started gaining access to this, this tool that is so accessible, super accessible, You know, you can save, you know, $10 a week. You can save $5 a week. It doesn't really matter. That they started thinking about this idea of, well, maybe I should start thinking a little bit more about the future, particularly the younger ones. You know, those that are in their early 20s, mid-20s. And that's been fantastic to see. It's great to see people starting to think different about the future. So that's maybe a question I get from time to time. What's the scale of the project? It's not massive. It's not big. We don't advertise that it's big. I've never claimed that it's a big project. I keep emphasizing that it's a small project. We're just trying to build an example. We're not trying to build something massive that's going to take over the country or whatever. So the scale is, you know, there's between 100 and 200 people that interact with Bitcoin on either a daily, weekly, or a monthly basis. On a daily basis, it's somewhere between 40 and 50 people that interact with Bitcoin. That would be the staff that earn their salaries in Bitcoin, plus the business owners. There's normally one owner and one clerk that runs the shop. And so they would have daily interactions as they buy their groceries or cut their hair or whatever, you know. On a weekly basis, we have a bunch of shacks in the township that we paint with the logos of companies that have assisted us, that have helped us. There was 2 of those logos on the previous slide, BTC Map and Bitrefill. So in exchange for allowing us to paint their house, we give these people an allowance in sats. They get 6,000 sats a week. I don't know what that's in euros. It's a couple of euros, I think like 3 euros or so. They can spend it, they can save it. Those are weekly interactions. And then we've got the Kids Rewards program that runs on a monthly basis. That's about 40 kids. And there's probably about another 50 people or so that interact with Bitcoin on a weekly basis, particularly at one of the, we've started a shop that sells second-hand clothing. And we sell that in sats only. We don't accept any fiat. That happens on a daily basis. They are anywhere between 100 and 200 people, daily, weekly, monthly. Yeah, and I'll probably end off with this. You know, the thing about cliches is that they only really make sense in retrospect. Bitcoin is hope. It's a cliche. You walk up to somebody who's never heard about Bitcoin, or maybe they've heard about it, but whatever, and you tell them Bitcoin is hope, they'll probably laugh at you, ha ha ha, you know, whatever. It's a cliche, but it really makes a lot of sense in retrospect. I've seen that firsthand, and I think this is the importance of demonstrating these things, and that's one of the reasons why I like to run this project, because it's a way of demonstrating a cliche. And it's, you know, a cliche is not going to make sense unless you can demonstrate it in real life, and this has been demonstrated to me firsthand. So I truly understand this. Bitcoin is hope. It can give hope to many people, millions of people, billions of people around the world, people who are cut off from the financial system. And really, I mean, I can't remember exactly who it said, but it was someone here in the Arnhem Bitcoin community with who I was hanging out with, made the statement, I think it was last night, that really, if you can't save for the future, there's absolutely no point to life. And if you think about it, it kind of sounds harsh, but you know, it's true. Like if you can't build for the future, what's the point? What are you doing here? You know? And we kind of take it for granted, but there are billions of people, literally. I think it was 1.7 billion people that don't have that ability. So it is hope. And yeah, just to end off, there's a couple of ways that you can help if you like. We are a donation-based non-profit, so we take donations at support.bitcoinikasi.com. That's not the only way to help. Another very valuable way to help is to come and visit. I know it's really far. It's not easy to get to. It's a long flight, and then once you've flown, you have to drive quite a bit too. It's not near any one of the big cities. But it's really valuable to have people come and visit. It's a great way to, you know, to see this firsthand. You know, I don't want anybody to take my word for it. It's super valuable. It was great to have people there in January with a conference we did in Cape Town. Afterwards, we had 60 people visit the project. It was fantastic. As it's one of the reasons we really are doing this. It's a demonstration of sorts as well. And then the other thing that you could do is you can come and find me around here. I'll be hanging around for the rest of the day. I've got T-shirts. If you'd like one, you can buy one for a couple of sats. Talk to me, ask questions, whatever. I'll be around. So yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Herman. Stay with me on stage for a second. Guys, South Africa is a beautiful country and there is a vibrant Bitcoin community there. And you guys at Ekasi are not the only community. There is another community called Witsend, Bitcoin Witsend, that is completely different from Ekasi, but they're also doing an amazing job. It's fantastic. I was there 3 months ago. It's fantastic what the guys are doing there.
Yeah, Witsend is incredible. It's about 2 hours away from where we are. It's in between where we are in Cape Town, so you can actually visit it quite easily en route. And yeah, they're doing something very similar. And it's not the only one. I mean, it's inspiring to see that I think there's now at least 2 or 3 other projects that have started taking the same initiative and are doing the same thing. And that's part of the reason why I want to see it. I mean, I want to see the whole world one big circular economy.
Exactly. There is also a super nice community in Cape Town that is doing a fantastic job. Why I'm saying this? Because you guys should visit South Africa. Definitely. It's a gorgeous country. There is a lot of solid Bitcoin adoption there. And why don't you come for the next Adopting Bitcoin in Cape Town, that it's going to be somewhere early 2024. That's a great way to enjoy some proper Bitcoin education and visit South Africa.
Yeah, next year, January.
Let's go. Thank you, Herman.
Thank you.
What an inspired story. So, the next one is going to be special because we have a Q&A session with another fantastic Bitcoin educator, Giacomo Zucco. He's not here personally, but I guess very soon his face will appear on the screen, and this is supposed to be a Q&A session. So if you have questions to make or whatever, I'm gonna hand you the microphone. Someone probably in the crowd is gonna hand you the microphone, and we can ask questions to Giacomo. And I've heard that there might be a special guest. So it's going to be extremely easy. Meanwhile, should I remind you that there is food upstairs? So when you feel really, really hungry, go enjoy the beautiful brat. I don't know exactly, brat is not a word. So I guess very soon we should see or hear Giacomo. And what do you want to ask? I have a lot of questions because Giacomo is currently the director of a super nice Bitcoin education program called Plan B. They are organizing super interesting stuff in El Salvador, and they are expanding all over the world. There is so much need for Bitcoin education, and I think this is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask Giacomo what's going on. Oh, you are eating the famous braai. How is it? Good? It's very good, guys, so please be sure to try this fantastic meat. Okay, we should be, I guess, ready. Patrick, I'm waiting for a... Okay, so basically what Patrick is saying is that Giacomo Zucco can handle multiple Bitcoin transactions but cannot handle the webcam of his laptop. I get it. Italians. So we are working on it, guy. Ooh, something is happening, I hear. Thank you, Google, for this connection.
I'm a Swiss resident, and Knut is not Italian, so you cannot accuse Italy. It's out of context.
Here they are. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Especially warm, because it's freezing here.
Yeah. Okay, good. Guys,
what is this?
we can almost see you, yes. Very high definition. We can see how beautiful you both are. Can you please...
This is just OPSEC.
Can you please prove that you are not AIs?
Sure. AI is intelligence. We don't have intelligence, so we can prove it.
No.
Okay, so welcome, guys. Giacomo and Knut are here for the next half an hour or so, 40 minutes. They're going to be answering your questions. So let me ask you if we already have one question for them. Oh, there is one already. You can ask personal things as well. This doesn't have to be related to Bitcoin necessarily, right?
Private keys. Private keys especially.
Private keys, exactly. Let's hear the first question.
Hi guys, it's Nathan Day here from BTC Map. My question for you is...
Hi Nathan.
Hi guys. What's your favorite type of Bitcoin spam?
Spicy.
Shit posting.
My favorite kind of Bitcoin spam is every time I have to go on chain for any reason. That's always spam, and we should always avoid it, but sometimes it's necessary. So like when you spend money to settle a Lightning channel.
We just had Bologna here, which is Italian spam,
yeah,
and that was delicious. Yeah,
basically spam.
Yeah, we just had a
spam.
plate of spam, so yeah, we enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you. Nice. Raise your hand if you have question. In the meantime, I am going to ask you, Giacomo, I think Giacomo, Director of Plan B, Educational Program. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you guys are doing all around the world to bring Bitcoin awareness?
Sure, that's also the reason for which sadly we cannot be there physically now, because yesterday Knut delivered a 3-hour lecture in Lugano to students from all around the world, but there was a sizable portion that was physically in Lugano, and there were 140 students connected from Salvador, Taiwan, Japan. The lecture was about praxeology. Basically, well, I can take it.
Yeah, we can put it there, I think.
So basically, the idea is everybody is loving Bitcoin education, but everybody is trying to reinvent the wheel in Bitcoin education. Everybody is trying to do Bitcoin 101, and there are a lot of economies of scale that we are not leveraging. So the idea of Plan B Network is to connect educators from all around the world in a way that doesn't waste resources, doesn't reinvent the wheel, but leverages best practices and open source material. So for example, right now we have this business school in Lugano. There are people connecting to the school from all around the world, but they don't have to do it alone from their home. They can gather with other Bitcoiners in Plan B Network nodes. There is one in San Salvador, there is one in Taiwan, there are many all around the world, and there will be more and more. And so everybody was able to ask questions to Knut directly, and all the content of this course will be released completely open source after the end of the school, in order for everybody to see the recordings and to read the transcript in several languages. We're also trying to do something similar for Bitcoin startups and research centers. So not only education, but also research and development. So the idea is to have people on all these nodes also be able to access startup incubation services, startup acceleration services. So that's the idea. Basically, we are trying to centralize Bitcoin as much as possible.
Nice. Okay, there is one question down there, guys, and then you are next, okay?
Hi. Do you still have hopes for Bitcoin privacy now that the guys behind Samurai Wallet are arrested, and what you think is the path forward?
Yeah, I mean, of course there's still hope for privacy. Just because some companies doing something with the functionality of something else get in legal trouble doesn't mean that the technology disappears, right? So you can still coin join today if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. So basically, first of all, CoinJoin is not the only point about privacy. Many points about Bitcoin privacy are just lower hanging fruits, like not doing KYC in the first place and not reusing the addresses. So CoinJoin is for like the 20% of very sophisticated privacy-aware users, while the 80% of the things that we need for Bitcoin privacy is just stopping to do stupid KYC traps, stopping reusing addresses and stuff like that. So there is so much to go even before we enter in CoinJoin. If we talk about CoinJoin, the first and so far main CoinJoin implementation, Join Market, doesn't have any company managing it or coordinating it. It's completely decentralized without any company, any server. So you can CoinJoin with Join Market without any server. Even if you do want to use a central coordinator, there is no reason why the coordinator should be managed by a US incorporated entity. The reason that people did do that can be debated. Probably we were under a false sense of security, false sense of honeymoon phase in which the US government just lost Bitcoin and will never try to shut us down. But it was clearly misguided. I still don't think that this is justified. People cannot be jailed for writing software. So somewhere guys should be free, and the US government is the one committing the crime here, not them. That said, the idea that you can just incorporate a legal entity in the US under your real name and do a conjoint coordination was probably a bit naive. So we can go back to anonymous coordinators. Like right now, you can use RoboSats. There is no company. You don't know where the guys are. You can use BISQ. There is no companies. You can use a lot of Bitcoin things without any central company. CoinJoin doesn't need a US incorporated company for sure. So even all the rest of the fallback of the fallout, for example, Phoenix wallet removing the app from the US market. If you think about that, Phoenix has a very easy way to connect via Tor, and if you connect via Tor, there is no way that people can actually stop you from connecting to Phoenix from the US. And if the problem is downloading from the App Store, Phoenix also has a APK that you can easily verify. You can use Phoenix D from a Sank. So there are a lot of ways in which you can bypass this problem entirely. I think that in long term, this will be a problem for the United States, not a problem for Bitcoin. The United States is basically cutting itself out of Bitcoin technology.
And yeah, to add another point to that, it's kind of sad to see these Bitcoiners who react like, oh, we're in the we fight you, then they fight you phase, therefore we should just give up. I mean, this is the then they fight you, then they tweet about they fight you phase, which is where you tweet back and fight back. Like, giving up is never the correct choice.
Who thought this was going to be easy? Not me, right? So it's going to be a fight. So we have another question there. Please go ahead.
Yo, Knut, Giacomo. Ralphie here. I have a question about education, Bitcoin education. How can we make it less boring and more fun?
By telling dad jokes and memeing harder.
Yeah, yesterday lecture by Knut was pretty fun, I have to say. I think that the point is also the level of education. So when you're trying to orange peel people on a very initial level, Bitcoin 101, probably you need also some tricks to make it entertaining. But the deeper you go into the rabbit hole, the more the topic itself is so fascinating that you can add jokes on top, and it's always good to be lighthearted and to be funny. I mean, I'm here with Knut. He's one of the funniest guy in Bitcoin.
No, you are.
I mean, I'm the funniest, but you're one of the funniest. So, but still, we don't need to sugarcoat education too much. When people are ready for real Bitcoin education, they will come to look at that. We have to be mostly accurate and available and efficient into delivering that. Anything that can be sprinkled on top to make it appealing is fine, but we don't have to, if somebody is not ready to learn about Bitcoin, we don't have to lure them into learning with some kind of PR tricks like razzle-dazzle or marketing. Many people will need Bitcoin, and we must be ready to help them to use it properly when they are.
Nice, exactly. There was another question, I think, in front of here, somewhere. Oh, okay. Then let's go down there. This is a question coming from El Salvador, guys, so be ready.
Hi there. My name is Gerardo. I'm from Berlin, El Salvador. I had a question about Plan B network. First, I want to say thank you because Plan B network has been pretty active in Berlin, in the community there. We have had people there from Plan B giving education. You were involved in the recent conference we had in Berlin. So thank you very much for all the help you have gave to us. And my question is about Plan B network. What are the plans you have for El Salvador?
So Plan B network will be a global initiative, as we said. So there is no limit to El Salvador. But that said, as the first place where Bitcoin is directly accepted and incentivized and cultivated and promoted by the nation state, it's a special place, it's Bitcoin country. As such, we will put a special kind of attention to that. For example, the Plan B network node in San Salvador, which is called the Cubo Plus, because you know that Cubos are these physical buildings where Salvadoran government is doing continuous education. So Cubo Plus is the Bitcoin version of that, which is the local, it is the local basically Plan B network node. And that, for example, we granted the scholarships for participation to the Plan B network school for more than 40 students. We did the same with Cubo Plus last year in June. We will do the same again for the developer school in October. So scholarships are one of the things. The second thing is that some of the lectures and the seminaries and the boot camps are organized there. For example, Knut was speaking yesterday in Lugano. But today, we have Yorick speaking in a few hours from San Salvador. We had Piero Shard speaking from San Salvador. We have David Poole. Of course, we use mostly the capital and not Berlin, because Berlin is great as an example of self-bootstrapping local economy, which is what we need. But logistically speaking, getting international speaker in San Salvador so far is still easier. But I mean, we will get to a point in which we will be able to bring international guest stars to Berlin as well. We just have to basically step up with Bitcoin logistics. Like when in the next bull market, Knut will buy an airline, and we will get private jets directly there, right?
Yeah. Or some sort of teleportation device.
That's also a thing. Yeah.
So the Berlin airport,
we will come there as well.
The Berlin airport is coming up next, right? With the next
how about
pump.
A Zeppelin, like a blimp? Like that would be something.
Yeah, blimps.
Bring back the Zeppelin, transatlantic Zeppelin.
Make blimps big again, great again. You make it orange. It's basically like a giant pill. So
Yeah. Okay. A suppository, rather. Yes.
Nice. So we have another question, guys.
Hi, this is Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
I have a question for you, Knut. So I ordered 3 bottles of the Infinity wine, and then my girlfriend drank all of them, and then she complained about a headache. How does Bitcoin fix this, and what are your best hangover cures?
Yeah, that's a very good question. First, tell your girlfriend to not drink all 3 bottles at the same time next time around. And the day after, give her some beef tartare with capers and egg yolk and all of that stuff, and shallots, mustard. That's a very good cure for an hangover. And another bottle of wine.
Perfect, thanks.
Another question here? Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hi guys. This is Limburger. I just want to take the opportunity to greet you both from the Dutch No Runners. So, hi all.
Woo! Oh, hey, good to see you, Limburger. Here's a piece of Limburger.
No. Not. Check.
Microphone.
And we're proud to be part of the Node Runners. Node Runners, of course.
The region,
we love
of course.
The Node Runners.
The region, of course, not the cheese, and you know it. But since you're both honorary Node Runners, it's very awesome to see you here. So enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorary Node Runners. Rolls off the tongue.
I have a question for you guys, because you've mentioned that you are speaking with students from all over the world, basically, thanks to the Lugano Plan B initiative. What is the level of the students you are getting? Are you pleased? They are mostly newbies. Tell us a little bit about the crowd that is studying with you guys.
I was very impressed by the students yesterday. They all the questions I got were intelligent, and I mean, it felt like they were on the ball. They understood stuff, and they took notes, and they were interested, and they didn't ask stupid questions. They asked well, non-regarded questions, which was pleasing to me.
Yeah, one of the efforts we are doing is to try to target these lectures in a more segmented way to different proper targets. So when we started, we were trying to basically do some kind of one kind catch it all, one size fits all kind of education, which is very, very hard to pull off. So now we're trying to divide and conquer in different kind of targets. So for example, these students, they are trying to work in Bitcoin in non-technical roles. That goes from marketing to accounting. So they have to understand the business models, the economics, the philosophy, the culture, the memes as well. And so these are one class of students that are very good in that, but they are not going to learn how to code, not yet. Then in October, for example, or last July, we did developers. They are expected to be way more proficient about code, but they may be not as proficient with economics discussion or financial discussion or market analysis and stuff. Then we are doing something for politicians even, which was something that I would not expect from myself a few years ago. We are doing a course for El Salvador bureaucrats, basically, which is surprising, right? Because you can teach about anarchism to bureaucrats, state bureaucrats, which is something unexpected. And that's, of course, is a different kind of communication, different kind of interaction. So we're trying to separate, target in Lugano, in Viareggio Lighting Bootcamp last October. We did something specifically for advanced Bitcoin developers, talking about DLCs, RGB, and LSP specs. So we try to separate from more homogeneous kind of students.
So the orange suppository is not a one-size-fits-all.
Yes, different size of suppository.
Yeah.
Guys, don't be shy. If you have a question, just raise your hand. But I have so many interesting questions for you guys. Listen, Giacomo, you just mentioned the Lightning Summit of Viareggio. This morning here in Arnhem, we heard Janet from Gridless speaking, Herman from Bitcoin Ekasi, a lot of super inspiring story from the global south. What we in the Western world as Bitcoiners sometimes don't get is that in those areas of the world, 99% of the people interact with Bitcoin on the Lightning Network. In Ekasi, they mainly use Lightning. In Kenya, the local community, they mainly use Lightning. And that is, of course, because of instant settlement, and also because they don't want to be, they don't want to deal with fees on the base layer. There has been a lot of criticism in our community lately about Lightning as a scale solution for Bitcoin. What's your end? Someone is starting to suggest a different approach, side chains, and Bitcoin Layer 2 sounds like the new scam from the crypto bros that are trying to sell their shitcoin projects as Bitcoin Layer 2. What is your opinion on the Lightning Network at the moment, and you still believe it is the right way to scale Bitcoin?
Well, This morning we were discussing with Knut the fact that at the very beginning of our attempt to use lighting to pay for stuff at conferences, the failure rate was very, very high. Like I remember Riga 3 years ago, it was pretty hard to pay with lighting, and everybody was super excited about lighting, and lighting was just the future.
5 years ago.
Well, but also even just 3. Right now, we are back from, we were discussing in Atlantis, we paid with lighting for everything without any problem whatsoever. And at the same time, now that it basically works, everybody's starting to become over pessimistic. I think that if there is a failure, it's probably a failure of communication, in the sense that even if the creators and initial promoters of the lighting network, like Tadeusz Dria have been, or Christian Decker, they have been very clear about the trade-offs and about the limitations. For example, onboarding was always going to be hard. If fees are very high, once you are in, and that's great. But to be onboarded, you need a first transaction, which is hard. Asynchronous receivement, to receive money where you are not online, it was always a pain point of lighting since the beginning. Or forced closure, in-night fees can be a problem. So there are a lot of limitations that were known since 2016, but somehow the excitement of winning the block size war may have blinded the communication to non-technical people in a way that probably we promoted lighting as already born perfect, already flawless, already arrived to the final destination. So I think that lighting network is the key, is the solution for the future. The only thing is that probably will not be the lighting network we use today. Just like Bitcoin we use today has nothing to do with the Bitcoin we used in 2009 from the point of view of the tools, the user experience, the interaction types. If you imagine some guy in 2009 with a laptop going there to try to do a pay-to-IP payment with a public key, and then store everything in a wallet.dat without hierarchical deterministic addresses, it's all different now. And even if the consensus rules are almost the same, the overall experience is completely different. With Lightning, it will be the same. Lightning Network will be the future of scalability and privacy for Bitcoin, but it will change it so much to be very recognizable. We will have the 2 key things that are basically routing and some form of local consensus, but this local consensus may be of different kinds. It may be a Chaumian cache or an L2 channel. It could be an ARC provider, a state chain. There are so many things to experiment, but I think they're still part of the Lightning Network. It's just the way that you do the local security versus scalability trade-off that can go from complete trust, like eCache, to complete trustlessness, like a typical Lightning channels, or in many, many places in between.
Yeah, and another point, like the Lightning Network often gets shit, especially from shitcoiners, for that most people use custodial Lightning. But what we have to remember is that custodial Lightning, of course, is not optimal, but it's way better than banking, and it's way better than shitcoins. So it is a step in the right direction, even if we're not there yet.
Also, all the criticism about custodial Lightning are completely on point, but they are the same criticism that you can make about custodial on-chain. So yeah, most people use Lightning custodially. That's problematic because it can be censored. But most people use on-chain Bitcoin custodially, which is even worse because on Lightning at least you are supposed to just have your pocket change, the stuff that you want to spend, the stuff that you can get confiscated without big trouble. While if you use custodianship also for your savings, that's even more worrisome than using custodianship for your spending. And at least Lightning, it's basically. I think that now the pain points are mostly onboarding. It's very hard to onboard without custodianship, and receiving off-chain. When you want a tip on a Zap on Nostr, it's very, very hard to set up your own LNURL server. So that's the pain point. People use custodians, especially to receive when they are not physically ready, and they use custodianship to enter in high-fee environment, which is fine. It's like a gateway drug to actually get to trustlessness when you build up your money. When you have 1 cent, you don't even need trustlessness because nobody will go into rug pull you or to censor you for 1 cent. And if they are, you don't care. When you build up to $1, maybe you want to pay for more defenses. And when you build up for a real life-changing savings, now you want an on-chain multi-sig setup. So like a spectrum, and we will need the new Lightning UXs that will allow people to navigate the spectrum in a seamless way without even realizing it.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. And it's still, fractional reserve banking can be done on Bitcoin, but it's way harder than to do it on the legacy system. So like, there's so much there, and like, as long as people just use custodial Lightning for whatever smaller payments, and if they make money, they can go and put it in cold storage and make sure that everything is all right when they come back home. So yeah, like you say, it's a spectrum. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Do we have questions from the crowd? Don't be shy. Just raise your hand and you're gonna get the mic. Or I have another question for you guys. As you said, you are educating basically the world, and you are also Bitcoin travelers. You're traveling a lot. In Europe, in the Western world, we have this perception, right? The main competitor of Bitcoin are shitcoins. But when you travel the world, you realize that that's not the case. I've never met in my travels one single merchant that accept Bcash, Solana, Cardano. Nobody's using those shitcoins in local communities. So there's only Bitcoin and stable coins. So it looks to me that we should rephrase the real competitor of Bitcoin at this point are stable coins. How do we beat them?
First of all, shitcoins can be categorized into two subcategories, and that is the cryptos, which are the cryptocurrencies, and the kleptocurrencies, which are the traditional fiat systems. And the kleptocurrencies are sometimes the crypto and the klepto merge into something we call a stable coin, which is an oxymoron to begin with. The whole point is to show the world that prices cannot be stable. That is the illusion. So if you're using a crypto, even if it's built on liquid and has Bitcoin in the underlying whatever, you're still using a type of shitcoin called a kleptocurrency at least, and to some extent it's a crypto too. So yeah, sure, it can be a gateway drug or whatever, but these are, for us, you know, semi-professional think boys who love to think about 500 years into the future, these are obviously transitory things that will play out and then disappear.
Yeah, I very much agree. The term stablecoin is very misleading. We should probably stop using it at all. These are fiat rails, so the reason people are using stable coins is that people are using fiat. Fiat is the status quo. Bitcoin is the challenge of the status quo. So it's the status quo. So it's obvious that people are stuck in the status quo, which is fiat. If we want this kind of blockchain scams to use fiat more freely in the secondary markets, I think they are good because they are scam using the blockchain hype, but the target of the scam, unlike with cryptocurrencies, the target are not users because nobody thinks that they will get rich by buying $1 on a blockchain. If they're very lucky, they get $1 back, but not anything more. So the blockchain magic, the blockchain buzzword, the blockchain hype is not used to scam users in that case, but used to scam regulators in order to bypass some kind of secondary market controls, which is good. I can condone scamming the regulators using the blockchain hype. But as any scam cannot last forever. Eventually, even the regulators, even if they are not the brightest in the room, they eventually get it. So even if the selection for politicians and bureaucrats is not the selection for the best and brightest, but you wait and you wait, they will understand the scam. So they will block, they will do two things with stable coins. First, print and inflate, which they can do it at any moment. If the dollar goes in hyperinflation, any stable coin goes into hyperinflation. And then they will also confiscate and censor, which is the second thing that they do best. And the blockchain hype will not protect these tricks forever. I'm happy that this trick exists, and I'm happy that they can help real people in the real world, and we should probably go on using that as a gateway drug as far as we can, but it's just temporary. Eventually, Bitcoin is Bitcoin, and fiat is fiat, and the reason Bitcoin exists is that fiat cannot work.
Yeah, and the word stable implies that there's a horse, that there are horses involved, and donkeys and asses and horse manure. So yeah, the shit coinery is implicit in the name.
Yeah.
Thank you. Someone has questions? I have a lot of questions and zero answers, so if you let me do the work, I can still going. Okay. In my work, in our work, we often say that Bitcoin banks the unbanked, because there are a huge chunk of the human population that it's completely out, that lives outside of the legacy financial system. But I'm getting skeptical. I'm not using this motto that much anymore, because when you travel to places like Kenya, for example, they have something called M-Pesa, that it's a app that allows all the Kenyan people to send fiat transaction instantly. In Asia, they have Gcash, that it's a private app similar to PayPal that does exactly the same. And the numbers of transaction these private players handle is humongous. I was reading a stat. 70% of the fiat transaction in Kenya are handled via M-Pesa, and it's huge. And when you look at these apps, you realize how good they are in terms of UX, UI. They are super easy to use, and you can do multiple things from there. You can pay your bills, you can top up your credit card, your phone, you can buy an insurance, you can even get a loan. So what we are seeing is this private, fiat, digital, everything apps getting a lot of traction all over the world, especially in emerging markets. So in order to compete with those, what do you think we have to do? Work on UX, UI first, implement more Bitcoin services? I think it's scary what's going on there.
Okay, first of all, I see a problem with the framing, because like I hear often that Bitcoin was supposed to do this or supposed to do that. Bitcoin is supposed to bank the unbanked. It's supposed to be for the global south. It's supposed to be digital gold. It's supposed to, you're supposed to be able to pay for your coffee with it. There are so many narratives around what Bitcoin ought to be. And I think that's the wrong approach to seeing what it actually is. And I think we should take a more humble approach and study it for what it is, instead of trying to force our narratives into what it ought to be. First and foremost, it needs to be scarce, it needs to be censorship resistant, right? And as long as we can keep those two, we are winning in some sense. And then whatever other type of narrative you want to attach to it, that's up to you. But Bitcoin Honey Badger does not give a shit, as we know, and it does not care if you think that it will save Africa. That's not Bitcoin's job. It's not up to any specific one of us to tell Bitcoin what its job is. That's my view on that.
I agree, even if to some degree to tell that Bitcoin must be scarce and censorship resistant is already to take a position. I mean, you're not completely relativistic.
No, I'm not completely, but you have to have some kind of framing, and
but we reduce the framing to the bare minimum. I agree with that. So basically, I think that we cannot. Maybe we can, as Knut say, let's stay intellectually humble. but I'm skeptical that we can really compete with M-Pesa. I think that what we want to do is to do something that M-Pesa by definition cannot do. M-Pesa cannot protect scarcity from inflation and cannot protect freedom from confiscation. M-Pesa cannot, for the way it's built. So Bitcoin can focus on what Bitcoin can do that other systems cannot do, which is protecting scarcity from inflation and protecting freedom of transaction from censorship. When you do these two things, then you are basically offering the alternative, the plan B. So the plan A will always be superior as long as it lasts, until it doesn't. So people in using M-Pesa, the way I see it, there is no reason to compete long term, because if M-Pesa works to do what is supposed to work, there is no reason to offer an alternative. It works. If it doesn't work, there is no competitor because it doesn't work, so they have to come to Bitcoin. The only thing we have to manage is the transition. So we have to avoid that people get lured into something that is going to stop working. They think it works, so they trust it with all their money, all the relationship, and then it stops working, and they end up hurt, and they end up without being ready to the alternative. So I see Bitcoin like a lifeboat. We have to prepare the lifeboat. As long as you are not on the Titanic and you think you're having a great time, I'm not going to try to. So imagine you have a shitty lifeboat with not much space, not much entertainment, and then you have the Titanic with the violins and everything, and the bars and the casino. You cannot compete with them. Like, come down, have fun. No, you're in a lifeboat. We're having more fun in the Titanic. But when the iceberg hits and it starts to go down, the lifeboat must be ready, must be big enough, must be sound, must be so good that even DiCaprio can be saved, hopefully. Let's see.
This time around, the feds are actually on the Titanic, though, and not on shore, and leaving us others on the...
Reverse fed.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's give them an applause. That was a good one.
Thank you for Leo, for Leonardo. Rip.
Yes, and Billy Zane. Don't forget Billy Zane.
And also, Giacomo, about what you were saying regarding M-Pesa and those services usually does not allow the people to do international transactions. They are locked in their jurisdiction. So this is another great advantage that Bitcoin has, especially if we think that the world is going to be even more decentralized and global in terms of commerce than what we are seeing nowadays. So Bitcoin is the world money, M-Pesa is not and will never be.
In a way, I think that this kind of centralized mitigations to fiat problems are not really competitor. They can also be a temporary ally of Bitcoin, in the sense that, for example, Bitcoin can be used by M-Pesa to move money outside of Kenya specifically, or like we said before with quote-unquote stablecoin, Bitcoin bullshit blockchain narrative can be used as a plausible deniability story to tell to regulators to keep the secondary market more free. So tomorrow, maybe, let's say that PayPal is forced to do KYC, but then PayPal will create their crypto. Of course, it's bullshit. They will do their blockchain, and now they can allow some people to avoid KYC. That's good. That's just Bitcoin playing with this centralized solution with some kind of alliance game. The only moment where they become an enemy and not an ally anymore is when they create a delusion where they lure people into thinking they are what they are not. So when they try to promote themselves as censorship resistant or inflation resistant or a long-term solution, if they try to oversell like something they are not, then I think they start to hurt people. If they are just trying to be temporary solution that can play in this kind of arbitrage game with Bitcoin, I think we are more allied than enemies with M-Pesa.
Yep.
Okay, good. No, I thought we lost you, but you are still here. Okay, thank you so much. Let's change topic a little bit. All over the world, the new buzzword seems to be, AIs, ChatGPT. Every big, huge corporation is launching AIs. And I remember specifically some lectures from Andreas Antonopoulos from years ago, probably 10 years ago, talking about Bitcoin as the native currency of the internet, of robots, and of AIs. Do you think there will be an interaction between those two things or not?
Well, let me put it this way. Humans act like we have we have free will. We have no choice but to have free will. So, if we like from a praxeological standpoint, we act because we feel uneasy about something. So we envision a state in the future where we have done something that is different from now, and up until this point, like computers cannot feel uneasy. So an AI is very far from being its own master. It can be a very efficient slave, a very efficient tool, but it still requires an owner an owner that is human and can feel uneasy and therefore act. So an AI is not an entity that can own stuff and do stuff. Not really. There will be a human behind the AI. I think we're very, very far away from any type of Skynet situation. I don't think that's how this particular tool works. Not at all. I'm not afraid that AIs will become sentient anytime soon. I think they obsolete midwits, and that's probably a good thing. But that's about it.
Well, but the midwit, like Zbesky put it, the midwit obsolescence technology, right? I think that's the killer app of so-called AI. I think that like artificial intelligence is the buzzword, just like blockchain. People in Bitcoin know that especially a few years ago, corporations and medias and governments, they use the term blockchain absolutely at random. Like most banks had their blockchain, except that they have no blocks and no chains, but they still call them blockchains, like R3, SEV. And AI is similar, because if you think about that, it's not really intelligence, and it's not even artificial, because the whole point of the new neural network stuff is that these algorithms are not artificially programmed by people, but they are naturally evolved with trial and error. So it's not intelligence, it's not even artificial, it's like natural mediocrity. But even this NM technology, natural mediocrity, they have a killer app. The killer app is midwit obsolescence, and there is interaction with Bitcoin in that. Because, for example, think about somebody that has to do tax evasion. They want to be paid. They want to take their own Bitcoin and pay to themselves to do tax evasion. Now they can engage a fake Bahamas company to pay an invoice to them in Bitcoin, but then some taxmen may ask to see the consultancy output. Now ChatGPT can produce easily 3 years of consultancy out of nothing. I worked in Accenture, so I know how consultancy works. You can reproduce the output of Accenture with ChatGPT very, very easy. That's the killer app, basically, for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and to add to the Andreas thing, if I remember correctly, Andreas Antonopoulos talked a lot about a self-driving car or a self-driving taxi owning itself and repairing itself and refueling itself and so on and so forth. But my question is, who would build such a car and why? There has to be a human to actually build the thing, and the human will have to have a reason to build that thing. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. Patrick is here. You have a question for the guys. I think you do.
Well, I'm very, very glad that we could arrange this, guys. I'm very happy that both of you actually are on the webcam here, and I think it was fun hearing all the questions and especially the answers. So, yeah, thank you so much, guys. And you're going now to Bergamo, I believe, or what's your plan?
We are in Bergamo, so
we can show you the.
Oh, you're already there.
Let's see if I can switch the. Oh no, I'll have to do this. I think this.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh, that's a nice place.
We're in a beautiful.
Yeah.
Little Italian.
Yeah, that looks great. But yeah, I'm sorry, you guys are missing out on the braai food over here. The people are enjoying it, and I can't. I should have just ordered some order at their place, and but they're probably not accepting Bitcoin there, right?
Let them starve.
Let them starve. So really, we are feeling FOMO. but don't try to frame it like the FOMO is specifically for the food.
No,
with
no,
all
no,
respect
no.
for Arnhem, I think we're full with food. But everything else we're missing out. Everything else, we're missing the company, the content, the talks for sure.
Yes.
With food, we probably can survive in Bergamo, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Funny dialects. It's a tight race between Italy and Netherlands, but yeah.
Yeah.
I feel some of that FOMO. Like I love the word noodrenners.
Yeah, very good. The noterunners. And this goes for everybody. Here, where are the noterunners? Are they here? Hey, there's some hands going up here in the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were having fun in the basement. If you want to get a lightning, an automated beer tap by lightning, you can just use the beer tap in the basement. Just scan the QR code and it starts running when you hold your cup underneath it. So yeah, you're missing out on that one too, guys. But
yeah, I know. Let me say you thanks, Tim. I am very happy of what you're doing in Arnhem because I was there when Arnhem was starting to become a Bitcoin hotspot many years ago. Then there was the block size war situation that basically damaged a lot the acceptance rate there, all these payment processors starting to go shitcoin and stuff like that. So what you're doing to rebuild the Bitcoin community there, to put it back in its historical place on the map is beautiful. We will be there next time for sure to enjoy your food.
Yeah, we'll see you next time. Guys, thank you so much for this.
Yes, and the final words. If God would have wanted us to walk the earth naked, we would have been born that way.
Okay, guys, give it up for Knut and Giacomo. And Ricky, of course. Ricky's doing a hell of a job, guys.
Yeah.
Give it up for Ricky.
Thank you.
I will introduce about that.
Thank you, my friend.
Right.
Okay.
So the next talk is going to be quite impressive. I remember hearing Once Bitten podcast from Daniel Prince. And he had two guests, Bota and Ludmilla, and they were talking about how actually Bitcoin saves their lives because they were not able to open up a banking account due to being put on the blacklist of Europol by corrupt regimes. So I thought this is a mind-blowing story, and I need to get them to Arnhem, and I'm very proud to have them here with us. So yeah, just let's see what they are going to do. I'm giving the microphone to Bota Jarmadeli. Here she comes. Give it up.
Hi guys, hi everyone. I'm very, very happy to see you all. Thank you so much for coming. And unfortunately, I have a slight technical problem. I'm having a very bad case of allergy, so it's hard for me to speak. So we're going to have first time a presentation by a proxy, and this is my buddy in combat, a prominent human rights defender, and the president of Open Dialogue Foundation, Ludmilla Kozlovska. And she is actually going to present my case and my story. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and I'm happy to speak with you. I'm very sorry that my friend has this attack of allergy, but I want to share you, all of you, you know that anti-money laundering regulation actually used by dictators. You heard probably the stories how it can basically damage life of many people, right? But Boda's case is quite unique. In one person, I will list you just a few brightest examples what exactly anti-money laundering regulation, abuse of anti-money laundering regulation by dictators can do with you in democracies, not far away from here, in Brussels, in Belgium, right? So Boda was nearly kidnapped because of her human rights work. Her banking was terminated. Effectively, she doesn't have banking in Europe because of smear campaign in many languages, because of abuse of important mechanism to get banking information and weaponize it against you, being in Belgium, getting political asylum, but also against your family members living in Kazakhstan, to take your brother as a hostage and torture him, and then going after everyone whom you defend and whom you was defending. So I want to step by step explain you how it works in practice. So first of all, BOTA was working with Open Dialogue Foundation, which is a non-profit organization. I'm founder and president of this organization. For already 14 years we are together, right? And beginning of our communication became like many of Bitcoiners actually doing. So we keep in touch with each other with nicknames. She didn't know at the time my name. I didn't know her name, because this is what the way how she thought, be protected against persecution of authoritarian regime, because she was a lawyer and my right hand, basically the most important source of information about victims of torture, political killing, back in 2008 in city Janauzen. So thanks to help of BOTA, we won important decisions in UN, basically holding accountable those responsible for mass shooting of peaceful protesters, oil workers in small city Janauzen in 2011. And of course, all of this information was until some time closed after we had a case when a mother of a 6-year-old daughter and actually wife of prominent Kazakhstani oppositional leader was kidnapped from Italy. And again, there was at that time abused very important tools and abuse of Interpol to prosecute all family members. So BOTA became again, as usually, using Skype at the time, calling to get testimonials. So we, as an international human rights group, can bring these testimonials to members of the parliament, to international institutions, and actually speak up how exactly it was possible that with private jet, Kazakhstani diplomats were able to kidnap woman and 6-year-old child, girl, from capital of Italy, in Rome, right? Of course, while BOTA was doing this collecting of testimonials, this is what normally she's doing with all politically persecuted people, she was wiretapped. And then immediately the next day, she became the most wanted person in the world by Interpol. You would ask, how it's possible? Interpol, such an important organization, such serious police organization, which unites all member states in the world, all police organizations. How it's possible that regimes so easily abuse it? One simple answer, with abuse of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism regulation. So in case of BOTA, this was used private bank in Kazakhstan to basically fabricate criminal cases against her, and then use this private bank as a tool, as a weapon by authoritarian regime to go after her everywhere, and even announce her as the most wanted criminal through Interpol. Thanks to actually international campaign, because we were defending other people, we know, of course, how to defend ourselves, right? So if you look back, you would see that we initiated back in 2013 the same year when mother and 6-year-old girl were kidnapped from Italy, we started reform of Interpol. We started to collect case by case how many people in the world actually became a victim of these kind of abuses. Apparently, we get testimonies for over 100 member states in the world that people were persecuted, and the most favorite accusation by dictators was used. Again, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism regulation. People were accused of being money launderers, extremists, terrorists, just because for one simple reason, because they were criticizing the government. So they were effectively cut off of financial institutions, they were effectively cut off and isolated from societies, being in prison, being tortured, but in most cases when you have political support, then you actually just isolated like financially, and you cannot move, you cannot start your business, you cannot have even driver license. So this is extremely, extremely effective, powerful tool in hands of dictators. But BOTA's case proves one more thing, that it's a tool for transnational repression. So even if you leave the country, and BOTA was at that time when she was defending Alma and her daughter, in Brussels. So she actually got these testimonials in Brussels, and she was announced being like biggest criminal by Interpol, being in Brussels, and had political asylum. So BOTA's case and many other similar to these cases became a ground how to reform Interpol. And this is one of examples why we believe that education of regulators exposing these kind of violations, it's very effective. Because you can even change such dragon like Interpol if you just bring your arguments, you do it jointly from many angles, and you make this truth known as loud as possible. So the story of Alma gets successful. Alma, unbelievably, together with her 6-year-old child, get back to Italy after 6 months. And they got political asylum, and then even Bota achieved accountability mechanism for those who kidnapped these family members from Italy. Do you think regimes are going to just allow you to operate afterwards? No, of course they will basically try to have revenge. So what's the next step? Try to guess. They tried to kidnap Bota from Belgium. And she was lucky because Belgian police took her case very seriously. And it actually was, in this case, anti-extremist unit in Belgian police. And they actually found those people who, on behalf of Kazakhstani regime, 2 former Stasi agent and 1 Russian, were going after Bota, trying to kidnap you or turn into vegetable. So now these people sentenced. Do you think Kazakhstan stopped to prosecute Bota? No. Try guess what next. Okay, I will tell you. So why don't accuse Bota that she basically stolen $500,000? Sorry, 500 billion. I'm just sorry. My math doesn't work. Even my mind doesn't process this amount. So I think Bota looks like, right? She's like looks like a person who kind of can. Why not? I mean, if regime accused, they use private bank. They send like kind of, I don't know, a car or minivan of documents. So judges try to understand. Oh my God, this lady is so dangerous. She probably did it. No? Okay, you need to spend.
Just to clarify, they accused me in doing money laundering of €500 million on the territory of Belgium.
Without
That's the
banking.
scope. That's the scope.
Yeah, and just to remind, Bota doesn't have a bank account because she was under attack of smear campaign. She was going bank after bank because every time she's under attack, her banking data was weaponized. So she spent over 6 years to prove that she's absolutely innocent. She got this decision, but you know, still there is problems with bank because apparently bank gave her data to Kazakhstan. Try guess what they done. They actually took her brother as a hostage. Actually, this was one news how Kazakh agents tried to kidnap Bota and how she won also.
Yeah, this is how. How it's the articles after those people were arrested and sentenced in Belgium.
Yeah. And the worst, one of the worst, I would say, consequences, how anti-money laundering regulation can be abused by regime. So being unsuccessful on prosecuting Bota, being unsuccessful to try to kidnap her, to destroy her reputation, and so on, they just took as a hostage her brother. They forced her brother, say like, okay, we're going to release you if you bring your sister back to Kazakhstan and force her to cooperate with us. If not, we're going to torture you. And during this negotiation, they already tortured him severely. We were not able to get access to him for 2 months. So family members were not aware about his health condition, where is he for over 2 months. So, of course, we started to do the same what we're doing for every activist, for everyone who is financially excluded, who is actually taken as a hostage. You see on the photos family members, parents of Bota and Iskander who were going into protest to defend their children. And even them also became a victim of persecution. This shows insanely effectiveness of anti-money laundering counterterrorism regulation in the hands of dictators. They feel absolutely total lack of accountability and extreme power abusing it. And this is the reason why we think it's so important to highlight this kind of cases and to reform financial action task forces, especially their recommendations, which so heavily abused by dictators. So thanks to international cooperation and international pressure, public advocacy, and this is the reason again why we think that it's possible to bring changes, Iskander was released. He was released, and right now he lives in Switzerland with his family. And this is example, when you care, when you bring these kind of cases on international level, you win. And this is the reason why we so believe in public advocacy and education of politicians. Because normally, when you say, like anti-money laundering counterterrorism regulation in front of politicians or journalists, they run away because they think, oh my God, it's so serious. Just the same reaction like it used to be with Interpol. But it's not anymore. It's not anymore because we need to make these cases of abuses as vocal as possible.
Just kind of to illustrate that how Kazakhstan was using the allegations that I was a money launderer. The ambassador of Kazakhstan in Belgium sent personal email to every member of European Parliament saying that they should never meet with me, and because I am a criminal and I'm being investigated for committing money laundering in Belgium, and my brother is a criminal who is accused for money laundering in Kazakhstan. And this is just an example how propaganda works. But thankfully, that a lot of politicians, a lot of members of the European Parliament, they actually can see from this BS, through this BS, and they understand how regimes can manipulate information, can manipulate even criminal allegations. So despite of those emails, we still had a lot of constructive meetings and we managed to release not only my brother, but also a lot of other political prisoners.
Yes, and of course, just general context, how Kazakhstan is abusing it to right now, right? So time comes and you see a lot of people basically right now more and more aware about abuses of anti-money laundering regulation, but nothing basically changed. So Bitcoin became as a hope, as an instrument for transaction, peer-to-peer transaction for activists, financially excluded. For example, we have information for over 100,000 of people were politically persecuted on the basis of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism regulation. It's accusation of extremists, the most favorite accusation in Kazakhstan, or money laundering also. Or right now, even it's a cyber attack. When you criticize the government with proving, for example, in social media, neighborhood houses, like corrupt policemen or corrupt judges or just officials, that means that you commit cybercrime because you criticize the government, you know? You publish photo, it's cybercrime. So, and it's a reason why you should be de-risked, why your bank account has to be terminated. So we started, of course, to teach people, not only like ourselves, both and me, because I was affected with the same persecution. We started not only using Bitcoin for overcoming this persecution in Brussels, in Belgium, but also actually to teach people in Kazakhstan, in Central Asian countries, in Belarus, in Russia, in many other countries, how to overcome with Bitcoin this financial exclusion. And you think Kazakhstani government allowed to do so? No, right now it's one of the most dangerous things to do peer-to-peer transactions in Kazakhstan. So what we try to do every time we meet with developers of Bitcoin and also startups, financial startups, we explain how regime is so sophisticated. It takes 3 to 5 minutes to Kazakhstani authorities to block bank account or any fundraising campaign online of activists. If you use GoFundMe, Patronate, if you use Strike, for example, for donation. So they really, really sophisticated. You cannot say that they are stupid, for example, like some people think that dictators are stupid. No, they are not. They are very sophisticated. And for this reason, for us, any kind of solution, it's a hope. Of course, using exchanges, it also doesn't work because using exchanges means your data immediately shared with government. And in case of Uzbekistan, we had a very painful experience when people, unfortunately, were tortured and sentenced for many years, again, on a pretext of anti-extremist and anti-terrorism regulation. They got all this data from exchanges, and then it's led to drastic consequences. So what we try to do together with Bota and many other activists you see on the photos, we go institution by institution in democracies, in G7 countries, and say that we use Bitcoin peer-to-peer transactions because this is the only for us tool to be financially included. This is the only tool how to overcome transnational repression when regimes go in against of you, not only domestically, but outside of the country. And of course, a lot of regulators, policymakers, they were shocked from this kind of experience. Said, look, girls, we know you for over 15 years, so how it's happened that you started to use Bitcoin, which is only has negative labeling. It's just used by criminals, so it's bad for environment, for energy. And we defend Bitcoin with our testimonials, with proven facts of testimonies from activists from all over the world that it's actually a human rights tool, that it's actually helping the environment, that it's actually protecting the security of energy. And right now we see, with all of this rhetoric, that we have to unite forces, you Bitcoiners and us as activists, in one single campaign in defense of Bitcoin. Because since May last year, we were talking about that attack against Bitcoiners, especially developers, Bitcoin miners, peer-to-peer transactions is going to happen. Because on G7 meetings, peer-to-peer transactions with crypto assets assumed and claimed to be threat to financial integrity and security. And we don't want this language, discriminative language used towards to our freedom technology. And for this reason, we organized a lot of different kind of submissions. We organized events in Council of Europe, uniting 46 member states. We defended proof of work. We collected testimonials of Bitcoin miners from all over the world to show that EU has no right to issue or create methodology for sustainability indicators with discriminative towards to proof of work language. And the same we do on level of US, because if you don't defend mixers, privacy payment instrument, then you lose your chance to resist against dictators. And this is the latest our basically submission. We see the opportunity for European Union, which actually, unfortunately, right now in a deep energy crisis, and we all affected with this, and we see potential, we see actually hope again in Bitcoin mining. But if we don't change this approach of regulators, policymakers, unfortunately this negative language going to stay here. Last year we succeed to have a majority of European Parliament who was voting in favor of human rights, pro-human rights amendments. For example, recognizing crypto assets as a payment instruments, protecting personal data, protecting vulnerability groups using Bitcoin as a payment and fundraising instruments. Unfortunately, we didn't get support from Bitcoin community enough to protect those politicians who were on side of privacy and financial freedom tools. We need your support so we can educate both on Bitcoin mining, but also both on defense of privacy, payment, instrument, and actually general encryption. If we're not going to be active in this regard, we will lose our freedom tools because these law enforcement agencies, they will go after developers. If we don't have developers, if we don't defend developers, we lose in actually entire networks. The same, if you don't defend Bitcoin miners, we lose entire network. And of course, it's going to affect us as end users and human rights defenders, but also is going to affect investors and anyone who wants to develop ecosystem. So I'm thank you very much, and happy to answer questions.
Okay. Oh, let me get to the front. Well, that was quite a story, right? Yep. What not every one of you probably knows is that not only have I been active setting up Arnhem Bitcoin City and convincing merchants to accept Bitcoin and running a Bitkassa as a payment processor, but I've also been the chairman of the Dutch branch organization for Bitcoin companies. And yeah, Bitkassa was just one of the members of this branch organization, and in the beginning I was just a chairman. It was only like us with the Bitcoin companies having talks about how we could prevent fraud on our platforms and that sort of stuff. And in that role, yeah, it became far more important when the legislation in the Netherlands, the AML legislation, kicked in 2020, when all the Dutch companies needed to register at the Dutch central bank for yeah, just registering as a crypto payment processor, with all the rules that come with it. And yeah, in that role, I have met some of the professionals from government agencies, like the Fiat, the tax services, the Ministry of Finance, where we had talks about new legislation, and they consulted us about this. And also, for instance, with the FIU, and the FIU is the organization where the banks and cryptocurrency companies need to report unusual transactions to us, so they can figure out which transactions need to be investigated, and they set that through to the investigation services to pick that up. So I've been working with these people as well, and also with other people from the compliance industry. For instance, when one of the members of the branch organization was filing a court case against the Dutch central bank because they overreached their legislation, we got help from one of the compliance people in the Netherlands that has like huge status in this profession. And yeah, I'm very happy to have these people here in Arnhem. And what I thought is, how cool would it be if we have like Bota or Ludmilla, to get them on a panel with the legislation people from the Netherlands that I worked around with and had good contacts with, and maybe add a true Bitcoiner. So I thought, well, Jos Provoost knows a thing or two about Bitcoin and legislation. He's following a lot of things on that topic. So yeah, that's just my, and of course, most of the legislation that we have in the Netherlands is not being determined in the Netherlands. It's being determined on a European level. So I also reached out to people from the European Parliament to join this panel and to just have an open discussion with everybody about anti-money laundering legislation. What are the pros, what are the cons? Because I too, having worked in this field as one of the Bitcoin companies, I too have seen fraud cases where it's actually good to have some knowledge about how the transactions went, because you can prevent fraud from happening on your platform. Probably none of us is happy when people are getting scammed or that sort of stuff. So I'm really happy to have this panel here, and I know a lot of the people here are not from the legislation side of things, and most of them are quite liberal and Bitcoiners. But I do hope that everybody can put up some respect for the people from Dutch government or agencies to actually show up here in the Lion's Den to share also their view on their professional work environment that's happening. So I would really like to have a big round of applause for Doreen Rookmaker. Please come on stage, guys. There she is. This is an electable member of the European Parliament. And Maud Bukkering, the Dutch professional on AML topics. So she will be leading this panel, and I'm really honored to have you both here. This is Rebecca van Essen from the FIU Netherlands. And Jos Provoost. I think most of you know Jos, but Jos is like one of the Bitcoin developers. And Ludmilla, who was just also giving the talk here. Erik, who should I give my microphone to? Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody to be here, and thank you for the very good introduction also. So my name is Maud Bukkerink. Just as a bit of a background of myself, I work in this area of AML, which already when I came in, I saw a slide, KYCs of threats, so don't consider myself that way, but still. I've worked in the area of AML for about 25 years, and now I'm a consultant. I work with a lot of Dutch crypto service providers on any kind of compliance issues. But I did work for the Dutch Central Bank and also for the Ministry of Finance, so a long time on the regulatory side. And with me, I think I'll ask everybody for a short introduction, starting with Doreen, please.
Well, thank you so much, Maud. My name is Doreen Rookmaker. I'm a member of the European Parliament since 2020 for the Dutch member state. I'm a member of the Econ Committee and the Trans Committee. For the Econ Committee, I'm very much involved in anti-money laundering legislation, and of course the MiCA and DORA as well. Before I became a politician, I worked in banks for almost all my career as a risk and compliance officer. So from that angle, I can also look at Bitcoin and the developments that are going on. And I've worked for almost 10 years in a railroad company as well, but that has nothing to do with the subject today.
Thanks. A lot of experience on the regulatory side and on the compliance side. Rebecca, I think, yeah, Simone.
Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca van Essen and I'm a relation manager at FIU the Netherlands. So it's my task to stay in touch with the reporting entities, especially the crypto companies, but also payment service providers, electronic money institutions, and gambling service providers. So we have a lot of chats about the quality of the reports that we receive, but also about recent trends and phenomena that we noticed, or maybe the companies noticed and FIU isn't yet aware of. So that's kind of the most important part of our dialogue. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Ludmila Kozlovska. I represent Open Dialogue Foundation. I'm Ukrainian. I'm defending human rights, and I'm a foundation helping those who are politically persecuted all over the world. And at some point, because we were so effective in defense of political prisoners, I was classified, announced as a threat to national security by 3 authoritarian regimes. And they're going after me. They were going after me since 2018 up to last year, October, when election in Poland happened. So I'm not anymore classified as a threat to national security. Moldovan government also apologized and actually recognized my case as politically motivated. Kazakhstan is still going after me because the regime is there, but it's lost its credibility because we won in more than 7 court decisions that all this propaganda is fake. But even having all of these acknowledgements, both institutional, from the side of parliaments like Bundestag, French Parliament, European Parliament, and many other institutions, or even governments, while our threat to national security in Poland, Moldova during Plahotniuc time, or Kazakhstan, I was now national interest by Germany, France, and many other countries. And with all of this political support, all of these dictators were able to weaponize my banking data. They were going after every other donor, every other volunteer, every other basically supporter. My banking data was weaponized in a level that we were all completely de-risked our bank account till nowadays, even if we have special law in Belgium after all what's happened with me, so there was special regulation to grant banking for such people, de-risked for political reasons and many other reasons, unjustified reasons, but we still don't have bank account in Belgium. And this is the reason why we started to use Bitcoin, not only to resist against this transnational repression, and I remind propaganda against my organization, me, my family members, was produced in more than 20 languages with abuse of AI. So we still use Bitcoin to operate in Europe, but we also teach activists all over the world, specifically where it's transnationally and basically locally financial exclusion used banking system as a weapon against critics of the regime, how to use Bitcoin. And especially the only tool for us is peer-to-peer transactions. For this reason, we defend it. We defend developers and miners who build for us freedom technology to operate and defend human rights.
Yours, please.
Yes, I'm George Provost. I mainly work on the Bitcoin Core full node software. So you might ask yourself, what on earth are you doing here? I have some interesting hobbies. One of them is going to the courtroom in Den Bosch and listening to the whole Tornado Cash trial. I try to understand how certain regulations are, interacting with the world of Bitcoin, and where that creates some friction, to put it nicely.
Thank you. Yeah, so the whole panel discussion will be indeed on AML regulation, and we already heard, of course, the previous discussion of what can happen if you misuse AML regulation, but we also want to discuss why regulation could be necessary. And I think everybody of you know that will have an account maybe at a Bitcoin exchange in the Netherlands. You would have to go through certain processes of identifying yourself. If you reach a certain level of threshold of funds, you would have to justify where your funds come from, what's the source, if it's not illegal. And indeed, if a crypto service provider thinks that something is wrong, they will report it to the Financial Intelligence Unit, where Rebecca works, to really say, well, something unusual happening. And I think Ludmina's case is then, that can go wrong also, very much so. So we have a few discussion points, and want to start with basically the first, maybe much more for the regulatory maybe part of this panel. So what would happen if you don't have any regulation, if you would have under-regulation, what would be if the crypto service providers or anyone else would not be KYCing or knowing their customers to some extent. Maybe Rebecca, you can go first on giving your point of view on that.
Well, of course, that's a very complex question. We see a lot of exposure when it comes to darknet markets. People buy child pornography. We see scams. We see links to terrorism finance, sanction evasion. And of course, we feel like that if we completely stop regulation, that we will get ourselves to a point where these kind of criminal activities might flourish. So that's of course what we fear. On the other hand, when there are too many obstacles, the Dutch and European market may become less attractive. Crypto exchanges, crypto companies might move around the world, and European citizens may still be targeted as victims. But the proceeds of criminal activities might be far away, where the Dutch government, for example, cannot get access to it. So that's kind of the other side of the spectrum.
And Doreen, because the EU just has been imposing regulations on AML, on banks for the longest time, but also on the crypto service providers. We already heard, I think, in a previous panel on the fund transfer regulation was mentioned by the guys that were online indeed. So there are quite a lot of regulations issued on crypto service providers. What would happen if, your opinion, why is that necessary, and what would happen if there's no regulation?
Well, I'm happy to be here today to talk about crypto, but of course we have these AML regulations all for a longer time in banking. And my context as a politician and also as a banker with the supervisors about anti-money laundering has been in a longer period than since 2020. There are two aspects I would like to emphasize. I think if you think about regulation, I think monitoring aspects are very important. As you already mentioned, you can see a lot of, well, criminal activity going on, and it's very good if banking supervisors, so like the Dutch National Bank, can supervise, and banking or crypto organizations can monitor what's going on and report on this. What I'm not so much happy about is the gatekeeper function. The gatekeeper function is very problematic, I think. Why? Because all money in the whole world is born white or legal. It is it's emitted legally. it becomes illegal or black money as soon as it is used for criminal activity. And if you emphasize the gatekeeper as something to prevent terrorism and criminal activity going on in the systems, then we all know that all these criminal activities will find a way around the system. So the criminals will continue, but they are less monitored if you don't let them into the system. And as I worked as a risk and compliance officer, there's no better place to monitor criminal activity than within a bank, because you know everything from your customers, and you can use all the evidence that you can gather. But we do not allow the criminals into the system, so they're looking to go elsewhere. And then we have a problem. So the bad guys will find a way, because their core business is to trespass and to break the law. And they're always smarter, better, and faster at it than we are. But the normal people, the good people, the people who want to do good things with, for instance, Bitcoin, but also within banks, they are getting the penalties. So if we didn't have know your customer rules and regulations, are not so many, or not so severe, or not so costly, I think the whole system would improve. Even our monitoring system of criminal activity. For the monitoring regulations, I think it's very important to keep them in place, because as we all know, we're not living in paradise, and there are bad people.
Thank you. I think you gained some votes here. Sure. You want to react to Rebecca? Sorry, please. Yes.
Maybe I may respond to that. Of course, I have a little kind of different opinion when it comes to the gatekeeper function. I still feel like the crypto companies or other financial institutions, they are the ones who are actually able to see and detect unusual behavior. So we cannot make that solely a government task. Just like I think it's very important that we don't stop monitoring at all. So if we need monitoring, I think it's very important that you give that task to the companies that are probably most aware of unusual activity. And of course, there's also a lot of discussion when it comes to perhaps another system, where there is kind of a different role for the gatekeeper, and where we use a system where you start reporting suspicious activity instead of unusual. So it will probably become much more difficult to report, because you have to argue probably with stronger arguments than you do now, that something is suspicious. And I think that if we move towards a system where we work like that, the tasks for financial institutions, crypto companies, may become even more heavier, and probably for that reason also more expensive. So I'm a very big fan to the gatekeeper function as it is today.
Yes, please. I want your goals go to the next panel.
Yeah, just a small reaction is that, what I think is, I can understand where you're coming from, by the way, but if you tackle people when they try to get into the system, if they try to get into the banking system or the crypto system, there are a lot of people who have actually done nothing wrong, but for some sort of reason, they are not allowed to open a bank account or to start an account with the crypto organizations, because organizations will be afraid of the supervisory elements and the supervisory restrictions that are there. And this means that banking and also Bitcoin industry is not inclusive anymore. And I think it's very important that we allow everybody in the whole world, by the way, to have a chance to participate, also in financial industries.
I think that brings me a bit to also to shores on the tornado cash, because that's kind of decentralized and exchange developers. So that's not under regulation at all. So what was the kind of the case what you took away from the tornado cash court case then on the stance between should there be regulation or not, or what happened in that case? Because I only saw it from the news basically.
Yeah, so this this is a case of is there regulation or not? If you look at the AML regulation, like the AMLD directive, then there's not, because it excludes non-custodial services. But there's also just a general rule against money laundering, and that apparently, at least this judge believes, does apply. And this, of course, creates a practical problem, because as a company, even if you wanted to do something about the money laundering to the degree you can on a smart contract, I don't think you can. But if you wanted to, then the question is, are you allowed to? Because, in Europe we have the privacy regulations, and if you want to ask somebody's passport, then you have to have a legal basis for that, which you wouldn't have. So this seems like a mess right now. I take a far more radical position on the whole way we deal with money laundering. But if I ignore that for a second, I would say either you put these companies, like non-custodial companies, under the same AML laws as the custodial companies, or you actually allow them to do what they're doing. Because right now they're just getting prosecuted and arrested, but they have they can't even file a suspicious activity report even if they wanted to. So that makes no sense to me. I would really want to go the completely different direction, to be clear, but I'm just putting that out here.
So that's a good point indeed. You will be convicted for money laundering, helping money launderers indeed, instead of being able to regulate anything. I think, Ludmila, please, yes, you saw the other side basically.
No, I would not say that I saw other side. I would say that I experience. It's not something I saw. I just experience how it can be abused. But I also experience as a Ukrainian, because, we're more than in favor, for example, effective regulation when it's really prevent or stops crime. But when we see that, for example, travel rule, which has to build trust, right? And when this trust abused by dictators, when they use financial institutions, state institutions, to lift sanctions, for example, like Kazakhstan, succeed to lift sanctions from 3 Russian banks on the territory of Kazakhstan, in a FAQ. And they help Russia to circumvent sanctions on the biggest amount from other third countries. We issued for the last 2 years 7 reports showing how banking data, how actually banking system, entire financial institutions of third countries abused to circumvent sanctions. Of course, it's painful because a lot of people dying right now in Ukraine and many other in Syria just because this regulation is abused. So we as human defenders, we're not looking ideally for any financial tool. We understand it can be used both bad actors and good actors, but we want to have neutral language in regulation towards to freedom technology. This is first thing. Second, we want to have real trust. So if you have evidences how third countries like Kazakhstan, Iran, and Turkey, Emirates, they circumvent sanctions and undermine our rule of law, human rights in G7 countries, what you're doing with this regulation, how you reform it, how you adopt it. We work extensively with members of European Parliament and national parliaments on, enhancing the sanctions regime, but smart sanctions, not just sanctions for sanctions, going to dummy companies which can be easily created by authoritarian regime, and this is happening right now, affecting us as Europeans and Americans and so on. But we want to really accountability for those who create these companies at the authoritarian regimes who has this power to do so. And third, we are very concerned about privacy. We are not sure that it's a correct approach giving policing functions without any remedies for financial institutions. This is something what basically almost destroyed my life of our accountant, lawyers, everyone, because these data, in other institutions you have at least remedies. You can go to the court and so on. With bank, you can do nothing. They always can cover this, and they're doing it right now in Belgium, saying we have a right according to anti-money laundering country regulation. What does it mean? Why? Why it's so lack of accountability, enormous power? these questions I still have, you know?
Sure, please. I think
So-
you want
so
to
this
react
takes-
and then I'll have Rebecca.
Yeah, so I have a little thought experiment, which I don't know if you really want to do this, probably not. But here's the thing. So we have these banks that are private companies, and they're doing, I think they're doing government work. They're doing police work. They're investigating transactions, and they're deciding, maybe not if it's suspicious, that's a higher bar, but they're at least deciding that it's unusual and that it needs to be reported. So what if you said, okay, let's take all these compliance employees, thousands of them, and we just officially make them police officers with the same duties, with the same responsibilities, but also the same accountabilities. So now when your bank sends you an email like, hey, what's this transaction? You can reply like, thank you for your message. I would like a lawyer because you are interrogating me and I have rights, including the right to not answer your question, because right now you don't have that right. That's a thought experiment, and then I think you would notice two things. One, everybody would probably consider that a surveillance state because it's just too much like people doing this. And the other would be that it would be a really bad use of resources, because you would then see that probably about half the police force works for banks now, if you look at the numbers, and they're getting paid 5 times as much as the police on the street, and they're catching some criminals, I don't want to deny that, but very few compared to if they were all detectives and going after criminals more directly. So that's my thought experiment.
I think I want to go to Rebecca, because what would happen indeed if everybody was police, but also if the unusual transaction reporting duty was not up to banks, but it would be the police itself having to do everything. That would be also a different angle, I think.
Well, of course, there are already capacity issues. So I don't think that the government wants to work towards the situation where we are responsible for monitoring everything that goes on in the financial system.
So to be clear, in my experiment, these people are added to the force, right? So
Yeah.
the banks are still paying for them, they're still paying their salaries, but they're now government employees. So there's the existing police is
You
not
mean the
reduced.
responsibilities, the accountability? That should
Yeah, they
come
are
with-
legally the same. Like
Yeah.
they have, they have the same
legal-
authority
legal obligations.
and the same. You have the same rights when you're a suspect. But we're not taking staff away from the police in this experiment.
So you also have the same resources.
Well, you already have. I mean, what kind of resources do you want to add?
Police information. I don't think it's a good idea that all these thousands of bank employees have access to police information.
I completely agree with you. But this is the point of my experiment, basically.
Yeah. So as I said, we already have capacity issues, so I don't think it's a good idea that we bring all these people at the police force.
But then it's more like a management problem, I guess.
Yes, yes, it is. But before you have all these people on board and they have the right screening, etc., I think it's a very big operation to get them all where you want them to. And as I said before, I think it's also very important that you realize that people who work at FIU or at police, they have resources that are very specific, and I don't think it's a good idea that a lot of people have access to such sensitive information. Especially when I take a look at this audience, I don't think you feel like it's a good idea that all these thousands of people have access to probably all your history.
I guess they would have more information than even in my... So in my thought experiment, sorry, in the current situation, these bank employees have information about me, about a lot of things about me, right? They can see every transaction I've ever made in the last 25 years. They can see when I went to the toilet, at which train station, in which countries I've traveled, which hotels I've stayed at. They know everything about me. But it's true that if you also gave them access to police records, they would know even more about me, especially about me, of course.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I think Doreen has a comment there.
Well, I think you made a good point. And I think about 20 years ago, we took the wrong turn. We gave banks the job of policemen. And of course, I think this has some very fundamental privacy issues here. And if you go to a bar and you speak to someone who's working at the anti-money laundering department of a bank, you don't know, but you might run into somebody at some time that knows everything from you, and you don't even know. And these people are not trained to do a very well, to use the information that they have in an integer way. And this is very important. I used to be a bank manager at one point in my career, and I had to fire one of my employees because they were testing and researching their neighbors. And I'm sure that 1 out of 6 who are now working in these kind of departments in the banks are doing this. So if you allow bank employees to know everything about you, you have to have supervision to make sure that they don't abuse this power. And this will be very ineffective, I think. I think it's a very good idea to bring back this task to the police force, where it belongs.
Wouldn't you run the risk then that the police would just spread out the net over every bank and get all the information, because they have more powers even to obtain the information if they have a suspicion? So they would get more information even than they now have through the FIU, which kind of is this buffer between the banks and crypto service providers and the police that kind of siphons out the real suspicious information. They would just try this fishing net. Whoop.
Well, this risk is of course there, but there you have legislation. This is why you have legislation. Also for police force, of course. When I started in banking at the beginning of the 90s, so this was there was no internet banking. But if a policeman came into the office and asked for information of one of your customers, you were obliged to give it, but only if they had the right permission to ask for it. And this is, of course, nothing new. This could be there in place again.
But how will they know that there is something going on? They can only go to the banks if there's a reason, but how will there be a trigger if the bank isn't sharing information prior to that event?
That's why we actually have UN Convention on Human Rights, that we don't think that every person is criminal. We, first of all, until it's proven in the court or there is real suspicion. That's why we actually have all these police, special services. We pay our taxes, right? These guys sitting and they exercising their job. They're really professionals. So we just expecting them to do so. We don't need to give them even more and more functions to go after us. And we kind of adult, we also want to live in a good environment. We don't need to be always, kind of, I don't know how to say it in English, I forgot this word, but just like expected to do bad things. Like we trust more dictators in their financial systems than we trust to our European citizens. It's not okay.
The presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence, that's the thing. That seems to be missing in the financial system, and I can see why you'd want that, because you want to proactively find the criminal flows of money, etc. But it does mean that the presumption of innocence just disappears. If you're using a bank account, you could, at any point, get questions about that.
I think that's the role of the FIU specifically, yes.
Yeah, and maybe to make it more concrete, if a person is using his bank account to launder money, and you say only the police is responsible for detecting that, how will they know if they do not see what's going on that bank account? They must always have a reason to go to the bank and ask for that information.
Yeah, But you know,
I mean, we are activists and we're doing it in authoritarian states where have you no access. I'm not a police person, but I see that this and this official, they just bought 2 houses with their salary of $300, that their children live in super luxurious places, study in Harvard and so on. And I start to ask questions. So, and you have all cameras, like we move in the streets everywhere, camera. You move everywhere and you have everything recorded almost. So police have a lot of instruments to understand every hotel you stay, you always report it. Like you go into websites right now, you're going to be reported. So police has a lot of instruments. And financial data, it's everything about our privacy. It has to be really protected. We need to speak about basis of our European human rights conventions and exercises of these rights, because we're losing it with giving it up in name of security, but we're losing security with losing human rights. This is so easy to abuse, and we see it so much in authoritarian states. And we live in a world where just a small piece of the world is democracies. So we shouldn't apply in Europe Chinese style of surveillance. It's super dangerous.
So there is a Dutch technical legal term for this, what you're describing, looking at big houses, etc., as the patsenaanpak, but that was actually, I think, declared illegal too, so there is a bit of a conundrum there. But the idea would be that you look for the expensive cars, and I think the problem in Europe, in the Netherlands, was like you look at the guys in the expensive cars, but these guys were always Moroccan, and so this became ethnic profiling, and it led to other problems. But maybe
you know, we here in this panel do not have to solve this problem. You know, before there was an internet banking industry, we had other sorts of transactions. We had other ways of doing it. You know, I'm still from that era where we made money transfers by hand or by telephone. You know, so all these old ways of working are still there. So for young people, maybe it's very hard to understand that you can do some research without internet or without 100% surveillance, but it is possible.
I was just wondering, in short thought experiment, indeed, and Ludmila's case, or also Bota's case, even if the banks would not have the responsibility, wouldn't it still be the governments or the police say, oh, you're a target, and I'm still now going to all these banks and obtain information and say that you are a person of interest or even suspicious? Or would that make any difference whether or not there are these AML requirements on banks?
Yeah, I mean, but this is what I tried to explain on the very beginning, but maybe it was not that clear. So I was announced a threat to national security, which is the highest possible, like more dangerous than terrorists, right, in 3 states. What does it mean? That means that they abused Poland, Moldova, and Kazakhstan. They provided false information for all European states and placed me in Schengen information system as a threat to national security. Because I had, like I asked questions, my defense was built on public campaign. I said, okay, show me this evidence. I said, no, it's so secret. We are so dangerous, we cannot show you. I said, okay, you don't trust me, you don't trust my lawyers. Show it to the judges. Show it to the government's other financial or any kind of special services in EU. So they were not sharing it because it's so secret, you know, because there is nothing. And of course, because there was nothing, and the ground was only politically motivated because we were defending political prisoners, these governments in EU countries, they said, okay, we need to start a reform of Schengen information system. And this brought me back 3 weeks after. So I was able to defend myself. I was able to defend myself against personal attack when physical attack was against me, right? But the only things with all this political protection, what I was not able to do, it's with banking. And I'm saying right now again, so we brought this issue to Belgian Parliament, European Parliament, Council of Europe, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Everywhere this right now discussion that anti-money laundering regulation used to de-risk, debank, financially exclude people. And we have special regulation in Belgium to give access for this kind of people like me. Diplomats, by the way, they also, a lot of politicians, they also de-risked. So do you think banking, again, give us banking? No. No, they have even more rights than, for example, government of Belgium said, look, you have decisions of the court, you have all of us like support. There is no legal ground to de-risk these organization and these people who work in this organization. They don't care. So this shows that right now, when in a world where you cannot live with cash, in a world where you have to have banking to pay your taxes, where you have to have banking to exist, this is one of the most severe tools to actually financially exclude you. You cannot operate, you cannot get your salary, you can do nothing. And this is the most severe exclusion of society in the modern time. And this is the reason why so much it's abused by authoritarian regime. And this is the reason why we say it's a key issue right now to address, because anti-money laundering touch everything. You cannot rent an apartment because no one from agency is going to touch you. You cannot have insurance. You cannot go to medical services. You can do nothing. It's really absolute isolation.
But are you now advocating... So are you advocating fixing banking, or are you saying let's, maybe fix banking, but let's just use Bitcoin because this actually fixes the problem, but we don't want Bitcoin to be prosecuted? Is that?
So as I said, I'm not naive, right? So and I'm not idealistic. I'm just a person who actually defending really a lot of politically persecuted people, like hundreds of thousands in many countries, those who protested and were affected with these abuses. So I still think, because I see how regimes abusing sanctions regime and undermining our rule of law and human rights in democracies, I still think we need to have special regulation for financial institutions. But I'm not sure that IML and Know Your Customer Clients is actually an answer, because all regimes know perfectly how to abuse it. And this is the moment when actually decentralization can help. And this is the reason why I'm saying we need to have bridges, we need to have open discussions, regulators, Bitcoiners, financial institutions, banking, financial action task forces. We need to have accountability of financial action task forces to be included as civil society, as industry representative in this regulation and legislation policy creation. Otherwise, we just inform on website, and this affect our life. And to change something which destroys our life, you take 8 years. It's not like it should work, So decentralization for me, it's an answer for many countries where regulation doesn't work, where human rights violated. So all authoritarian states, they need Bitcoin, first of all, as a human rights tool. Here in the room, I'm not sure how many people actually using it for daily life. We don't need it because you have this privilege. You live in a small piece of world which is still democracies, but you can lose it. And this is my main message, and this is the reason why I really appeal for reform of anti-money laundering counterterrorism regulation, because right now it's a tool to prosecute and to violate human rights and financial exclusion, but not what it's meant to be. And this is something what I'm underlining. And Bitcoin is a part actually to financially include, but it can be, again, if it's just monopolized by a few people, if it doesn't develop, if it's not actually properly used in a way that, just small majority of a small group of people is going to have it, it will not help the community, it will not solve our problem. This is my take.
I think also from Doreen's point of view, you're from the European Parliament, you have the regulatory power, but how did you change this balance? Because it's not kind of no or yes, but it's a balance, I think I hear Ludmila say, between hearing also the other opinions. How did you achieve that?
Well, Bitcoin or banks, it doesn't matter. It is know your customer thing is the problem. If you keep it in the banking system, you may think that Bitcoin is the solution because it's not there yet, not as much as it is in banking, but it will get there. If everybody is going to Bitcoin, then the regulator will go there. But what I see as a real problem in European Parliament, but also in the other European institutions, is that there's not enough knowledge about the practicality of financial services. I'm in the Econ Committee with 160 members of Parliament. There are only 3 or 4 who know how a bank works within inside. And I don't mean the front office where every customer comes, but I know at the back office, they have no clue at all. And when I try to make them aware of this de-risking problem, because this is the problem. This is the problem, the de-risking problem, that people who want to have access to financial services cannot get them because banking and also probably in the future Bitcoin organizations are afraid of big, huge fines from supervisors. This is the big problem. If I try to address this problem, then the political discussion, the political environment is so much polluted and poisoned that if you ask people to give attention to this problem, they say, well, you know, banks are crooks. They're trying to make a profit from terrorism and financing, and so we have to go after them. This is how, especially people who are trying to make legislation for anti-money laundering, are thinking, you know? They're just saying to me, you know, oh, Doreen, you worked at the bank, so you're a crook, and I don't have to listen to you. And it's very, very difficult to get a normal fact-based conversation about the problems that people encounter because of de-risking. And I think in the next mandate, we have to address this de-risking problem, because it's nice to catch a thief, but it's terrible if a lot of people are left out of the system. And Ursula von der Leyen tells us all about nobody should be left behind. Well, if you leave people out of the system, you leave them behind. So it's very important that the Bitcoin industry and the banking industry join forces in this aspect and address the problem of de-risking.
I think we only have a few more minutes left, so maybe from final point of view from Rebecca, short also.
Well, I also want to say I'm very sorry for what happened to you and what happened to you. But I also think that in the majority of the cases, the system does work. I am in touch with the banks, and they always tell me how extremely difficult it is to report a transaction as unusual, because they have to argue, and sometimes they feel like something is going on, but they do not have enough arguments, so they cannot report it. And if they report it, so if they find enough reasons, it's still the FIU who decides if we do something with the information. And if we decide not to do something with the information, which is the case in the majority, then I feel like these people aren't affected. Of course, your information is stored in our database, but it's state secrecy. No one will have access to that database instead of the people who work for FIU. It's a very unpopular opinion. But that's also the reason why I'm here.
That's how the Dutch FIU works. I can't certain for the other ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
My takeaway, first of all, we need more accountability and transparency in function of financial action task forces, because it couldn't be, privacy doesn't work in one side, like transparency doesn't work in one side. So if you want to be as transparent, be transparent in front of us. Include civil society, industry in all process. We need to know what you're going to adopt on us and how it's going to affect us with our inputs before you issue any kind of recommendation. First. Second, European Parliament was on the side of human rights, and especially even acknowledged last year in April that crypto assets were used for payment and fundraising, crowdfunding activities, and also was on side of not de-risking groups the most vulnerable, and also like pro-crowdfunding and many other mechanisms. Unfortunately, because of trilogue procedure, where actually governments taking role and civil society excluded from this public consultation, all these recommendations adopted by European Parliament were removed. And these regulation which we face right now, even worse than it was before adopted and discussed back in April last year. And this is not like democracy work. And we need to address it in European Parliament, and I hope you will do it. So trialogue should not be black box. We don't want to have financial action task forces standards in European Parliament. This has to be done. Thank you.
So I think Doreen mentioned the possibility that if more people start using Bitcoin properly, like self-custodial, their own wallets, then there's no KYC AML in that system, and then regulators are going to be annoyed by that. They're going to come after it somehow, and we've seen that with Tornado Cash. What that can look like, it's quite unpleasant. We see it in other countries, like I think Nigeria, that are like saying Bitcoin for criminals. We're going to just arrest people. So I think that's going to get ugly. I'm not really sure. I don't have a specific suggestion at the moment.
Final word.
Yeah. Well, let me try to harmonize our efforts a little bit. I think we should educate each other. Yes. We are at the start of a good conversation, and I think legislators should be far more aware of what they're doing, because this goes for every legislation, not only for the AML legislation, anti-money laundering legislation. If you start reading a law or a proposal from the Commission, it has all these nice objectives in it. They're starting to create the best world possible. So you think, oh, wow, this is a good idea. But if you go through the legislation and you really know what's going on in practice, and you understand what kind of consequences it will have, then I'm not so positive anymore. And the problem in Europe at the moment is, because of polarization, that if you criticize the EU, then it's very likely that you get be exposed from the discussion. So I'm really happy that I'm in a group where I can participate in the discussion, and I would invite every one of you who has an interest, because in my next term, in my next mandate, I will organize events, what I did previously on de-risking, because I think legislators should be educated more about all these downsides of their legislation, because I don't think they are bad people. They want a better world. Only they have too much trust in the system, and they have too much trust in legislation, I think.
I think we have to wrap it up here. I think we are out of time, and thank you very much for all these opinions and fruitful discussion also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What an interesting conversation. Rebecca, Maud, Dorian, thank you so much, because they wanted to be here. They work with the regulators. It's not easy for them to walk on this stage. Please, thank you so much. This is what we should do a lot more. We are not enemies, we are competitors. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Say it again?
I'm just asking, guys, for it's for all Dutch people here in the room, because we are going to have European Parliament elections in June of this year. I know you all ignoring it, you don't care about it, but you need to vote for MPs like Dorian. It's seriously, it's crucial. And then we can bring Bitcoin to the European Parliament. We can change agenda of the European Commission and European Central Bank. But unless you do something, unless you go and vote, and really I'm here completely endorsing everything what Dorian said, and we have to start working now. Please, please go to the website of Dorian. I think it's kind of linked, right? And just support MP like this. Seriously, it's crucial. In September, we can do a quiet revolution there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that was exciting, eh? Are you entertained? Okay, I'm back on stage. Food was great. How was your meal? Nice, eh? I love the bride. Thank you. And now I would love to take a nap, but I cannot, because the next speaker is another very exciting man. I've learned a lot from Aaron. I've been reading his pieces. since I remember. He also wrote a fantastic book that it's called The Genesis Book. And it's a very good book because it chronicles all the scientists and activists that led the way to Bitcoin. So it's a super interesting book. At 4 p.m., Aaron and Anita, she also wrote a fantastic book. They will be upstairs in the Arnhem stage, and they will sign copies of their books. So if you don't have one, buy one in Bitcoin, and then join Aaron and Anita for the book signing session at 4 p.m. All right, so in case you missed it, there was something years ago called the block size war, and it was crucial for the history of Bitcoin. We're gonna hear everything about it right now with Arum van Wirdum.
All right, do we have slides? Okay, wait. Yes. All right, hello. Thanks for being here. My name is Arum van Wirdum. I'm a journalist. I've been writing about Bitcoin for over 10 years now. I also just published a book, as Ricky mentioned, the Genesis book. That's not what I'm talking about today, actually, though. I'm talking about the block size war. So indeed, this was a very formative war in Bitcoin's history. In my mind, it's still sort of this thing that everyone lived through and everyone knows about. Well, probably most people know about it, but not everyone lived through. Like, there's a lot of new people, a lot of new Bitcoiners. So at this point, it's sort of ancient history for many, maybe. So there is a good book about it called The Block Size War, but I'm kind of sort of try to summarize the story in 30 minutes. So, in an earlier draft of this presentation, I had a slide here where it was sort of outlining all the arguments on both sides, but it became like a super long slide, and when I practiced it once, I was talking about it for like 2 hours, which is a little bit long because I have 30 minutes. So I figured let's boil it down to like the bare essence, or at least where it started. So first of all, what are blocks? A block is found about every 10 minutes on the Bitcoin network, and it includes transactions. If you have bigger blocks, that means you can include more transactions, which means that more people can transact. Like all transactions sort of get into the next block, transaction fees are cheap, etc. If you keep blocks small, it means there's less room for transactions, people have to bid against each other, blocks stay small. So the two sort of scaling visions that the debate started with is SPV on one hand. This was actually described by Satoshi Nakamoto in the white paper. What this meant was we're just going to increase the block size, make sure there's enough transactions, enough space for transactions for everyone. But then regular users would use SPV nodes. These are light nodes where you don't download the whole blockchain. So the problem with bigger blocks is that it becomes more expensive to run a full node. So in this vision, basically, nodes would be something that's run by big companies or in data centers. Bitcoin would kind of become centralized, or just would become centralized, but most users wouldn't have to run a node, they would use SPV. The problem, though, is that Satoshi envisioned sort of a solution called fraud proofs. So then, if rules are being broken, like you're not running a full node, so you're not verifying all the rules, you're not even verifying that there's only 21 million Bitcoin, for example. But then if someone tries to cheat, a miner tries to cheat, then there's sort of this signal that these light wallets receive and they know something is wrong. However, this technology does not exist. It never existed. It was just an idea by Satoshi. So because it doesn't exist, the alternative sort of vision is no, people should be able to run full nodes. So we need to keep the block size smaller in order, so Bitcoin sort of becomes, stays more decentralized. Everyone can run their nodes and check that everything is in order. There's only 21 million Bitcoin, for example. Okay, so where did this debate start? It basically, as I already mentioned, started with the release of the white paper. Satoshi had this vision for SPV nodes, which was incomplete, didn't really work. And then in the very first response to the white paper by James A. Donald, he pointed out this system doesn't really scale. If you're going to increase, yeah, if everyone needs to transact, everyone needs to record that on their nodes, the nodes become too big, it becomes centralized. If it's centralized, it becomes, or it's at least possible to regulate it by states, etc. So, in 2010, Satoshi added the block size limit, 1 megabyte. He didn't really specify why he added it. It's generally assumed that he added it to stop a certain type of denial of service attack, but he sort of did it in a stealthy way. He just sort of put it in there, didn't really talk about it much. But in either case, at that point, the block size limit was there, and the size of blocks was limited. This was the first attempt to remove this was by Jeff Garsick, who was a Bitcoin Core developer at the time, later in 2010. That was mostly done sort of for marketing reasons. He argued, look, we need to show the world that Bitcoin can compete with PayPal. Everyone should be able to transact on this thing. And then Satoshi said, no, don't run this patch, because this would be a hard fork. A hard fork means you split the chain if not everyone is running it. So a hard fork requires everyone to upgrade. So if some people include this patch, it would split the chain. So don't run this patch. He did leave the door open, like maybe it can be implemented later on. Then we can phase it in. But he didn't actually like implement anything like this. So it was sort of, in any case, Satoshi said, don't do this right now. A couple years later, Peter Todd, Bitcoin developer as well, he releases a video. I think it was called Keep Bitcoin Free. And in that video, he outlines a different reason to limit the block size. His reason was, it's a bit technical, but his reason was basically if you increase blocks, if the size of blocks get bigger, then it becomes harder to send these blocks over the network. It takes longer, and this benefits bigger miners. Because bigger miners can immediately start to mine on their own blocks to find the next one, while smaller, well, every miner can do that, but bigger miners find more blocks, so they get this sort of this head start more often. Smaller miners have to wait more often to get the block as it's propagating over the network before they can start mining on the next block. So it has a centralization pressure. So it was sort of a new argument for why to limit the block size. At this point, it became clear that there was a difference in vision. So Bitcoin developers at this time, they were having discussions on forums, sometimes at conferences, but it was sort of this lingering thing. It was kind of behind the screens, if you will, or, you know, technical people knew about it, but it was definitely not in the mainstream. This changed when Gavin Andreessen, who was the Bitcoin Core lead developer for a while, he had just stepped down, but he had been the Bitcoin Core lead developer after Satoshi, basically, and he was generally perceived as sort of the technical expert in Bitcoin, the face of Bitcoin even a bit, or at least the face of sort of technical Bitcoin. And he started advocating for bigger blocks. He started lobbying companies, and at some point he published a series of blog posts saying we need to increase the block size. As that happened, other developers sort of started to weigh in. A bunch of different proposals were proposed on the Bitcoin Dev mailing list and in other places. I won't go into detail on all of them, but it's like BIP 100, 101, 102, 103, and they all sort of had their own ways of increasing the block size or how fast it should increase, or there was this thing with an adaptive block size which would adjust automatically in some way or another. At some point, Gavin said, enough, 8 megabytes, that will be the compromise. He wanted 20, other people wanted something else. He said, let's go with 8. However, there was a sort of caveat where he said, also let's double it every other year. So every 2 years, this 8 megabyte would double to eventually 8 gigabytes. So, you know, was it really a compromise? It was 8 gigs is pretty big. That would have been in like 2036. So yeah, it would grow exponentially. This idea was not popular among Bitcoin Core developers, or at least most of them. They didn't like this idea. And at that point, Gavin said, all right, well, if Bitcoin Core developers don't like it, I think most people do like it. I think most companies I spoke to like it. So then I'm going to implement it in a different Bitcoin implementation. This implementation was called Bitcoin XT. It was run by Mike Hearn. It was just sort of a fork of Bitcoin Core. Until then, there was nothing controversial about it. But Mike Hearn was also in favor of bigger blocks. He said, yes, I'll include this patch. So he did, and they released Bitcoin XT. This is where the war really started, or this is where the perception of it being a war started. Bitcoin XT and this patch, this block size increase, was seen as an attack on Bitcoin by small blockers anyways. The idea of Bitcoin XT was, if a majority of hash power signals support for this change, then it will activate. Small blockers, they had this, they thought that was a bad idea for several reasons. One is, so at this point it's really revealed that there's a difference of opinion on how this is even decided, like who decides the protocol rules. So Bitcoin XT, Gavin Andreessen, Mike Hearn, they had this idea, miners can change the protocol rules. If they create a longer chain, then that just becomes Bitcoin and Bitcoin is upgraded. Well, that's a kind of a crazy idea if you think about it. It is worth noting that Satoshi described something similar in the white paper. In a different part of the white paper, he also contradicts that, so it seems like he didn't really think it through. But it's kind of a crazy idea, because if miners can just change the rules, well, they can change any rule. They can increase the coin limit, they can even just steal coins, they can do anything. So small blockers said, no, that's not actually how it works. So it was considered an attack. Also, it would have split the chain. Now, this is something that Bitcoin XT, Gavin Andreessen were sort of denying. They said, no, this longest chain is the longest chain, right? That's Bitcoin. But small blockers said, no, actually, if not everyone upgrades, this is a hard fork, and a hard fork is backwards incompatible. This will split the chain. This will lead to chaos. This is an extremely bad idea. Now, this, in turn, was sort of seen by Gavin Andreessen, big blockers, so to say, as Bitcoin Core sort of refusing to do what people want and Bitcoin Core kind of taking control. Well, the Bitcoin Core developers were saying, look, we're not even in control here. Users decide what software they run. Users are ultimately in control of the system. Anyways, at this point, things got ugly. Bitcoin XT was seen as an attack. Some Bitcoin XT nodes were DOS attacked. There was like, on forums like Reddit, censorship was increased to stop promotion of Bitcoin XT. Conspiracy theories started to emerge. Like the debate got kind of ugly. And in the middle of this ugliness, Chinese miners said, okay, we're not going to do this. Remember, Bitcoin XT required hash power to upgrade. And then the Chinese miners who were in the majority said, this is not the right way. We do increase bigger blocks, but not like this. They didn't want to go with Bitcoin XT. So Bitcoin XT at that point was sort of dead. Then, scaling Bitcoin Montreal happens. Again, in the middle of sort of this sense that a war was going on, people started, developers and technical people figured, let's get together, let's have a conference, and let's discuss this. This was sort of the first time that a lot of developers even met face to face. And the idea was, yeah, let's hash this out in person. Also at this conference, the Lightning Network was proposed. The white paper, the Lightning white paper, had already been published a little bit before that, but this is the first time that it was sort of proposed on stage and for everyone to hear and understand what it was. And this kind of gave the big block size of the debate their own vision for how to scale. It wasn't completely new, but sort of. So their vision was, let's scale through layers. So rather than increasing the block size limit, let's do it in such a way that people can make these cheap and fast transactions on different layers. So not on the main chain, but on a different layer. There was one problem with the Lightning Network, which is there was a bug in the Bitcoin protocol, which sort of made it impossible at that time. So that bug had to be fixed somehow. Wasn't really clear how that was going to happen. But at least it gave an idea of where to go with this scaling problem. A couple of months later, there was a follow-up conference in Hong Kong, the second Scaling Bitcoin conference. Around this time, XT was kind of dead, and you could say a new, I don't want to use the word consensus, but people were sort of starting to think maybe we should do a minor block size increase, maybe to 2 megabytes, not 8, but at least, at least something. But interestingly enough, at this conference, there was another proposal, which was SegWit. So SegWit, I won't get into the technical details, but SegWit was an idea to increase the block size limit as well, sort of through a roundabout way, but it could be done through a soft fork. So while a hard fork requires everyone to upgrade, otherwise it splits the chain and you get chaos potentially, a soft fork just requires a majority of miners to upgrade, and then everyone else will sort of follow that. So it was a different way of increasing the block size limit. On top of that, it included a malleability fix, which would enable the Lightning Network. So it was sort of killing two birds with one stone. It was included in the Bitcoin Core roadmap. Bitcoin Core released a scaling roadmap which had SegWit as a centerpiece and then Lightning as a follow-up to continue scaling. So everyone wins, right? Block size limit increase, Lightning is enabled, there is a vision for the future, everyone happy, right? Wrong. Not everyone was happy. Some big blockers like Mike Hearn were very unhappy, in fact. They thought SegWit was not enough. On top of that, well, I should say there was a lot of thought about SegWit at that time, like claims that people could steal coins, basically all nonsense. There was some validity to one argument, which was that it would introduce some additional technical complexity to the code, but most developers thought that's just well worth it, given all the benefits. But Mike here not. He wanted bigger blocks, first of all. He was unhappy, and he had this very public rage quit. This was published in the New York Times. He said, Bitcoin has failed. It will not scale. This is not worth my time. I'm quitting. Then, yeah. Sort of in the, right after that, or it was already starting, there was another alternative Bitcoin implementation called Bitcoin Classic. This implementation did include this 2 megabyte block size limit as a hard fork. So SegWit did 2 megabytes basically, but now there was this alternative proposal to do it as a hard fork again, which to many technical people didn't really make sense. We have a safe way of doing it, so why do we go with the aggressive way? I think at this point it became clear that there was also another motive to do this, which was some people, some companies, and some of them said it out loud, they really just wanted to get rid of the Bitcoin Core developers. They wanted to fire the Bitcoin Core developers. Let's bring in a new group of developers that's more willing to do what we want or to scale Bitcoin the way we want. So again, this became very contentious for that reason. In the middle of that contention, a Hong Kong roundtable was organized in Hong Kong. A bunch of Bitcoin Core developers flew over and sat down with Chinese miners to discuss the problem. In Hong Kong, they reached an agreement. What the details of the agreement are, it was published, so you can read it for yourself, but it seems that something got lost in translation. The Bitcoin Core developers who were there, which by the way obviously isn't like every Bitcoin Core developer, it's even hard to define who is a Bitcoin Core developer, but a bunch of them were there. And they came to the agreement that let's do SegWit and then also a doubling of the block size limit through hard fork. Let's do both. Or more specifically, what the Bitcoin Core developers agree with was let's develop SegWit and then let's develop this hard fork and then we'll propose it to the community and to other Bitcoin Core developers. And then if it's accepted, it can be implemented. What the miners heard was this is definitely going to happen. Like this is the agreement now. We're sitting here with core developers, so we're getting SegWit and the hard fork. So a little bit of a miscommunication, which I'll get back to in a bit. Meanwhile, in a different blockchain world, Ethereum had its own hard fork. There was some smart contract called a DAO, people put a lot of money in it, and then someone got that money out in a way that wasn't really the original intention of the smart contract. Ethereum developers thought, let's do a hard fork to undo this, and this was contentious within the Ethereum community. Some people thought, look, a smart contract, code is law, whatever happens, that's what is supposed to happen. This led to a split. Up until this point, there was still serious discussion whether a split could even happen, like would everyone just follow the longest chain? Then it happened on Ethereum, it was a big mess. People were sending coins on one blockchain, which they meant to send on the other blockchain. It was chaos, it was ugly. At this point, it became clear to everyone, okay, a contentious hard fork, well, not everyone, but most people, that a contentious hard fork is maybe not the best idea. So it really sort of diminished the appetite for hard forks. Third Scaling Bitcoin Conference, Milan. At this point, many of the Bitcoin Core developers, many of the technical people figured, doing a contentious hard fork is sort of a bad idea. Let's just forget about that idea. And the Scaling Bitcoin Conference itself started to focus more on other topics. So there were topics like privacy, there were topics like signature algorithms, etc., etc. Scaling was still there, but there was no discussion anymore about a block size limit increased hard fork. It was sort of not discussed there. This really pissed off some people, most notably Jian Wu, who was the CEO of Bitmain. He was part of the Hong Kong roundtable, and he thought, hang on, I made an agreement, we were going to increase block size limit through a hard fork as well. Now it's not even discussed anymore. What's going on? You know what? I'm going to throw my weight behind another alternative Bitcoin implementation designed to increase the block size limit through a hard fork. This one was called Bitcoin Unlimited. So this is the third attempt to increase the block size limit through a hard fork. Bitcoin Unlimited, it used this concept called emergent consensus, which was batshit insane. I don't even want to get it. There was this, it made no sense. Like basically what it came down to is either everyone just gives up. The idea was you can increase the block size limit on your own node. So it's like configurable. The problem is that in reality, that can only lead to two outcomes. Either everyone just follows the miners anyways, in which case the configuration makes no sense, or it can lead to all kinds of forks and chaos because everyone is doing something else. So it was kind of a ridiculous idea. On top of that, people were really arguing at this point, look, you can't just bring in a bunch of developers without expertise to take over the Bitcoin Core team. This is real life. This is complex code. You can't just do that. And this argument was basically validated when a bug brought down all Bitcoin Unlimited nodes on the network. Turned out there was some bug in Bitcoin Unlimited, it got exploited, and everything crashed. So imagine that everyone was using Bitcoin Unlimited, then the entire network would have gone down. So this sort of ended the Bitcoin Unlimited adventure, I would say, for the most part. Next slide. But, okay, I'm jumping around in chronology a little bit here. But, so Bitcoin Limited was kind of, XT was done, Bitcoin Classic was done, Bitcoin Limited was done. SegWit at this point was also done in the sense that it was developed. But as a soft fork, the idea was to activate it through hash power. Jihan, and I'm saying Jihan because it was really Jihan, it was sort of more miners than Jihan, but Jihan sort of, it's a public secret that he kind of was influencing other mining pools and other miners to sort of not activate SegWit. He didn't want to activate SegWit. He said, we had a deal, I'm only going to activate SegWit if I also get the hard fork. So Bitcoin Core developers, if you want SegWit, get me the hard fork. Bitcoin Core developers at the same time were saying, we can't do that. We're not in charge of this. Users are in charge. They decide what code they run, and this is clearly contentious, so even if we release this code, it will split the network. We're not going to do that. We don't have the power. We don't want that power. Deadlock. Everything was stalled. SegWit was ready, but not being activated. This changed when Shaolin Fry appeared on the scene. Some anonymous person posted to the Bitcoin Dev mailing list, and he proposed this idea of a UASF, a user-activated soft fork. So, up till now, soft forks were usually, at least the previous soft forks were activated through hash power signaling. Shaolin Fry said, yeah, that's not actually necessary. Actually, users, they define the protocol rules through the nodes they're running. This is like a thing that users can also do on their own. So they can pick a date in the future at which point the soft fork just happens. If miners don't comply with the new rules, well, they're mining invalid blocks. That's their own problem at this point. So this was kind of a radical idea. The problem was, at least initially, the assumption was the only way this can possibly be a success is if basically all users upgrade, like everyone needs to upgrade. So it sort of reintroduces the same problem as a hard fork. It's really hard to do. So the idea was there, but it wasn't really gaining traction yet, or at least that's my memory, my experience. It was just sort of this idea that, seemed interesting, but not really realistic. A little bit later, just ahead of the Consensus Conference in New York, a bunch of companies and miners, big mining pools, they got together in a room to discuss the problem of scaling. And they came up, notably, there were no Bitcoin Core developers and of course also no regular users. It was just these company CEOs, essentially. They come up with the New York Agreement. The New York Agreement was similar to the Hong Kong Roundtable Agreement, which meant we'll do both SegWit and a hard fork. SegWit first, hard fork after. This was really perceived by Bitcoin Core developers and a lot of users as some sort of corporate takeover event. Like, Bitcoin shouldn't be controlled behind closed doors by a bunch of CEOs that want to push Bitcoin in that direction. No, Bitcoin is all of us. We should all get to decide where it goes. So that was immediately controversial. I think because of this controversy, this sort of reignited interest in the UESF. A flag date was picked on August 1st, and it became kind of this grassroots viral phenomenon on social media. So people started wearing hats, they started to claim their support for the UESF, and they started to think more about it. So there were opinion pieces published on why the UESF actually has a game theoretical advantage. So initially the assumption was we need to get everyone on board, otherwise it wouldn't work. Now actually people started to figure out, wait a minute, if the chain splits between a UESF fork and a non-UESF fork, a blockchain split, then if you're on the UESF side, you basically just have these coins. Like whether it's called Bitcoin or not, at least you have these coins. They're just yours. If you mine them, if you got them, if you receive them, they're your coins. This coin will exist. While on the other side of the chain that didn't do the soft fork, this chain could always just disappear if it becomes the shorter chain. So the UESF side is guaranteed to exist, while the other side can be reorged away. So it's a really big risk to mine on the other side or to receive transactions there, because your coins could just disappear if it's no longer the longest chain. So this was sort of the game theoretic advantage. It was still definitely controversial, like it was still kind of an aggressive way of moving Bitcoin forward, but it became popular at least on like Twitter and Reddit and these places. Then, very cleverly, James Hillard, another developer, he came up with BIP91. It was a very smart thing which made the UESF compatible with the New York Agreement, at least as far as the SegWit upgrade went. Too complicated to explain. The New York Agreement had a different way of upgrading SegWit than the UESF, but with BIP91, they would become compatible. So both sides could sort of claim victory, and that's what happened. So SegWit got activated through BIP91, through the UESF, through New York Agreement, whatever you want to call it. It got activated, and everyone said, we did it. SegWit exists thanks to us. Still a debate today, like, you know, was the UESF a success, or was it the New York Agreement? But both sides got to claim victory. Meanwhile, Bitcoin Cash split off. I won't linger on this too long. That was another hard fork to increase the block size limit. This time the important difference was that it was actually supposed to split off. It didn't really have the goal to upgrade Bitcoin itself. These people said, we'll just split off, we'll create our own thing, we'll call it Bitcoin Cash, which small blockers started to call Bcash to sort of more clearly define the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. Anyway, so now there were two coins, Bitcoin with SegWit and Bitcoin Cash without SegWit and with a bigger block size. But the story was not over, because the New York Agreement also had this hard fork still coming up. So this was still this doubling of the block size limits. But at this point, the implementation was called BTC1, led by Jeff Garsick, who you might remember from earlier in the presentation. He was the very first person to try to increase the block size limits. But at this point, it became very clear that this was a controversial thing, and that it would probably split the blockchain. So now a big debate starts to happen, like, look, if the blockchain splits, who gets to be Bitcoin? Who gets to be BTC? And who has to pick a different name? So exchanges were asked to take a position. It became a whole thing. And what I personally think was one of the most interesting things, a futures market was launched on Bitfinex. So now what is meant was people could actually trade the future versions of both sides of the split against each other. And then after it happened, they could claim these coins. So both sides, big blockers, small blockers, they were for a long time claiming, we have the users on our end. This is what the market wants. Now, for the first time, the market could actually speak, so to say, through the futures market. People could actually trade their real coins and get one of these coins and trade them against each other, and a market price between the two started to develop. And here it became clear that the version without the hard fork was more popular. It had a bigger market share. Also, it's worth noting, because Bitcoin Cash already split, now the big block community was sort of split in half. Like, not even all big blockers were supporting the 2x thing, because they were just done with Bitcoin. They went to their own coin. So that probably didn't help their cause. And then a week before the hard fork happened, or supposed to happen, the main proponents of it said, all right, it's clear, this is going to split the chain. Also, they probably looked at the futures market, they saw that their idea wasn't very popular, and they called it off. So at that point, the hard fork was not going to happen anymore. Bitcoin would not hard fork, it would just stay Bitcoin with SegWit. The code, BTC1, was of course already released, so technically the hard fork would still happen, except it didn't because there was a bug in the code as well. And then at the time that the split was supposed to happen, at the time that the hard fork was supposed to happen, the chain just stalled. Like it didn't even happen. So this SegWit 2x thing was completely dead. I think someone released a patched version and something happened, but really no one cared at that point. All right, I'm out of time. The last slide, very quick. So what have been the conclusions so far? Well, for a long time, people were saying, let the market decide which side they want. Bitcoin is clearly dominant. No one cares about Bitcoin Cash anymore. It's also been like, it seems if you hard fork, you're just creating an altcoin. At least if it's a contentious hard fork, you're just creating an altcoin. Meanwhile, on the Bitcoin Cash side, it's split even more, which makes sense if your philosophy is to upgrade through hard forks, even if they're contentious. Well, that leads to more splits. So we saw more splits. We now have Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, eCash, which was launched by the previous lead developer of Bitcoin Cash. We're still not sure how to do UASFs, or if we should do UASFs at all in Bitcoin. That's still a controversial topic. No time to get into that, so I'll skip that. And then is scaling solved now? No, scaling is not solved. We've made some progress, but at the end of the day, right now we don't have enough block space for everyone in the world to use Bitcoin, even when you include Lightning. So this is definitely still a work in progress. Okay, that was definitely my time. I want to remind everyone I did write a book which is about a completely different topic. Also a very fascinating topic though. Called the Genesis book, but it's about the prehistory of Bitcoin. That's it, yeah. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron van Wirdum. Nice, okay. Who tried the Bitcoin massage? Raise your hands. Was it good? Great. So, it's upstairs there on the balcony. Try the Bitcoin massage. Who tried the lightning beer? Was it lightning fast? Great, fantastic. So, the lightning beer is downstairs. Don't forget to use that service as well. Don't forget to spend some sats, friends, not only here in this venue, but also in Arnhem. They have this beautiful Bitcoin community. We should support merchants when they accept Bitcoin because they are pioneers and every sat counts. Personally, I am a big proponent of the hodl plus spend plus replace philosophy. I think personally hodl to death, it's obsolete and it's just a meme. Bitcoin scale faster if we spend some sats and we support local community, and that's why our next speaker is probably one of my favorite Bitcoiners, because he also believes in the Bitcoin standard, in spending some sats, and we usually find ourselves fighting on the same side on Twitter. So, living on a Bitcoin standard, please, let's give a warm welcome to Ben de Waal. Here you are. Thank you, Ben.
Good everyone? Yeah, it's on. Okay, cool. I didn't hear it. So yeah, I'm here to talk to you about living on a Bitcoin standard. And probably the first thing you're going to ask is, what? What does living on a Bitcoin standard mean? I'll get to that. But before I do, I kind of just want to tell you a little bit about myself to give you an idea of where I'm coming from. So I discovered Bitcoin in 2010, very early. I think, as best I remember, I think I mined 4 blocks, CPU mining, so I just hit the generate button on the user interface, as it was called back then. It mined some blocks, and then I thought, yeah, you know, SETI at home is more interesting, looking for aliens using my CPU power. So I deleted the Bitcoin thing and kind of forgot about it for nearly a year. 2011, I rediscovered it, and yeah, at that point, it was an article on Slashdot or something, and people were you know, using this strange Bitcoin thing to buy drugs on the internet. That's, you know, scary and evil. But I thought to myself, hold on, why is this thing not dead yet? Why hasn't anyone shut it down? Oh, look, it's because they can't. There's something to this. There's something interesting here. So I dedicated myself to learning a lot more about Bitcoin, and since 2017 now, I've been living on a Bitcoin standard. So what does living on a Bitcoin standard mean? Well, we've got three main questions. What is living on a Bitcoin standard? Why do I live on a Bitcoin standard? You know, what's the point in doing so? And then how? How do I actually go about doing it? So what does it mean? There we are. What does it mean to live on a Bitcoin standard? Basically, one very simple thing: recognition that Bitcoin is money, and deciding that it is the money that I choose to use, potentially over any other or exclusively instead of any other. So what living on a Bitcoin standard is quite simply using Bitcoin as money. But obviously, that raises some more questions. What is money? Money is a bunch of different things. The three most common things you'll hear that money is that money is a store of value, money is a medium of exchange, and money is a unit of account. So I briefly want to jump into that. I think probably a lot of you out in the audience have heard this 100 times, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but you know, if there's anything I say which piques your interest, you know, feel free to catch me afterwards, and we can go into a bit more detail. So money is a store of value. So what is value? Well, value is things that you want. Value is subjective. You sometimes want some things more than others, more than at other times. For example, if you're really thirsty, you're in the middle of a desert and you're dying of thirst, a glass of water is really nice to have. You value it a lot. Whereas when you're sitting in your living room watching a movie, a glass of water might be, yeah, it's nice to have, but you know, it's not exactly the same thing as when you're dying of thirst in a desert. So value is this subjective thing. It's also different between people. I might value a glass of water after, you know, being up here on stage than you do, just because I've been talking for 20 minutes. So it's not only a matter of being or definition of value. We then need to ask if it's a store of value subjectively, it's also intersubjectively a store of value. So intersubjective value means I value something a certain amount, you value it a certain amount, and maybe we want to come to some agreement about the value between us. And that's essentially the basis of all trade. That's how you trade things. I value something that I value something that you have, you value something that I have. Maybe we value it, I value your thing slightly more, you value my thing slightly more, so we're willing to swap. And that's pretty much how money works. That's what money is. So an intersubjective value system. All right? What does storing value mean? Well, here's where things actually get a little bit interesting, because value is more or less a type of measuring stick. You know, we measure distance using things like centimeters and meters and kilometers, or if you're American, miles, but they're weird. We measure audio using sounds using decibels. We measure you know, lots of different things. We've got these units of measurement, but you don't store centimeters. You don't store decibels. So how do you store monetary value? Well, what it really means to store monetary value is to store it across time. Time is the important thing. We want our measurement to be the same in the future, or perhaps even better, but generally at least the same in the future that it is now. Imagine if you woke up tomorrow and a centimeter was suddenly half of what it used to be. All of a sudden, every place that you're going to is twice as far away in numerical terms. It's chaos, it's ridiculous. So when we're talking about storing value across time, we're essentially just saying we want the measurement unit to stay the same. Obviously, there's a problem with traditional fiat money in that regard. It doesn't stay the same. It even has built-in desired levels of inflation according to central banks, which is such a ridiculous concept, but they're essentially saying, let's make your centimeters shorter every year, and you're the one who's going to have to figure out how to measure distances now. It makes no sense. So instead, let's use a monetary system which doesn't do that. And obviously, that's Bitcoin. So, okay, that's store of value. Medium of exchange was the second thing I talked about for what money is. So medium of exchange quite simply means we're exchanging stuff. I'm giving you something, you're giving me something, and one of those things that we're giving is money. So medium of exchange essentially says that we accept that there is an intersubjective value, and we're willing to transfer it between parties. You can do that over distance. So I can transfer something a few centimeters by handing it to you, or I can transfer something halfway across the world. Different monetary systems have different properties that make this easier or harder. So, people talk about, let's again go with fiat money, let's use euro. If I wanted to hand somebody a 20 euro note, I can do that pretty easily if they're standing in front of me. If they're halfway around the world, I might need to put a 20 euro note in an envelope to send it to them in the postal system, and that's going to take some time. There's going to be a cost associated with it. Or I could use some kind of middleman. I could use a bank, for example, to do some kind of transfer, but now I'm trusting a bank, and they're probably charging me money as well, and they might say no, and they might surveil what I'm doing. So, it's not exactly great at money over distance. Other kinds of hard money, you look at gold, where people say gold's this good hard money. It's even worse at transfer over distance. Think about all of the Nazi gold that was confiscated after the Second World War, and people wanted to send it back to the countries where it should have belonged. The amount of money that was spent just sending gold around, and that's still the case today. People are sending huge amounts of gold from one place in the world to another place in the world, and it costs a fortune. So sending value over distance is really difficult. With Bitcoin, it's incredibly simple. So again, that's another place where Bitcoin is a better form of money. Obviously, medium of exchange also means over time. I want to be able to send money to the future. When my kids were born, I have two kids. Maybe some of you saw my daughter speaking earlier upstairs. If you didn't, I suggest you catch it online later. She's a much better public speaker than I am. She's 13. When my kids were born, I put a certain amount of Bitcoin, I'm not going to tell you how much, into a time lock, because Bitcoin enables that. That time lock expires in about 3.5 years from now. So there's a certain amount of Bitcoin which has been locked up for my kids for quite a while now. And I sent money into the future. Isn't that cool? Medium of exchange over time. Unit of account is the last property of money I want to talk about before I get into the why and the how. So a unit of account basically just means it's the way that you measure things. So if I go and buy a Coke or a beer or something over at the bar there, they're going to charge me a certain amount of money for it. And they're going to denominate that in euro because that's what they do here. Even if I pay in Bitcoin, the amount is denominated in euro. So the unit of account they're using is euro, and the medium of exchange, in my particular case when I'm paying there, will be Bitcoin. So you can actually use Bitcoin as your unit of account. I'm an independent consultant. I actually do have one large client at the moment who I spend most of my time working for, but I am an independent consultant. I'll have several clients at a time. And for most of my one-off clients, I actually write them invoices denominated directly in Bitcoin. So I will charge somebody, for example, for a particular job. It might be, let's say, 500,000 sats. So 500,000 satoshis. I don't care how many euro that's worth. That's what I'm charging. That's what I get paid. Unit of account, however, doesn't just has to be what you write on a bit of paper. It can also be how you think about it. I live in Germany. In Germany, the official currency is the euro. But I live very close to the Czech border. I also live not too far from the Polish border. In the Czech Republic, they've got Czech crowns. In Poland, they've got the Polish zloty. I work for companies all over the world. My main client at the moment is UK-based. I had a US-based company that I was working for a while. So in my daily life, people are denominating things in euro, Czech crowns, Polish zloty, UK pounds, and US dollars. None of that seems like a stable, sensible system to me. So I started thinking in terms of Bitcoin. I started thinking, how many Bitcoin is that worth? How many sats? And like right now, you could tell me something costs 20 euro, and I actually have to do a little bit of mental calculation to say, okay, how many sats is that? Because sats is my native unit of account. It's my mental unit of account. I'm not going to say everyone should be like that, but I think I am an example of an early adopter, and I think the world is going to move more in the direction. I think 10, 15 years from now, a lot of you will also be thinking in terms of sats, not in terms of whatever currency you happen to prefer at the moment. All right, so that's what living on a Bitcoin standard is. It's recognition of Bitcoin as money, and now we know what money is. So instead of talking about what, let's start talking about why. Why would I want to live on a Bitcoin standard at all? You know, what's the value of it? What's the point of living on a Bitcoin standard? Well, as already said, Bitcoin is a store of value, and it's generally preferable to plan for the future than not to do so. So I want to hold my money, any money that I save, any money that I don't spend, any money that I don't give out for goods and services in my daily life, I want the savings to be in Bitcoin. I think that's fairly straightforward. I think that's something most people in this room probably already understand fairly well. But beyond that, Bitcoin is a medium of exchange. There are lots of different ways to do this, and I've heard the phrase spend and replace mentioned at least 4 or 5 times today by different people. Let's briefly investigate what spend and replace really means, because I might blow your mind here. Spend and replace means I hold some, let's just for the sake of argument say euro, and I hold some Bitcoin. And I find a place which accepts Bitcoin. So I walk in there, and I spend Bitcoin, and then I take some of that euro and I will go to an exchange or some other system and swap that euro that I have for Bitcoin so that I didn't actually end up losing any Bitcoin. Why did I do this? Why would somebody choose to do spend and replace? They do it because they think Bitcoin is more valuable to hold than euro, so they don't want to spend the Bitcoin really, and they'd rather get rid of the least valuable money first, get rid of the euro. But spending Bitcoin is good for the Bitcoin economy, so let's do that. Do you see a problem here? Bitcoin is more valuable to hold than euro. So why was I holding the euro to begin with? Why did I hold that euro until the point that I spent the Bitcoin if I knew I was just going to exchange it for Bitcoin anyway? Why didn't I exchange it beforehand? That's kind of an epiphany I had in 2019. Yeah, 2019, wow. No, 2017, sorry, 2017. And yeah, it's a common idea, but it's kind of got that problem. So about 10 years ago and, 3-4 days now, a guy named Laszlo bought some pizza. You've probably heard of him. He spent 10,000 Bitcoin on 2 large pizzas from Papa John's. Papa John's didn't actually accept Bitcoin. He just said on a forum, hey, I'd like some pizza. Is anyone willing to order some pizza for me, get it sent to my house, I'll send you 10,000 Bitcoin. It was the first time Bitcoin was used as currency. And it represents something really important. And so many people tell me, oh, he should have held on to that Bitcoin. The opportunity cost of spending 10,000 Bitcoin, what an incredible problem for him. He must regret it so much. How many of you at the time had enough money to buy 2 pizzas? Let's call it 40 euro. It was probably less at the time, maybe 30, but how many of you had 30 to 40 euro to buy a couple of pizzas? I would imagine most of you. Why didn't you buy 10,000 Bitcoin with it? Why didn't you exchange that money for 10,000 Bitcoin at the time? Because you didn't realize. But you suffered the exact same opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of spending Bitcoin is identical to the opportunity cost of holding fiat that you could have exchanged for Bitcoin but didn't. The moment I realized that, I stopped holding fiat. That was it. I said, I'm only holding Bitcoin from this point forward. At the time, I was still being paid in fiat, but I would receive my fiat paycheck and immediately I would sell that fiat for Bitcoin. Also notice the wording I'm using there. I don't say I buy Bitcoin, I sell fiat. Because I don't think in terms of the euro anymore, it's the foreign currency to me. I'm selling it for my preferred currency, Bitcoin. So, obviously, why live on a Bitcoin standard? Because it doesn't make sense not to. It's quite simply the most reasonable thing to do. If you are able to live on a Bitcoin standard, there is zero reason not to live on a Bitcoin standard. Okay, how? How do I live on a Bitcoin standard? Obviously, this is going to be different for everyone, and I can't say all of the different options that are out there because everyone's situation is unique. But I'm just going to mention a couple of things which are probably helpful in some ways. So the first is obviously spending directly. Find places that accept Bitcoin and spend Bitcoin with them. Easy as that. Here in Arnhem, it's amazing. There are so many places. Like, I only got here late last night, and I haven't had much of a chance to wander through the city yet. But just this morning, I was looking, where can I eat breakfast for Bitcoin in Arnhem? Actually, there's like 4 or 5 places I can eat breakfast. That's awesome. So, had a wonderful breakfast. My daughter paid directly out of the wallet on her phone. I'll pay her back. Just wanted to get a good photo of her spending some Bitcoin here in Arnhem. So, spending directly is a really good way. And I see Nathan sitting there in the audience, Nathan Day. I have to give a huge shout out to btcmap.org, Nathan's creation there. BTC Map is the best way to find places to spend Bitcoin directly. I use it constantly whenever I go to a new city, whenever I go somewhere new. I'm like, where can I spend Bitcoin directly here? I'll use BTC Map to find where I'm spending Bitcoin. That's just part of my standard life now. Beyond that, obviously, for spending directly, orange pill the world around you. Walk into places and say, I'd like to buy this. And they say, sure, that'll be this much money. And you say, okay, can I pay in Bitcoin? They say no. You make a decision at that point, do you pay with something else or do you just walk out? Honestly, walking out is a pretty powerful statement at that point. Works very well in high-end restaurants because high-end restaurants don't want to lose a single customer. One customer is worth a lot to a high-end restaurant. So you start walking out and they'll be like, hold on, just a minute. So you can pay in Bitcoin in a lot more places than you'd expect. You just got to ask. Beyond spending directly, there are some practical considerations. Not everywhere takes Bitcoin. I still haven't got a petrol station anywhere near my house where I can fuel up my car for Bitcoin. So there are these considerations that you have to make, and one of them is, okay, I'm on a Bitcoin standard, but I can still use fiat as a medium of exchange. It's practical, it's pragmatic. It's not my money, but it's money that somebody else wants. So I will often use some kind of just-in-time approach to exchanging Bitcoin for fiat, buying some fiat just for the purpose of making a particular transaction. There are a few good peer-to-peer exchanges out there, which I would highly recommend over any of the centralized ones, but that's just a matter of personal taste. Different people may have different risk profiles they choose. So you can just exchange, buy a small amount of fiat when you need it, but obviously the goal is remove those things from your life as much as possible if you're wanting to really try to live on a Bitcoin standard as much as you can. There are some great services out there which can really help you do that. One of my favorites at the moment, I used to live in Australia a very long time ago, and for some reason I still have an Australian credit card, but it actually turned out to be a really, really useful thing because there's an Australian service called Living Room of Satoshi, which lets you pay any Australian bill using Bitcoin, including credit card bills. So if I really have to use a fiat exchange method, I can actually just buy something on my credit card and then pay it off immediately using Bitcoin. So that's very practical. Obviously that isn't for everyone. By the way, there's a similar Canadian service called Bills, I believe. I've never used it, but I've heard it's basically the same kind of thing for Canadians. There's a company called Bring-In. They're going to be releasing a prepaid credit card that you can top up with Lightning payments in the relatively near future. So that's something to look out for. That seems like something that could be very interesting to use. BitRefill, one of the sponsors of this event, this conference, they're amazing. I use them a lot. My daughter uses them a lot as well. You can buy, as I mentioned, we live in Germany. You can buy gift cards for one of the local supermarkets using BitRefill. So if I want to go grocery shopping, obviously there are no supermarkets near me that accept Bitcoin, but I can go grocery shopping making use of BitRefill. And last but not least, of course, peer-to-peer exchange services are worth pointing out. So if you need some fiat, then things like Peach, Hodl Hodl, Bisq, Vexel, there's a bunch of them out there. Peer-to-peer exchange services allow you to buy some fiat for those one-off cases. So that was kind of the very quick run-through of living on a Bitcoin standard. I think it's one of those things where over time, there will be a lot more opportunities to do so. It will become a lot easier. I can even tell you, over the years that I've been doing it, so since 2017, it's changed drastically. Basically, right at the start, living on a Bitcoin standard for me basically meant holding Bitcoin and whenever I needed to buy anything at all, get my hands on some fiat. Now it means sometimes get my hands on some fiat, but a lot of the time now, I can go into a shop, I can use a Lightning transaction to buy something. I've even seen cases where I've orange-pilled 2 particular companies and I see a person from one company using a Lightning transaction at the other company. So I'm actually building little circular economies around me. And I think that's something everyone can do. And honestly, I do think it's something people should do if they are able to do so. If you have any questions, I would love to talk to you after the talk is over. Feel free to approach me or my daughter at any time, and I'd be happy to chat. Thank you very much for your time.
Nice talk. All right, yes, if you still hold fiat, you are missing an opportunity. Don't waste your time, don't waste your precious talent. Switch to a Bitcoin standard. Okay, Bitcoin standard needs Bitcoin to scale though, because if we want Bitcoin to be usable for billions of people around the world, it has to scale, and we know it cannot scale on the base layer. We already have a layer 2 solution that is the Lightning Network, that it works amazingly, but it also has bottlenecks. So the next topic is about the upcoming layer 2 system. So what we can expect from new layer 2 solutions. And the next speaker is a Bitcoin OG. He's a very talented developer and a guy that hardly speaks at Bitcoin conferences. Please, let's give a warm applause to Peter Todd.
Thank you. Yes, hardly speak at Bitcoin conferences. I think this is the 4th I've done this month, but completely accurate. So yeah, I want to go talk about upcoming layer 2 systems, and if I'm going to do that, I really should go start with, well, what is a layer 2 system? What makes L2 L2? And if you're going to have an L2, surely you're going to have a L1, which is, Bitcoin itself. And when I think of L1, I really think about proof of work, and you can kind of call it transacting with passive security. The nature of proof of work is that your money just kind of sits there. Miners are incentivized to go and do the work that makes your money more and more secure. And frankly, after a couple confirmations, it's as secure as it's ever going to be. I mean, it is kind of how this stuff works, but importantly, you're just kind of sitting there. You don't have to actively do anything. You can go put money in a Bitcoin wallet, I don't know, maybe when your child is born, and come back 18 years later, and it will probably be just fine. And I can't think of anyone who would have done that. Oh, wait, maybe. But it's a nice system, and things built on top of Bitcoin in certain ways also have these properties. I mean, you may have heard of RGB, which is a client-side validation scheme for moving around tokens. And the important thing is RGB traces back to Bitcoin. even though the data may not be on the chain, the security model is still L1. It's still directly related to spending and receiving Bitcoin outputs. You know, my own open timestamps project, which admittedly isn't a financial thing, it timestamps data, but it's also a passive security example. And merge mining, finally, is another thing with sort of this kind of passive security. I'm not saying merge mining is secure, but the security model at least leverages this. So how does that compare to then L2? Yeah, man. There we go. So L2 systems, the definition can be a little fuzzy, but I think the key aspect of them is they're really about conglomerating transactions together and reacting in ways that go keep the system secure. Now, for the pure kind of conglomeration thing, you have the very old idea of payment channels, such as the CLTV payment channels. And this is sort of predates Lightning, and we've really struggled coming up with the way to go build Lightning. And long story short is one of the steps along the way was the idea of a payment channel from one person to another where money could flow in one direction. You know, and under the hood, this was really a multi-sig. You know, we kind of had two people signing, and long story short, you give the other person the ability to take more and more money from that pool of money. But, you know, there still is some level of, some level of involvement there where someone else has to actually do something for this to work. And of course, with Lightning, we make that process bidirectional, and now we have to react to something going wrong. Because with Lightning, in the past, you might have given the other party the ability to take more money from you than you owe them now. You have to be able to react to them doing the wrong thing, putting the wrong state on chain. And since you have to react to it, well, either you have to react or potentially a watchtower, but someone needs to do something in response to something bad happening. And it means that you can't just leave a Lightning channel sitting around for 18 years and expect it to definitely have the money still there. But often you can in reality, because, you know, the watchtower idea works pretty well. But it's, you know, it's still a level less security. And then finally you have Arc, which I'll go talk about later, but, you know, it's another example of a reactive kind of scheme and building on top of Bitcoin. And key to all this is, in my definition of an L2, you should be able to either unilaterally withdraw your money, or the system should be set in such a way that you can prevent a counterparty from benefiting from fraud. And Lightning is based on something called HTLCs, hash time-locked contracts. And long story short is an HTLC is really an output that could be on the chain that can be spent if either you know a message that hashes to a particular digest, or it can be spent in another way after a time has expired. And HTLCs are an actual example of both of these cases, either unilateral withdrawal or preventing a counterparty from benefiting from fraud. With a big HTLC, like if you have 1 Bitcoin in HTLC, and believe me, you absolutely can send an entire Bitcoin on Lightning. You just got to find people with enough channel capacity to do it, but you can do it. Well, that 1 Bitcoin, once that's actually in the HTLC while the payment's in flight, if that winds up on chain, absolutely you could spend it either the two ways. You know, either the timeout happens or the pre-image is revealed. That's a completely valid way to spend it. But let's go the other direction. What if you have 1 Satoshi? And of course, you can go pay 1 Satoshi on Lightning. Can you represent 1 Satoshi as an on-chain transaction? No. I mean, technically, yeah, the protocol does allow it. We don't actually in practice allow it in mempool standardness rules. But the key thing is, 1 Satoshi representing that on chain costs more than 1 Satoshi in fees to actually redeem. But Lightning has this idea where for really small amounts, rather than actually represented on chain, we make it part of the fees of a transaction for a period of time. And I could get into more detail how exactly that works, which, you know, isn't really relevant. But the important thing is, when you're sending 1 Satoshi to someone on Lightning, along that path, no one can benefit from trying to steal that 1 Satoshi. They're going to spend more money in transaction fees than they benefit. So, you know, both these cases work. Either you can unilaterally withdraw, or no one's going to benefit from fraud anyway. And the term L2 gets applied to a lot of things that I do not think are L2 systems. Certainly not under this definition. You know, liquid is, I think, your prime example. Is liquid L2? Well, can you unilaterally withdraw? No. Liquid is ultimately a bank distributed across something like 30 different, you know, functionaries, or maybe 16 different functionaries, something like that. But ultimately, it is a very fancy bank. It might be a nice audible one, but it is still a bank. They're still the ones ultimately in control of your Bitcoin. Cashew, it's kind of a more obvious version of this, and to their credit, I think fewer people involved in Cashew called it a L2 system. And then state chains, and I don't really have time to get into the details, but it's an interesting example because it's kind of like the liquid problem, except state chains has this curious thing where your counterparty, if they've been honest up to some moment in time, they can't steal your money. Now, obviously, they could have been dishonest in the past, but this is still better than a system where no matter how honest they've been, they can always steal your money. And to the credit for the state chains people, I think they've acknowledged this, and you know, it's an interesting option, but it's not an L2. And another definition thing I want to cover is covenants. You've probably heard a lot about covenants because Twitter loves talking about covenants for some reason. Well, what is the reason? Because it can do interesting things with L2s. But the classes of covenants out there are really, and I should say that the definition of it's really systems provide restrictions on how transaction outputs can be spent that are more than just, hey, some guys have to go sign things. Some guys have to go sign things is restriction that has existed since Bitcoin was released. But as it turns out, more complex restrictions than that are interesting. And you know, Lightning actually already uses a form of covenants, which is just pre-signed transactions. You know, if you and your counterparty have agreed to sign a transaction, in a sense that is a restriction on how the output can be spent, because you now have this way of spending it by just broadcasting that pre-signed transaction. It's not very interesting covenants, but it is there. Then you have check template verify, which is saying, well, if the transaction you're spending with, if we hash it in a certain way, if it meets this hash, then the transaction is allowed to happen. And that one's interesting because it's a different way of hashing the transaction, you can do this in advance, right? You can pre-calculate what this hash could have been. And of course, if you do that, well, you can then go create chains of this. Sig hash any prev out. Of course, this is where things get a little weird, which is sig hash any prev out was a proposed opcode that said, well, why don't we make a signature where the only requirement is the signature be applied to spending a particular type or like a particular transaction address, right? A particular script pub key. Not a particular output, but sort of a class of outputs. Of course, then some clever people figured out, hey, you can turn this into a covenant by playing games with ECC math. And again, I'm not going to have time to explain how, but you know, it's an interesting example of you give people a tool and they can come, you know, kind of figure out all kinds of interesting things to do. And then you kind of have opcat, which is just concatenate. Well, why is that a covenant? Well, because you can go take data, stick it on the stack in a script and say, hey, does this hash to something that's then signed as a Bitcoin transaction, right? It lets you manipulate data, which could be a Bitcoin transaction. And opcat's interesting because it's kind of the generic covenant enabler, right? You can do anything with it. And then you get a bunch of other things like, you know, the Optivict proposal, and there's an enormous category of these things. They're all about specific types of L2 systems. And, you know, why I bring this up is really, as I'll talk about later, what of this stuff to go and adopt depends on how we think L2 systems should evolve. Finally, I want one more little detour, which is all of these systems, and Lightning included, they wind up depending on mempool behavior. And to recap, you know, the mempool of your Bitcoin node is a pool of, like, the set of transactions that you know about that aren't actually included in a block, but could be. Well, Bitcoin nodes have mempools because somehow we got to get transactions to miners. And Bitcoin nodes propagate transactions from one node to another. And we sometimes inaccurately call all of the mempools out there the mempool. That's really not correct. It's mempools. But what's interesting about that is, as we've developed L2 systems, we've realized that mempools are complex because often when you have more than one party in a transaction, there can be more than one party in output, there can be different ways of spending that output. And thus you can have multiple different transactions spending the same output. Thus, how do you choose which one? That's where transaction replacement comes in. Well, of course, once we figured out transaction replacement, then we realized that there's ways to prevent a transaction from being replaced. And that gets called transaction pinning. Well, what's transaction pinning? Imagine if Alice and Bob collectively are in control of an output. Alice might not want that output to be spent. If Alice can somehow broadcast a transaction that, as an example, is really big, but low fee rate, miners can't profitably mine that transaction. Now, obviously, the solution to this is, well, Bob, creates a transaction that's much smaller and has a higher fee rate, right? Surely, like, miners will go mine the little one that pays a lot of money, right? Well, no, because our rules around replacing transaction and mempools are kind of broken. And there's a whole lot of issues like this that need to get fixed. I'm not going to have time to go explain every one, but it's, if you want to get into more detail, there's your homework to go read more on the Bitcoin Dev mailing list. And these are all things that kind of are being fixed. I mean, I have some proposals to go fix stuff myself, but this is a precondition to doing more interesting things with L2s. And finally, well, why do we want something better than Lightning? I mean, one obvious reason is because Lightning, at least right now, if you want to actually have full sovereignty over your funds, you need a UTXO. Right? You need to have at least one UTXO. Now, block sizes aren't that big. So as a rough guess, you could probably get on the order of maybe 100 million Lightning users with current block sizes that all have their own UTXOs. And that depends on how long you want to take to create those UTXOs, but that's sort of a number people go put around there. Of course, 100 million is less than 10 billion people, the population of our planet. And so a lot of people want some way of having people share UTXOs, Now, one way that people do it right now is things like Wallet of Satoshi, which are custodial. If you have a Wallet of Satoshi wallet, they're the ones in control of your money. You don't actually have any recourse if they do something wrong other than complaining on Twitter and maybe trying to sue them. All right, you're not in control of any private keys for any coins on chain. And this does not meet our criteria for an L2 system, right? You don't have unilateral withdrawal, and you don't have any in-system way of punishing fraud. You have an out-of-system way, complaining on Twitter, but it's not an in-system way. The other issue with Lightning is liquidity. We would like to have less money tied up in Lightning channels. And we'd like ways to go and move that, move the money assigned to Lightning channels around. Standard example being, well, how do you onboard someone to Lightning? All right? If you load up Wallet of Satoshi, I can go send them one sat immediately. If you get them to use Phoenix, which is fully self-sovereign, they got to go pay a fee to create an on-chain transaction. And that's a very different experience of, hey, let me send you $1 versus, hey, let me send you $1. Oh, and yeah, the entire dollar is now used up for the opening of the Lightning channel. And finally, there's a problem with interactivity, which is, while things like watchtowers exist, people don't like the idea that you can't just leave a Lightning wallet sitting there indefinitely. And frankly, I'll say right now, I don't think anyone's really done a great job of solving interactivity. But that is one of the things people would like to go solve with better L2 systems. So, well, what's upcoming? What's kind of on the framework? Well, one is something very confusingly called L2. L2 is an L2. Another term for L2 is being L-in symmetry, which really it should have been called that all along, but obviously the people who come up with the names like this, they're not the people who try to go give in-person talks. But, it is what it is. So what does L2 do? Well, what does L-in symmetry, I should say, do? It tries to reduce the complexity of Lightning by taking away the punishment. Remember, in Lightning right now, if the counterparty does something bad, you fix that problem by taking all their money. That's basically how it works. And LN symmetry says, well, hang on, what if we could just update the state of the channel, right? What if we could respond to the wrong transaction with the right transaction? And then no one needs to lose any money, and arguably that reduces complexity, right? You don't necessarily need to keep your backups perfectly up to date. You know, you can go and load up a stale backup and the other party will not necessarily take all your money, and you know, these are all arguments. Of course, you know, this may reduce complexity in environments where the counterparties roughly trust each other not to commit fraud. It may greatly increase the complexity in practice in the untrusted environments where people are trying to go and rip you off. Why? Well, LN symmetry makes ripping you off a lot cheaper, or at least trying to, because you don't actually have a punishment mechanism, right? If I try to go rip you off with LN symmetry, all you can do is spend some more money to go fix the problem. But then, you know, how have I lost anything? I might as well at least try. So I don't know that, you know, LN symmetry actually works in practice, but LN symmetry certainly makes it easier to design lightning channel systems where multiple people share the UTXO. And that's the next category I want to talk about, channel factories. So the idea of a channel factory, and there's a lot of different variations of it, but the basic idea is, why do we need to have one lightning channel per UTXO? All right? Now remember, the trick with lightning is that you're putting money into a UTXO, and then with your counterparty, you're exchanging half-signed transactions that could be turned into a transaction spending that UTXO, but 99.999% of the time you don't do that, right? You only do that if you actually need to go on chain. Hopefully you never have to. Hopefully the money kind of just stays there, and eventually maybe you'll close the channel by mutual cooperation, right? By going to the other party and saying, hey, I know what you owe me, you know what you owe me, let's just spend the money in an efficient transaction to wherever we want it to go. Well, Channel Factory says, well, we can use the same trick a step back. Rather than having one transaction creating one channel, or sorry, having one output creating one channel, why don't we make the transaction that creates the channels itself virtual? Why don't we make the UTXOs that we use for Lightning channels virtual? And the idea here is, well, you could have, say, 3 people, and they all agree, hey, we all want Lightning channels between each other. Let's all put money into one UTXO, then sign a transaction that would take that UTXO and split it up into 3 different channels. But let's not put this transaction on the chain, right? We'll just let it sit there. If we need to, we can put it on there, in which case the channels become real, but we don't have to, because sometime in the future, the 3 of us might say, you know what, we're done with our Lightning channels, let's collectively agree to take that pot of money that we all 3 have ownership of part of, and then figure out what to do with it later. And if this all works, well, we've saved chain space. And if we can somehow do this with, say, 100 people or 1,000 people, we potentially save a lot of chain space. And that's where you get advanced channel factories, which use all kinds of crazy things like op-evict, opcodes, and things like that to, rather than do this purely by collective agreement, have some kind of mechanism where, for instance, like 1 of the 1,000 people could drop out, right, without informing everyone else. And just op-evict, as an example, is basically quite a complex opcode that's meant to say, this pool of money that like 1,000 people have part of, let's evict 1 of those 1,000 people, take their money out of that pool, and create a transaction that's constrained to do exactly that. Now, needless to say, the idea of an op-evict is quite complex. It involves a lot of assumptions about exactly how does such a channel work. But with things like opcat, which are sort of generic data manipulation opcodes, maybe we can start prototyping these things. Of course, the catch is, if you write this stuff in sort of pure code that goes on the chain, you end up with very big transactions, which cost a lot of money and fees. And this may not be feasible, but you know, these are the kinds of trade-offs people are looking at. And the other main category of upcoming L2 systems, and the curious thing about this is there really are only two that I've found so far for Bitcoin. You know, in the Ethereum world, they kind of have things with roll-ups and whatnot, which are sort of their own class of things. But for things that people are actually seriously proposing for Bitcoin, these are really the two main categories. So, ARC. Well, ARC takes this idea of virtual UTXOs and says, rather than focusing on channels, why don't we just focus on the virtual UTXO, right? What if you could create virtual UTXOs and like spend and receive them? Well, if you have a service provider managing the process, turns out you can. And the way this works is it says, well, let's assume we have an ASP, right? And they have a pot of money, and in some defined time window, maybe it's 10 minutes, maybe it's an hour, maybe it's a day, they figure out all the people who want to own money with that ASP, and then they create a transaction that using covenants is constrained so that until some expiry point is reached, the only way to spend that money is by splitting it up into the virtual UTXOs. And this essentially creates a tree of transactions. So like, if it goes on chain, the money gets split up on multiple levels to eventually get to the UTXOs people actually want. Now, of course, like all these systems, if you have to go on chain, you've spent a ton of money in fees. That's not very useful. So why would this be useful? Well, remember what I said. You'd either have an expiry time being reached, or you split out this tree of virtual UTXOs. The expiry time is an important thing. Now let's suppose everyone in this room owns a virtual UTXO with my ARC service provider. And we set the expiry time to 4 weeks. So now you all have 4 weeks to do something with your money. One thing you could do with your money is buy a new virtual UTXO in a new period. And you can do this by basically signing a transaction that would spend your virtual UTXO and give the money back to me. All right? So now I'm in a position where either I wait till the expiry time is over, or if it somehow winds up on chain, I take that transaction and I get my money back. All right? Now I'm happy. And the assumption is none of you, or maybe very few of you, will ever actually put anything on chain. So the expiry time will be reached and I'll get all my money back. And nothing will, hopefully nothing at least, will end up on chain. Now the only other thing is, why would you be willing to sign that transaction, right? Surely that would go trust me, right? Well, we can use a clever trick, which is we say, every time you sign that transaction, you make that transaction spend an output in another ASP round. Now, the only way that transaction can be valid is if this other ASP round was created. Thus, you know that by giving me that money back, you're definitely going to get your money again in another round. All right? Now we have transferred money in such a way that you've unilateral withdrawal or recourse, and none of it had to end up on chain. And the neat thing about ARC is these are genuine virtual UTXOs, right? They really could be turned into a real thing really sitting on chain, which means you can open Lightning channels with them, right? Because again, a Lightning channel is just saying, hey, there's this UTXO that could be created that then could be gone and split up to between some parties, and then you can go transact with Lightning Protocol on that. So hypothetically with ARC, if we have all the right software tools, we could achieve this sort of holy grail of, I want to send you 1 Satoshi over Lightning. Well, rather than like trying to send it over Lightning directly, I create a virtual UTXO that happens to be a Lightning channel with the right amount of money for you. And now you have your 1 Satoshi, and none of this ever has to go on chain. So ARC's pretty cool, potentially. The problem with all this is ARC has a liquidity problem, which is some ASP, and probably more than one ASP, every time money flows, money is changed from one virtual UTXO to another, some ASP has to back that money, right? Because those Bitcoins are still tied up until the expiry time is reached. Now, let's say hypothetically, we have this 4-week time period, and we assume everyone transfers their money out in the last week. Well, you basically have to go tie up, on average, like 1/4 of the entire value, just to allow people to stay self-sovereign. This is probably going to be expensive, because there's something called the time value of money. I mean, if you want money, you got to go borrow it from someone. Like, it's worth something. And it's not going to be zero, because putting things on ARC ASPs and all this other clever stuff, they have real risks. Technical failures can happen. If I go loan you $1 million to run an ARC ASP, there's probably like a 5% chance every year that you screw up and I lose everything. So I'm probably going to want to charge 5% interest rates or more to make a profit. It's a hard problem. The other issue too is, like, if you use your money frequently, well, every single time you try to create a new virtual UTXO, you still have to go back. You still go. It's like the ASP still has to go back you up there. If we had ARC for like how we went and paid with our coffees, maybe if I have $1,000 in ARC, I might wind up with the ARC service provider having to front like $4,000 just so I can buy 4 coffees in a row. You probably wouldn't necessarily want to do it that way, but like there are a bunch of trade-offs here, and these things are kind of ugly. So I don't know that ARC's necessarily useful, which is unfortunate, because like I said, there really are only 2 classes of true L2 systems out there that people have come up with in Bitcoin. But, maybe it will be useful for something. And the final thing I want to go say for all of these L2s, all of these, better than Lightning systems is, if you want to scale more than Lightning, you got to think about what the failure case looks like. Now, what do I mean by failure case? Well, the whole point of Lightning is you can go on chain if necessary. With Lightning, the worst that can happen is basically one transaction, well, maybe more than one transaction, but roughly a transaction on average gets created to close out a Lightning channel. So your multiplier, if you will, between UTXOs and block space you need to solve the problem and get back to the base case of everyone being sovereign is like a transaction or 2. What happens if everyone's in ARC and there's ARC service providers with 10,000 different people all on the same UTXO? What happens when that fails, right? Because again, the failure case in ARC is you're marching towards an expiry time where the ASP can take everything, and everyone needs to go on chain. If they don't go on chain, their money can be stolen. That's a hard deadline, and we may end up running out of block space. And frankly, I'm kind of worried about this stuff, because with Lightning, we haven't actually seen big failures of Lightning service providers. A good example is Phoenix. It's a genuine sovereign wallet where you're in control of your money. Has a thing like Phoenix ever failed in a way where everyone had to go on chain and close out their channels? Well, not really on that scale. We've had big Lightning nodes shut down where, maybe 1,000 channels over a month go on chain. But that's still pretty small compared to even what Lightning could do right now. And, a thing with all this excitement about L2s is we just haven't explored how Lightning really works. So I'm not sure we're really ready for all this. But let's suppose we are. Let's go be reckless. Well, then the real question there is, like, what kind of covenants do we go adopt? How do we modify the Bitcoin protocol? And while some of these systems, such as ARC, they can be demonstrated on a small scale without any changes to Bitcoin right now, for the most part, if you want to get the benefits of them and to actually have a sovereign wallet, you got to add something to the Bitcoin protocol. It might be SigHash any prov out. If you want to do something simple like LN symmetry, it might be CTV. It might be some fancy tree manipulation thing which is dedicated to one particular scheme. It might be opcat. And an interesting possibility is, and this is something that's been proposed fairly recent, is, well, why don't we go and fix scripting to be as generic as it was meant to be when Bitcoin was released? And if I remember correctly, this is something proposed recently by Rusty Russell, well-known Bitcoin dev. He hates this name for it, but I really like calling this Bitcoin Satoshi's vision. And we can, now that Craig Wright's probably going to wind up in jail for the rest of his life or something, so. But, you know, from the point of view of making all these things possible, if we add opcat, if we add a few more things, we can experiment with all this stuff, but the cost is, it's inefficient. You'll need a lot of chain space to be able to go do something as simple as create a single ARC-related transaction. Which again gets back to my concern of, well, maybe we push the limits too much. Which gets down to, you know, maybe for now, doing nothing at all is okay too. And frankly, I kind of lean towards this because I do want to see these failures happen. I do want to see how Lightning plays out. Because we may be in a position where we're better off keeping Bitcoin a little smaller than like literally everyone on the planet having a Lightning channel in exchange for the whole system actually working. But, you know, ultimately it's the community to decide. So with that, thank you.
Just stay on stage for a minute. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Actually, not myself, but Brett de Groot was the one who pointed out that you made a comment on Twitter about the blue caps that are being put on, and you should get one with open timestamps. Well.
Yeah, I created open timestamps, what, I don't know, 11 years ago, 12 years ago or something, and I never have actually bothered to get a hat made, so.
So there it is, pal, your first open timestamp
There
hat.
you go. It's an historic moment, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here again. Yeah, okay. Okay, next up, after this quite technical, brain-challenging presentation, we're going to do some light, fun stuff. And we're just going to do the very best of the Bitcoin pub quiz in Arnhem. But I have to warn you, we are a bit behind schedule. So there will only be a few questions, and then I'll be leaving the stage again for our next guest. But please grab your phone and join the Menti. Just go to menti.com and enter the code you see on the top of the screen. And while we're waiting for everybody to join the pub quiz, I'd like to say that Braai, the food service on, in the Arnhem stage, is probably going to wrap up in a few moments. So if you want to get another burger or spare ribs or whatever, they have delicious food. Maybe you can get it, and then you don't need to eat before you go to the after party, for instance. So grab your chance if you still feel like hungry. Oh, this is interesting. It's moving up already. Okay, for some reason the first question was already being asked, I guess. But it was, how did Hal Finney get his first Bitcoin? And for some reason, usually I do this with boards, and people just held up the answer in teams, and this is way more fun than the Menti part. But with so many people, yeah, I can't just hand out boards and do that. But okay, the first question was, how did Hal Finney get his Bitcoin? And the answer is, he mined them. So, and this is actually a sheet of where you can see Hal Finney's wallet, and yeah, just before he received the Bitcoins from Satoshi, because Hal Finney is known because he received, as the first person, Bitcoins in a Bitcoin transaction from Satoshi himself. And this is his wallet, and you can see underneath where the Satoshi sent him 10 Bitcoins. Okay, let's see if the next question will go right. Oh, I'm the only person who's doing it quite well, I'd see, okay. Oh, well, I'm a bit ahead of you, but let's see how it works out with the next question. Sorry if this is one big fail, then just have a bit fun with the questions where the answers are already in place, but trying to do my best here. Okay, here's a question actually from René Pickard. And there we go. Oh, there's no audio on the stream. Let's see if the technicians can manage to get the audio from this video. They're really stressed out now. So you can dub it. Oh wow, you already know the question. No worries. Actually, let's just hear what actually are your opinion about the conference so far? Are you enjoying yourself? Great, guys. I'm really happy to hear this. Has anyone been downstairs already with the basement with the node runners? Okay, yes, great. Ricky already had a beer, so it's going to be more fun from Ricky on the stage next. But yeah, if you haven't been there, just check him out. On the Arnhem stage at the moment, I think it's the book signing session with Aaron van Weerdum, where he will sign the books he wrote together with Anita Posch, which was earlier today at the stage. So just go there if you want to have a signed book of one of them. Maybe I'm also going to announce the after party of this conference. You can go to the river, actually, near the riverside. There's a place called Food Hall. And thanks to a lot of you people who went to the food hall and went to the merchants at the food hall and asking if they would accept Bitcoin, I got a signal from the food hall owner that certainly all the merchants were interested in accepting Bitcoin. So thank you very much for that one. But if you go there are like tables with a QR code on the table. Don't use them. You cannot pay using the website with Bitcoin. So just go to the food stands or to the bar, order what you like, and if you go to the food stands, please ask if they are accepting Bitcoin, because some of them are still figuring, okay, how should we do this, and we'll send you away, because yeah, some of the employees don't know how to process the Bitcoin payments yet, because their boss is a bit lacking communicating with them. But yeah, enjoy your food at the food hall in a minute. Oh, I think I heard something, but might not be the case. Another thing that I'd really like to express again is the guys from the Solid HODL thing. Yeah, you can still get Solid HODL. you can actually earn a hardware device if you pull yourself up to the bar over there and hodl yourself to the bar for a few minutes. How many minutes do people have to stay on the bar? 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Yeah, of course, that's a logical amount. So yeah, if you're in for a hardware wallet, then or it's not a hardware wallet. It's like yeah, the steel seed phrase storage. Is the audio working in the meantime, or otherwise no problem? We'll just yeah, okay. Then yeah, start the thing again.
Goedendag Arnhem. Here's my question for you. Actually, it's two questions. You all probably remember the lightning torch, which was started by HODLnode. But do you also know who was the last recipient of the lightning torch?
So, who was the last recipient of the lightning torch? My clicker doesn't respond to the next sheet, but maybe we can go to the next sheet. Nope. Eric, can you push the next sheet for this? Yeah, thank you. Okay, a lot of players played already, so I'm probably not the only one anymore. And Okay. I don't really know what's happening anymore, but I'm just pressing the next one. So sorry, this is a complete fuck up, but yeah, sometimes people have to fuck up, and I'm glad that it's me and not one of the speakers.
This is Jameson Lopp.
Yeah, just play the video, it's okay.
Hi Arnhem, this is Jameson Lopp, and here's my question for you. In 2010, an early Bitcoin miner named Laszlo bought pizza for Bitcoin. This ended up becoming a very famous event. But do you know how much Bitcoin Laszlo ended up spending on pizza?
So everybody know Laszlo bought pizzas, but actually how much Bitcoin did he spend on those pizzas? Yep, next slide. So a lot of people played again. And yeah, we're just going to continue. I think you on the phone you will probably see more information of it. At least that's what I'm hoping. Yeah. So, oh my God, I don't even remember why I got this slide in between them. But this is like the 2016 conference that we held back in Arnhem again. And I think I know what the question will be about. There was a previous question. Sorry, but Eric Fosco got a question for you.
Hi Arnhem, this is Eric Fosco, and here's my question for you. Who created the BIP system?
Who created the BIP system? Oh, only one person got it correct. Sorry, this is an embarrassment, but I'm just one more question, and then I'm going to give the mic to the next speaker, and we'll be on schedule again, and this embarrassment will be over for me. So just press the next slide. I think. Oh, I'm still on top. Oh wow! Okay, this is amazing, guys. There we go. And that's why I don't use technology at the actual pub quiz that we're doing. Okay, the next slide. Oh yeah, there's also with the actual pub quiz we also have like a warning if there's a question about shitcoins or whatever. So here's an altcoin question for you all. From Giacomo.
Hi Arnhem, I'm Giacomo Zucco and I have a question for you. I was a shitcoin in 2013, so what was the name of my favorite shitcoin back then?
So what was the name that Giacomo Zucco was of the altcoin of the shitcoin that he was actually quite fond of back then? I'm not really sure if you can see the answer, but the answer is. Does anyone know the answer? Ripple is the correct answer. XRP, Ripple. He was in Amsterdam at the conference where they were giving away stroopwafels, a Dutch delicacy, which is also in your goodie bag. And they fooled him into this Ripple thing back in 2013, 14, something like that. And he told me that, and I thought this is a nice question for the pubquiz. So I'm going to wrap this up. This was my failure, and now we're going to have a talk actually by a speaker who does know what she is doing, and this is Hester Bijs. And for those of you who don't know her, she has written a book about worst bank scenario, where she explains in detail how actually the failures of banks are being covered up also by government, by sneaking through legislation through the parliament without anybody noticing. But of course, Hester was sharp and noticed and wrote a book about all of this. So I really like to welcome Hester Bijs to the stage to deliver her talk. Hester, come on.
Hi.
Good luck.
Thank you. Yes. I'm very happy to be here. Last year I have been invited by the Node Runners and I performed my first Bitcoin transaction. So That was very nice. I think we will first watch this video because it's very difficult for me to explain the whole fraud in just 20 minutes, and we made a video. So I think we will first watch the video. There's something wrong with the... I hope you can see the subtitle. Because the voice is missing in the... Well, I don't know whether this is the... Weet je, is dit voor de... En hoe werkt die? Ah ja, oké, dan komt hij groen. Okay, well, there was no voice, but it was in Dutch, so I think you missed nothing. I hope you could read the subtitle. Yeah, I have just a very short presentation because it's we have not much time and it's a very complex story. I always explain that if it is possible to put it in one TikTok video, I was not here. So I will show you what kind of financial system they built last 15 years and how they used the credit crisis in 2008 to make the reform of the financial system. It started in 2006 and 2007. They start to build a new collateral system in Europe, and it's led by the Dutch Central Bank. And this is a collateral system for the European central banks. And this system will be finished in November 24. So, coming months, they will finalize, they will finish this, the construction of this system. And if you read on the website of the Dutch Central Bank, you can see that they will do that with a big bang. So we don't know what this big bang is, but I'm afraid that it will be a big bang. And in 2007, the Federal Reserve and the ECB, they built swap lines, credit lines. And in 2010, the Fed swap lines have also been built between Japan, Canada and the UK. And that's important because later in this presentation you will see that there will be a new system in the West. And that consists of Japan, Canada, UK, US and the EU. Also in 2008 the purchase program started by the ECB. And we called it an unconventional policy, but what you will see is that in 2022 it became a conventional policy, and we call it the transmission protection instrument. Some people also call it to protect Italy, but it's a purchase program to upgrade collateral, so it's all about collateral. And also in 2007, the European Union and the US concluded the transatlantic plan. And if you read this plan, you see all kind of subjects like energy, climate, Ukraine, the independent Palestinian state, all these kind of subjects that you can find in the current Next Generation EU program, which is rolled out at this moment. So I think it's good to know that it started here, or it started earlier, but this is an important year. And what you see is in 2008, the G20 came together and they spoke about Bretton Woods 2.0. And a lot of people who attended that meeting looked at each other and thought, what do they mean? It was not clear. It was not clear what happened, but what you can see is that behind that you can see it in the picture below, that as of that moment, the Dutch state guarantees 200 billion to the European institutions. So they built a whole new constructions by guarantees. And this is this must lead to the new collateral of the new system, the new financial system which is built. But it's called Bretton Woods because it's based on collateral, and it's also based on gold. But I will explain later. Well, as of that moment, they centralized all collateral by big parties like Goldman Sachs, by the central banks and by BlackRock, and there are new rules in place, like the EMIR. It's a regulation about collateral for OTC transactions. And Basel III, it's about liquidity. So what you can see is that they knew already, this is a picture from the Korean Institute of Finance, and they already knew that there is a big shortage of collateral, highly liquid collateral. So as you can see that it's 2,000 or 2,300 billion in Europe for long-term liquidity, and 2,200 in the US. And as you saw in the video, I hope that was clear, in the Netherlands it was 200 billion, the shortage in 2008. In Germany it was 400 billion euro. In France it was 320 billion euro. So, and all the states do have this problem. So it's it's all about collateral again. Yeah, and what you can see is that they are building a new system which is based on collateral, and not collateral that they have real liquidity, but they borrow the liquidity from the pension funds and from the insurance companies. And what they will do is, what we know from the European central banks now is that they have the purchase program, and the debts on the balance sheet of the European Central Bank. When the interest rate raises, the value fell down, and this is a balance sheet of the Dutch Central Bank in 2022. And what you can see is that the debts on the collateral on the balance sheet of the Dutch Central Bank was minus 33 billion euro. And what you can see is that they also have the value of gold, and that's also about 33 billion euro. So what they are doing, what they have done in the new system is they all bought gold. So I think that's also one of the reasons that the gold prices rose. But what you see is that in the new system, the collateral, the value of the collateral, the devaluation of the collateral is hedged by gold. And that's why I think they called it Bretton Woods 2.0. Yeah, and this must be the end state of this system. It's a distributed ledger technology system, a blockchain system, but it's operated by the big banks like Goldman Sachs and BlackRock, etc. And they use the central banks to perform their collateral management. The transmission protection instrument, I already explained it. It's launched in 2022. It's an important mechanism. It's a new monetary mechanism because in the event that there is a lack of liquidity, they will open the window, the liquidity window. In our book, we call it the discount window of Draghi. The system is built by big banks like UBS, Goldman Sachs, etc. And it's called Finality. You can read it there. It's without an I. And it's called HQLAX, which means high quality liquid assets. It's all operated by big American parties. And I think it's not in favor of the consumer or the people in Europe. It's called a multipolar monetary system. You will hear the word multipolar, I think, many times coming months or years, because they build a new world order with three big parties like the West. And I explained already the system of the West. Yeah, it's the US, the UK, Canada, Japan, and the EU, and the BRICS. I think that's why China joined the IMF in 2016, the SDR of the IMF, and I think they will connect the systems and the rest. And I think that I have read last year a note of an evaluation of the European Commission of the Collateral Directive. And the European Commission said that it is a good idea to have carbon emission as collateral. So which means that we will have a lot of thin air in the system. And I am afraid that they will, the quality of the collateral will become worse. I think the good of the best example is that the European Central Bank bought junk bonds, purchased junk bonds in the credit crisis. So I think we will see that in future more and more. And I think it will also connect it to at the end, that it will be a closed system, so that they will kill the cash, and that they also will introduce a carbon emission, for the consumer, and that they will combine that, so that they can also regulate your conduct and monitor your conduct. So how will they solve the shortage of collateral? Well, that's by new European debt, and that's why they introduced the resilience, recovery and resilience plan. It's based on the Corona, COVID period, but it has nothing to do with Corona. It's all about pension reforms, digitalization, inclusivity. Well, you can see there the topics. You can just download it and read it. This is the Netherlands, this is the Dutch plan, but you also have the other plans in the countries. And this plan is of almost 500 pages, and it's all they approved it, the Parliament, in 2021 when there was a demissionaire cabinet and of government, and yeah, it's very tricky, I think, because it's just to make the bookkeepers of the world, or how do you call it? But they just use it to make the new debts for the banking system. So. I think you should read it. It's, they say, they explain it with that it's a must from Brussels. That's why I also want to go to Brussels. I'm a candidate for the European Parliament because I think it's very scary what happens right now. And yes, I think that's the explanation of the system. And if you really want to know how it works, or how they, what kind of fraud took place, I can suggest to read the story. It's also available in English, in ebook only. So, well, that's the presentation.
Thank you so much. Super inspiring stuff. Thank you so much. So, what's going on out there? Are you still awake? Who's out there? Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is two things. Bitcoin is sound money, and Bitcoin is a protocol. Two different things, two completely different concepts. When we think about Bitcoin, usually, we tell ourselves that we have to change the way we think and we interact with money, and that's absolutely true. But you know, Bitcoin is also a technology. And the next topic, it's a very interesting one, I believe, because the theory here is that if we want to scale Bitcoin properly and to interact properly with Bitcoin, maybe we should also rethink the way we interact with technology. I know, it sounds chaotic, but I don't want to spoil you too much of the keynote you are about to hear. The title is Fiat, the System versus Bitcoin, the Tool. Please welcome Rigel Wash. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Right, so my name is Roger Walsh, and my talk is called Fiat the System versus Bitcoin the Tool. And I want to start off the talk today on something which is the latest hot, sexy development in the Bitcoin world, and that is the Bitcoin ETFs that were approved earlier in this year. And as far as I was able to tell, the last I looked, something along the lines of 877,000 Bitcoins have flowed into these financial instruments since they were launched on the 10th of January this year. And look, I know there's some solid arguments about why this is a good thing, about how it's the next essential tool to drive Bitcoin's price to the next level, that it's like a Trojan horse of Bitcoin in the traditional financial system. But I'd like to see a show of hands of you guys out there who thinks that this amount of Bitcoin, almost 1 million, moving into these things, these legacy financial instruments, which are custodial, is a bad thing. I'm one of these people too. I think self-custody is one of the most important things that makes Bitcoin Bitcoin. And one of the best things that we can do is people that have been around a bit longer for new people is to show them how to self-custody for their benefit, but also for ours in the long term. But if you take these charts here I pulled from Glassnode, is like a very, very, very rough way to give us some idea of what is happening with self-sovereign Bitcoin activity over the same period since the ETFs were launched. What we can see is things are pretty static, or even there's a slight downtrend here. And if you zoom out to the all-time chart, where we are right now, which you would consider to be probably a bull market or the start of a bull market, things certainly aren't picking up. We've had 1 million Bitcoins worth of financial value flow into the system, but if you look at the on-chain metrics, things aren't particularly picking up in terms of adoption there, right? So, I don't think it's early days, but I don't think it's impossible for us to eventually end up in a world where the majority of Bitcoin is held in a system like this. And I think for me, personally, I would consider that to be a failure of Bitcoin. So, Bitcoin's been around about 15 years. Adoption and price and things are up. More and more people are coming into Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is winning like this, how can we be losing in this kind of sense here? Well, I think it comes down to the way that we onboard new people into our ecosystem, into our wallets, our businesses, even our social ecosystem. And what we do is we try and relate Bitcoin to something that they understand, that's familiar, right? We try and speak to their understanding and their culture about what technology is. And I think that's at the root of a lot of the problems that I'm talking about today. Because technology is something that we use to shift away from what's natural. The course of human history is plotted by the ways that we've used technology to shift and shape the world in our own image in ways that suit us. And our embrace and use of technology is what separates us from all the other animals. It's what makes us fundamentally human. But something happened a couple of 100 years ago that changed our relationship with technology, and that was the Industrial Revolution. And that was a revolution in more ways than one. Of course, there's a revolution in the way that it changed our ability to produce things at scale and make stuff. But there was also a social revolution that came with the Industrial Revolution. And that was, up until that point, the majority of the way that we made stuff was individuals or small groups of individuals working together to produce things for themselves or for their immediate kind of community or family group or whatever it might have been. And of course, the Industrial Age or the Industrial Revolution introduced this idea of specialization, right? You're working on one small part of a process, often without really understanding the parts that come before or after you, or even the product that you are making in the end. And we did this in the name of being able to produce more things and produce things at scale, but it came at a cost of our isolation and atomization. We no longer understand the tools that we are wielding and the things that we are making. We're just automations or machines and part of a process. And we fast forward to the world we live in today. This philosophy has only been amplified and magnified to a much greater level. The world that we exist in today, it's impossible to live our life as we understand it without going through these applications, these technologies, being mediated through these things.
the world that we exist in today could not function, we could not live the way that we do without the assistance of computers and the internet. And so, you know, what this means is it's the natural evolution of this trend of trying to automate away more things, understand less about how they are built, and more focus on the outputs that they create. And so this philosophy has kind of created an arms race, right? Where we give away more and more of our decisions and our ability to make our own choices to these machines and these applications that make them for us. And it becomes an arms race to do that, to do more and more to keep up with everyone else. And the world we live in today, living without these things is almost impossible, right? You know, without Tinder, it's very difficult to find an intimate partner. Without Twitter, no one cares about your opinion or even knows that it exists. Without Coinbase, it's much too hard for you to figure out this new Bitcoin thing and how it works and how you get in there, right? So, you know, we start to have this philosophy in this way. It shifts our way of viewing things that we're after to just focusing on the outputs that we get and being as efficient as possible. And we start to see what is a desirable technology. What we want from our technologies is these things where, again, we can give away more and more of our autonomy and our decision-making to these things which will make decisions for us. They automate that away. What we really want from our technologies are things that are like instruction manuals or recipes, right? Where they tell us what to do. We follow the steps, and we get a predictable result and outcome at the end. But if all you ever do is learn to follow someone else's recipes, well, you miss out on the whole value of learning how to cook, right? All you can ever do is follow what someone else tells you to put in your food, but you never learn to experiment, you never learn to change and adjust things, and the skill of making things the way that you like that serves your needs and your particular dietary requirements or preferences. You're never able to make food that's designed for you. You're never able to make dishes that you can share with other people that express who you are and do that, right? And the same attitude is reflected in the technologies that we have today. We're limited more and more to the options that these applications and these tech companies provide to us, right? That we're limited to these algorithms that we had no say in designing, no choice in what we give away for their benefits. And our financial system is the same because money is a technology, one of our oldest technologies, but it is a technology. And the financial system we have today is born of the same philosophy and the same attitude, right? Where more and more of our autonomy is given away to this government currency which limits the options that we can use and says this is the only money that you can use. To governments intervening in the financial market to fix problems that have arisen from them intervening in the financial market. To payment processes that decide who we can transact with and how we can transact. You know, we've gone from the world of cash and coins where you could pretty much decide who you wanted to speak, who you wanted to transact with and how, to where these guys decide how you can speak the language of money and value. And again, this is all because what we want from our technologies are these instruction manuals, these systems. But you know, in this world, if we look at it today, and that's the way that we view our technologies, and this is the way that we view our money, and we see what technology is here to do and do for us, you've got to ask the question about what purpose does Bitcoin serve? Like, how does it fit into this picture? If you talk about things like credit cards, payment providers, you know, these payment apps and things like that, you know, they're much more convenient and easier to use. They're quicker and much more familiar to people. If you're worried about preservation of your wealth, you know, you have things like Robinhood, stocks, bonds, real estate, whatever. These nice, easy services with helplines and predictable things to follow you through to preserve your wealth, right? So, you know, these things, they beat Bitcoin on all the important metrics if what you are looking for is a set of instructions to tell you what to do. And so if that is true, then what hope do we have of Bitcoin like really catching on, of it being something that people use as sovereign peer-to-peer money rather than as a speculative instrument that you buy and then sell for more dollars to be injected back into the nice, easy-to-use financial system? Why would people either self-custody their own Bitcoin when they can just give it up to one of these familiar custodians to hold their own coins or an ETF? And the answer is, like, if we don't change people's attitudes about technology, if we don't awaken them to what technology is, then it probably doesn't change, because Bitcoin is born of a totally different philosophy of technology. Bitcoin is a tool and not a system. So what does that mean? Well, there's two ways you can look at technology. You can see technology as a system, and the system's view of what a technology is that technologies are prescriptive, passive things. They're like an instruction manual or a recipe. You submit to them and you follow the instructions, you let them lead you in exchange for a predictable desired outcome. But tools, the view of technology as a tool is a completely different philosophy. It says that good technologies are descriptive, intentional things. They're like a musical instrument or an artisan's hammer. There's something you've got to learn to wield as an extension of yourself and to put your own personality injected in. You can follow the instructions to learn how to play, but you're not going to be a very good guitar player unless you learn to put your personality into it and inject your humanness into it. Good systems, or systems say the good technologies, are things that prioritize convenience, efficiency, and output volume. Whereas tools say that good technologies are things that give you autonomy and a utility to use it. They're open and they're able to be molded and shaped in ways that you can see. Systems want to create predictable outcomes from people pressing buttons. And tools say, well, our technology should require more of us than simply pressing buttons. There should be things that serve us, that are open for us to change and to mold, because the creators of these systems, these technologies, could never have envisioned all the ways that the people could use them, but if you're restricted to the options that they give you, how can they ever be used to solve these problems? So there's two views of technology here. One says that people are the problem, and the solution to our technological road is to remove people as much from the decision-making process as possible, to limit our options to those which our machines and the designers of those machines say that we can use. And the other philosophy says that people are the solution, that technology isn't just here to get us more stuff, to build more things. That technology is here to serve us, to protect us from enslavement by people who design tools and our technology, to give us ability and agency to shape the world that we live in and the society that we exist in. Because technologies are really just tools for self-expression. You know, we are what we do, and our technologies determine what we are capable of doing. But who decides what these technologies let us do? Well, if what you are after is a set of instruction manuals or a recipe, it's a small amount of technocrats and politicians that we increasingly become slaves of in our pursuit of more and more stuff, or possessing more and having more power. You know, we've forgotten the idea that our technology should demand more of us than simply blindly following someone else's instructions. That there is a value in learning to master them and learning to inject your personality and your individuality into owning the tools that you use in a day-to-day life to meet your basic needs. And if we don't take ownership of that, then we become vassals of the people that provide us those instruction manuals. You know, in the context of Bitcoin, you've got to learn how to self-custody your own Bitcoin. No one can do that for you. That Bitcoin can be used in a way which serves your individual needs and your particular preferences and values. And if you don't understand what those are, you don't explore that and learn that, well, someone else will do the work for you, and they will decide your financial future. So, you know, systems, automation, recipes, instruction manuals, they're not all bad things, right? You know, it's okay to have a robot clean your floor. There's generally one best way to get from A to B, right? But when, in the name of convenience, you give away to technology the ability to decide what goes in your food, who you can communicate with and how you can speak the language of value, transaction, and money, then we create a world where technology fundamentally disempowers us, right? Where these technologies reduce us from actors, people able to solve their own problems and solutions and control of our lives, to mere passive consumers. And, you know, the financial system that we have is broken precisely because it is a system. It's born of the same view of technology, that people are the problem, and the way to have a good system of money is to remove as much choice as possible, to limit it to the people who design the system and what they say we can and we cannot do. And it's no surprise that this is what our system is, because it's what's familiar to people, it's what they know, it's what they demand. And Bitcoin is not just a limited fixed supply type of money. One of the most important things about Bitcoin is it says, fuck that. It says that, you know, that money is such an important part, an integral part of our day-to-day lives, of how we interact with other people, that it should be something which is open for anyone to tinker with, to change, to adjust and shift in ways that work with each other. We're not going to solve our financial problems by limiting that to people with licenses and permission, but by opening it to the creativity of the whole world of people to cooperate and come up with their own solutions to their own problems. So Bitcoin is a terrible system, but it is a great tool. It's not very good at giving you instructions or telling you what to do, but it's great in that it's open, that anyone can tinker with it and they can shape it and they can adjust it in a way that suits them. And you won't beat the financial system by trying to be more like a system, by trying to be convenient and user-friendly and things like that, by abstracting away what money is from people, by limiting their options to those that are provided by a small amount of people with the permission to give you their options. It comes from realizing that it's the people that are the problem of our financial system. It is us. It's that we think, we know there's problems, we can see the problems, we know the answers, but we feel we don't have the permission or the ability to change them. We feel that unless we have permission from governments, or we're limited to the options given to us in these things, if we don't follow those, then there's nothing that we can do. And so the whole idea of Bitcoin is to change that, to shape that. And so, you know, when you outsource the things that are as fundamental to inter-day communication and the way that we interact with other people as money, then those people decide who you are and they decide your future. And Bitcoin is a confusing thing. It's difficult. It's hard to understand. It requires you to act, to invest yourself, to learn. But it's not an easy set of instruction manuals. But the beauty of Bitcoin is just that, is that it is a tool, like a guitar or an artisan's hammer. It's beautiful and it's powerful precisely because it is not an instruction manual. It allows you to invest yourself in it, to shape it in a way that suits you. It's something that you can channel and you can express yourself through and be a vehicle to say what you want to say without anyone being able to control that. And that's a difficult thing to get your head around. That's a different philosophy of technology, something that's foreign and alien to us. But it's also something that's far, far too important for you and for the world to be left to someone else's instruction manual. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't see mine back there. Thank you, Rigel. Another good applause. It was good. It was good. Thank you so much. I don't need this. You can take it backstage. I don't need this. Okay. Wow. It's been a long day, but what a day. We have one final act for you tonight. It's a panel. I hope my panelists are ready backstage because we are running a little bit ahead on our schedule. You guys are ready to go in a bit? Okay, Ben was there. So one final panel. What's the purpose of Bitcoin? What's the goal of Bitcoin? Does Bitcoin have a goal? Who decides? What is the goal? Very philosophical final act. It's a panel, 3 friends. Please welcome with the goal of Bitcoin, Aaron van Wirdum, Ben de Waal, and Kemal Yashar. I'm not used to say your surname, my friend.
You did well.
It was good.
Whoa. All right. Guess we're here to discuss the question why we're here. Kind of. So I'm really happy to be not alone here to answer this question, but have very experienced and knowledgeable Bitcoiners here with me who've dug into the history of Bitcoin, the prehistory of Bitcoin. I think we need to dig in to go back in history a little bit, even before Bitcoin maybe, to understand why we're here. Yeah?
Is it working actually? No. No, right? Oh, it is? Okay,
it does
good.
work, yeah. Do you guys agree with that approach?
I do.
Yep, sounds good.
Let's go.
All right, let's start then. How far do we have to go back?
Well, yeah, so I did happen to write a book on this topic called the Genesis book. There's still 2 left.
Go get them.
They're signed and everything, yeah. Great get.
I'd say...
Let me answer the actual question after pitching my book again. Well, yeah, so I went back. There's sort of 2 storylines in the book. So, well, I'll stop mentioning the book now. I'll just answer your question.
I mean, your book is on that subject as well. It's very related. It's fair to mention it. So
okay, well, so yeah.
This is why you're here, buddy.
Well, okay. So in that case, so there's two storylines in the book, and I sort of explored two parts of the history, and in the book they sort of merge throughout the book. One of them is the economic history, and it starts with Hayek, mostly Hayek. It's very based on Hayek, and Hayek's big idea in the 70s was that money should be a free market phenomenon. So rather than having the state manage money, he said it should be up to the people to decide what they want to use. And if anyone can use whatever money they want to use, then the best form of money will eventually emerge. It's like money should be this emergence property. It's a little bit like language, for example. Like no one really imposes language. It never happens that someone sat down and sort of designed language, and these are all the grammar rules, and this is what word, what sound means what. And no, it just emerged as people wanted to communicate, language emerged. And he says, in the same way, money should be this emergent phenomenon, just keep the state out of it, that's how we get the best form of money. He also had some ideas on what that money would look like specifically. I'll set that aside for now. But I would say that's sort of one of the big goals of Bitcoin, the separation of money and state. Then the other storyline is, it ties in obviously, the other storyline is about the creation of digital cash, if you will. And what that meant originally was a form of money that you can use anonymously. So cypherpunks, and before that David Chaum, they foresaw that in the future money will probably go digital, but then it really matters how that money is designed. So do we want to live in a future where money is digital and it's managed by some company or some organization, or maybe the state itself, and this company, organization, state can track exactly who's paying who owns how much, you know, basically a complete obsolescence of privacy, the privacy that cash, physical cash, does offer. So they set out to create a form of digital money that could be used privately. Now these ideas eventually got merged. This happened in the extropian movement for a big part, where they said, okay, let's use this technology, this digital cash technology, this system that allows for private transactions, and then also embed sort of this Hayekian idea of separating money and state. So I do think even today, Bitcoin has these two separate goals in a way, and they're both embedded in Bitcoin. And you even see this sort of in the community, that there's some people that are more interested in the privacy part, some people that are more interested in the sort of hard money part, and sometimes they don't really see eye to eye. There's like different philosophies. But I argue Bitcoin really comes out of both these subcultures. You really need to have both for it all to sort of make sense.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think these guys at that time made a lot of interesting theses that were very novel at that time. Very visionary, looking ahead like 20, 30, 40 years into a future with technology that was totally not available at that time. Trying to mitigate risks and threats that were totally not present at that time. And they made some very interesting theses. I think a lot of that is playing out now that we look back and we look at them and call them visionaries. Would you, from your research, say that there has also been things where these guys have been wrong?
Oh, that's a great question. I have to be, wow, I have never got that question before. I mean, they implemented systems that didn't quite work, like they were on the wrong path at some point. What a great question. This is the first time that I've gotten it. I don't have a great answer. I will say, yeah, so they learned a lot of lessons along the way. Like they made a lot of mistakes along the way.
But that's the open source process, right? Like you try something, it fails, and you just go back to the drawing board and you fix the reason why it failed.
Yeah, I mean, a big one that's worth mentioning is, for example, eCash, the first digital cash system, was centralized. They had a play currency, and it depended on a central server. And at some point, when the company went down, that meant everyone who owns these coins, everyone who owned that cash, just had no cash anymore. It was just gone. Specifically, there was no way to know if the cash had already been spent, so the double spending problem in a way. But in either case, these coins were just completely useless. So that was a very big lesson for a lot of the cipher guys like Adam Back, to figure if we want a digital cash system to work, it needs to be decentralized.
I'll pass the question over to you, Ben. You've been very early on in Bitcoin. I know you read a lot, you philosophize a lot. And you're also interested in like political theory, philosophical things. Like I'm sure you're familiar. Maybe you don't agree with all the Austrian stuff. How does it look from your end? Like these visionaries whose technology we are seeing as kind of like a salvation almost from these inevitable threats that the cypherpunks and saw coming upon us. Is there something that doesn't really play out as they predicted?
So yeah, it's an interesting question because I think a lot of the time it's not actually a matter of the correct direction or not, it's a matter of degrees. So something which we are seeing throughout history, and you can go back a lot further than just recent history, you can go back thousands of years, is that things that used to be hyper-local started becoming more spread out, and at first that spreading out was a very decentralized kind of approach, simply because there was no way to centralize things. But as we improved our technology, as we improved our communication abilities, and by technology I mean even include things like riding horses is a technology. And as we started doing those sort of things, we were able to maintain larger groups of people. And we started going beyond how humans are natively able to understand our relationships with others. And I think a lot of the questions around money are actually questions around societal organization. Because money is, as I mentioned in my talk earlier, simply a matter of figuring out intersubjective value. I value something, you value something. How do we go about actually, trading and me giving you something that you want, you giving me something that I want? And in tiny groups, this wasn't an issue. If you listen to a lot of economics professors who haven't studied anthropology, they will tell you that once upon a time there was no money, and these primitive tribes would simply trade with each other, and there was always this problem of I want to give you a bear skin and you want to give me meat or whatever, but right now you don't want that thing and I don't want that thing, and so we don't have a coincidence of our wants, and that's going to cause a problem. All of that's completely untrue. If you ask any anthropologist, that's actually not how history worked. Really, actually, things were largely debt-based in the majority of our early human prehistory. We didn't trade goods with each other. We simply owed each other favors, owed each other things, because we would give stuff to our local tribe and they would give stuff back to us. And it kind of worked itself out in the end. That works on a hyper-local scale. That doesn't work as soon as you start increasing the size of things. So as soon as we started riding horses around and building empires, all of that broke down. And that's when we started inventing these more complex things. And initial money worked very well, because initial money tended to be hard money. It tended to be things which it's hard to get. It was an obvious thing to use as money, whether that be shells or special stones or later things like precious metals. It worked, but those things have their limits as well. And so as we kept creating new technology, we started solving for some of the scale problems and breaking everything else in the process. And that's essentially where all of the problems with fiat money comes from. It comes from trying to scale money without thinking about what money actually is. So I think the technological solutions that we're building with Bitcoin and some of the technologies around it are the approach to go back to a proper monetary standard that works at scale in the same way that those hyper-local things used to work.
Can I answer the question again? I have a good answer this time. I had to think about it for a minute. The biggest thing the cypherpunks were wrong about is that they thought people would care about privacy. They anticipated, the internet is coming up. People are gonna want to use privacy technologies. They're gonna want to encrypt their emails. They're gonna want to hide their internet traffic. They're gonna want to use electronic cash. But then when mainstream adoption started to happen, it turned out no one actually gave a damn. And this really led to a lot of disillusionment as well for a lot of the cypherpunks. Probably also why some of them weren't interested in Bitcoin anymore. Like they'd sort of given up on the entire idea. But yeah, that was something they all expected. Like there were a number of startups that were specifically designed to offer privacy in different ways, DigiCash being one of them, but there were others, also for regular internet traffic type of privacy, and they just completely failed because there was no market for it essentially.
Yeah, that's an interesting and good point. So I live in Turkey and I moved there from Germany 4 years ago, and Germany has a very vibrant hacker scene, lots of privacy awareness, lots of people working on technologies, educating. Like I came to Turkey and it's like totally absent. Basically the perception there is that the more information you share with institutions, the more convenient your life becomes. And the dangers of sharing information are not really acknowledged or understood. And they are to some degree also a little bit abstract because they don't always materialize, right? But when they materialize, it's like a devastating event probably, right? Like almost a black swan event.
Yeah, the nice thing about Bitcoin, of course, is that it doesn't only offer transaction privacy, although it's imperfect and it needs to be improved, but there is also this financial incentive for people to, like even if people don't care about the privacy part, there's still an incentive for them to start accepting Bitcoin. Like I'm pretty convinced that if Bitcoin didn't have this financial incentive embedded in it, this incentive to adopt it, then it probably would go nowhere. Like we've seen that before with, for example, eCash. It just went nowhere. Like if that was the only thing Bitcoin offered, it would probably go nowhere. It's important that it offers it and it needs to be improved, but the only way it's ever gonna reach anything close to mass adoption is if there's also this financial incentive, I think.
That's an interesting point you raised there. So basically, if we sum up, like the cypherpunk approach to digital cash, on the other hand, the Hayekian Austrian economist school approach of a free market money, hard money that's capped, that cannot be inflated, separate from the state, a private money basically, not a state decreed money, was married by Satoshi, and he also had a chapter about privacy in the white paper, and with a very novel concept where all transactions are public, but their users are pseudonymous, basically, with addresses. So he brought these two strains together, and you just said if there was, if I understand correctly, like if Bitcoin was not hard money, there would have been no incentive for the network to, or for users to bootstrap the network. Like basically this early advantage of the prospect of a hard asset that will appreciate in value over time was seen by Satoshi as a means to bootstrap a network from zero? Is that what you're saying?
I think the two sides need each other and they may not even always realize that. Like the hard money people, they need the tech people to make sure that the technology is actually unstoppable, because otherwise, like what happened to eCash, for example, just got shut down. It was I say eCash, but I meant eGold, but both. Well, no, eGold got shut down, eCash just failed. But yeah, if you try to offer a hard money system like eGold and it's centralized, then it's just going to shut down. So the hard money people really need the tech people to make sure that it can't be shut down. And I think the tech people really need the hard money people, so to say, so there's an incentive for people to start using this stuff in the first place. People don't care about privacy enough in itself.
And I remember when the first time Saifedean Ammou's book, The Bitcoin Standard, came out, I was at a lecture in Munich where he presented it, and that part that you need basically this incentive to bootstrap the network made a lot of sense to me, but I was still like indoctrinated at that time by this central bank narrative that we need 2% inflation for the economy to grow, And I asked Saifuddin, like, how does this whole play out if we don't have this growth anymore in a deflationary system? And he just laughed and said that I was psyoped. I mean, he did elaborate a little bit more, and but yeah, it's a number that came out of nowhere, right? And it's interesting. This 2%, I mean.
Yeah, there really is no evidence that any level of inflation is required. You can say that under certain systems that having inflation makes things more stable, but that's a problem with the system. It's not that inflation is required under any system. So you look at, again, the history of money, and you can see that the vast majority of historical monetary systems had no inflation and were working perfectly fine. And then as soon as some kind of inflation was actually put into the system, it all broke. You see that in the Roman Empire, you see that in China, the Khans. So yeah, inflation, there is simply no evidence that it's required, and all of the economists who say it is are using circular reasoning because they always point back to the system that they're in and say, this system will break if we don't have inflation. And yeah, that's true. That system will break because it's a bad system.
All right, so we're getting a little bit closer. I think we lined out a little bit where we come from. Then we have a couple of hints from Satoshi as well as to why Bitcoin, right? Like, what's the goal of it? I think he mentions right in the beginning of the white paper, basically trusted third parties, and a history full of breaches of trust that has been basically giving to these centralized institutions. You mentioned the separation of money and state as one potential candidate for a goal. There are people who disagree. They want to put, I don't know, all sorts of stuff onto the Bitcoin blockchain, and like the separation of money and state can we agree on that goal as a community, or is that too narrow?
I think we as a community can't ever agree on anything, and that's actually probably a good thing. I would say most older Bitcoiners, most people who have been around Bitcoin for a while, would probably agree that separation of money and state is one of the central goals. But I'm always willing to say, okay, if there are other people who don't have that goal, I can at least say it's still my goal, and maybe what they're doing will help me achieve my goal, even if it's not theirs.
Are you referring to like ordinals and that nonsense?
I mean, there are all sorts of people that say we can't know what the goal of Bitcoin is, and it is what it is, and if you use it for that, then it's that. Yes.
I mean, I think that's ultimately true in a way. Ultimately, users decide how they want to use Bitcoin. There's no one that actually gets to define anything in that sense. Like, it is an emergent phenomenon, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, if enough people want Bitcoin to be one thing or another thing, then that's probably the direction it will drift in. Personally, I'm not worried about ordinals or inscriptions. I mean, I think they're like an annoying distraction, but anything you would want to do to solve it is more harmful than the actual problem. So it's not really worth worrying about too much, I think. And I pretty strongly suspect it's a fad, but we'll see.
We'll see. Well, there was some concern, and it's interesting to think about what would happen if there was a strong fad, like maybe even fueled by malicious actors who really have a lot of resources at their disposal. Like, what would happen to our dream of separating money and state? Like, and would we have anything to counter that?
I mean, if it comes to inscriptions specifically, as far as I'm concerned, the solution is the block size limit. Like, that's what it's there for. It limits the amount of data that can be included in blocks, and that includes spam data or whatever other type of garbage you want to throw in there. Like, without the block size limit, inscriptions would be a real problem. Now, I would say it's just an annoyance. Was your question more broadly? Like,
I mean, well, it looks like it's a bit of a fad, like you said, like going away. But if it had like serious resources behind it, right? In a world where you still can buy Bitcoin with money that's printed out of thin air, like a state-level attacker, basically created and supercharged the attack onto Bitcoin with these infinite resources, what would happen?
So, could I? Yeah. I think that last thing you said there is kind of the misunderstanding. Nobody has infinite resources, so they can print money out of nothing, but the continuous printing of it makes it worth less and less. Bitcoin is inherently tied to energy, but so is everything else, and that's something a lot of people seem to forget. Energy is the only actual currency we have in this universe. So if there is a sustained attack on Bitcoin, they don't have unlimited resources, and they will burn their resources attacking Bitcoin, and it will take longer, and eventually they will fail. I mean, yeah, they can probably attack it for a long time, but they can't attack it forever, and eventually they run out, and eventually, actually way before that, they realize the attack is pointless, it's not helpful, all they're doing is burning their own energy. You know, why not work with this thing instead of against it? You know, obviously people are pig-headed at times, and it might take them a long time to realize that, but yeah, energy is the fundamental currency of the universe, and they can't change that no matter how much money they decide to just print out of nothing.
All right. You want to add something?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's off topic. Like, personally, I'm way more concerned about sort of the real life risks, like developers getting arrested, which we're seeing nowadays. The lack of privacy and how that could maybe be stopped from improving. Like that seems to be the strategy right now, and that is something states actually can do and do. So rather than worrying about inscriptions, I think that's a much bigger concern for.
100% agreed. So actually, a little bit of my background I didn't mention earlier in my talk. I fell into Bitcoin because I have been involved in anarchy for many, many years, much longer than I've been involved in Bitcoin, way longer than before Bitcoin existed. I was interested in anarchism as a viable political system. You know, how do we get rid of states in general? How do we organize ourselves as free individuals in societies? How do we come together and actually build new systems? And I've always thought one of the best ways is to build something alternative to the existing system and make the existing system obsolete. So Bitcoin was obviously that to me for money. I do think we need to do it in other realms as well, like education and transport and logistics and how we build cities. We need to make governments obsolete in basically everything, and money is the huge one. Money's the big thing. So when it comes to things like people being arrested and so on, I agree that is a serious concern. That is the big thing right now because they continue to have that power. But I actually think that is something else we can take away from them. Maybe Bitcoin helps us do that. It's not the only thing though.
All right.
I just noticed we wear a similar hoodie, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Is yours mathematically? No. Yours is wrong, mine's right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You got to have the
I took
limits.
I took the shortcut.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, wrap it up. Well, you can join us if you like. Come here.
I can sit here and talk for hours as long as these people keep listening to us, so I'm happy to keep talking.
So I have one more question, and then I'll pass it on to Patrick. Maybe he wants to ask you something. So I've been wondering, there is so much to Bitcoin. It touches so many things. There's such a rich history that's also not easy to really digest. You have to basically become an expert in all sorts of topics that if you're not really, went to a technical university, it's a steep learning curve. And then economics is like a whole in its own, and like Jamie Oliver had this nice quote where he said, Bitcoin is everything you don't understand about computers combined with everything you don't understand about economics. I think it's very apt. So we like to dive into these things and basically try to understand what is money, what's the problem with it, how should an ideal money be for the society that we envision, obviously there are different views of what an ideal society would look like, asking different people. I think what unites us, I would say, even though we are a very heterogeneous community, is that everybody values individual liberty and freedom. Maybe we can have consensus on that. I mean, we almost have, I think, at least implicitly. Yeah, how do we form consensus on other things when it's time to make a decision as a community? I mean, the history of making a decision, coming to consensus has been quite messy. It's a short but messy history of wars, basically, and disagreements and a lot of pain and arguments, bruised egos and rage quits. Is this how it works in Bitcoin going forward, or do we have a better way?
Personally, I really love the idea of futures markets. So what we saw sort of in the last stage of the block size war, where people could start to trade SegWit2x coin versus sort of legacy Bitcoin, if you want, or the original Bitcoin, and that really gave the market a voice to sort of show, look, this is what we value more. And I think if you implement that sort of in a more structural way, that can actually be used to always inform everyone about whether an upgrade is desirable or not. And it doesn't replace anything. Like everything we already do, arguing on Twitter, the dev list, the GitHub, like it all just can continue to exist. But then you can add the futures market as a sort of very clear signal to what users actually want, what the market actually wants. It's not perfect. It's not a 100% perfect solution, but I think it's a very powerful one. And I would really like that idea to be repeated in the future if we have anything near, some sort of debate or contentious thing that, where people want different things for Bitcoin.
But Aaron, how does that affect now that, for instance, BlackRock has a large stake in Bitcoin? And for instance, if there is some push from Wall Street to implement a certain feature that the cypherpunks would not have implemented, yeah, there will be some very interesting dynamics, I say, which will probably be different from the previous.
Not that different. I mean, if you recall, the SegWit2x side had all the big players. Like, they had the Coinbases, they had everyone with like all the big Bitcoin balances. The problem is, just having the Bitcoin doesn't give you the vote. You have to actually put your coins at risk. You have to actually put your money where your mouth is. That's the only way your vote matters. So if you're betting all your money on something that will actually be unpopular with other people, then you're just going to lose your money. Like, you really have to think about what will be popular, not just what I want, but what will be the more valuable version of Bitcoin, essentially.
But don't you think there might be a situation where the most valuable version of Bitcoin is not the one where the cypherpunks would support?
I mean, it's plausible, and in that case, there may be a split, and maybe that's not the end of the world either, and then you'll have sort of the cypherpunk version of Bitcoin and the corporate version. Personally, I think the cypherpunk version will actually be more valuable. I think the value of Bitcoin is essentially that you can make censorship-resistant payments, that you have hard money. That like, if you take that away, then what is the actual value actually? So I wouldn't expect that to happen personally.
Yeah, I quite simply don't think it would be Bitcoin anymore. What they would have is some kind of centralized database with an imaginary asset on it. It's entirely irrelevant to Bitcoin at that point. So, if they want to call it Bitcoin, fine, but it isn't. We would continue using what's actually Bitcoin, and they would use their centralized database thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm looking a bit at the time, and I know what the schedule will be for actually breaking down everything. But maybe one last thing.
Maybe let's ask the audience. Do you have questions for Ben or Aaron about, or comments, what the goal of Bitcoin is? Did we do a good job summing up all the uncertainties and diving into all the directions that might be relevant to answering this question?
Or a question for Patrick or Kamal?
Well,
yeah, we have one question. I see one question in the corner. Okay. Let's see what the question is.
Question for Patrick. What are the dates for adopting Bitcoin next year?
Yeah, okay.
What was the question? I didn't hear it. Maybe someone else.
What will be the date for adopting Bitcoin next year? I'm still not sure if there will be an adopting Bitcoin Arnhem next year. Of course, there'll still be in El Salvador, and Cape Town is also planned. But in Arnhem, I think maybe we should do it once every other year or something like that, or just
not every decade.
Yeah,
not every
sorry,
decade.
folks. Sorry, folks. But yeah, I see it as a compliment. All the booze I'm getting here.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to also get Herman. Maybe we have one more room here on the couch. Come over, Herman. Join us. We wanted to make an announcement anyway. While we're on the topic, right? Please give a hand of applause for Herman. Join. Stay here. Stay here. You don't have to run. All right. So I guess I'll just say that thank you everyone for coming to Adopting Bitcoin in Arnhem. It's the first one on the European continent in the beautiful city of Arnhem. Really great to be here. Big round of applause for the team that brought this fantastic conference here. Yeah, we wanted to grab the opportunity to tell you guys that this is not the last Adopting Bitcoin this year. So there's going to be an Adopting Bitcoin in November in El Salvador, Bitcoin country, where the Adopting Bitcoin origin story basically started after the adoption of legal tender by the government of El Salvador in 2021. And it's going to happen again this year, November 15 to 16. And there's a couple of changes that we have. First and foremost, I want to say hi to my lovely colleague Noor, who is on maternal leave, who's been my co-organizer for the last 3 years. She is now, how did Satoshi say it? She has moved on to other things. And so we have a new team, and basically it's all Salvadoran Bitcoiners that are living in El Salvador with skin in the game, who are working daily on Bitcoin adoption there. And I think this is really important to have skin in the game in what you're doing and putting your money where your mouth is, and your proof of work and all those things. This really dawned upon me when I was in Cape Town earlier this year, and where we had the first Adopting Bitcoin in Africa, in South Africa, led by Herman and Kotatsu from Machankura, and Ricky and Max, and a lot of other amazing helpers in the South African Bitcoin community. It's really impressive what amazing community there is. It was my first time in Africa, and I fell in love, I must admit. It's a really beautiful place. And I heard you guys are doing it again too, Herman. Can you tell more about it?
Yeah, it's planned for January 24, 25, 2025. So again, the last weekend of January, as we did it this year. And yeah, I think the website has gone live. I think tickets are on sale as of today. We have different pricing structures depending how early you buy. And it was a fantastic experience this year, and we definitely want to do it again.
Yeah, and I'll pass the mic for Patrick, to Patrick.
Yeah. You're finished, Kamal? Okay, well, thanks, Kamal, for just inviting me actually to also do the Adopting Bitcoin conference. Actually, I asked you if you were okay with using the brand, and it was very easy to persuade you into it, because you were on the same page as me on the Bitcoin topic. So that was the easy part. yeah, I'm just going to stand up here. It feels a bit more comfortable. So, thanks Ben and Aaron and Kamal for the last panel. You did a great job, and Herman, of course, for his talks. And yeah, this actually is the end of Adopting Bitcoin Arnhem. And but there will be an after party at the food hall in Arnhem, which is near the River Rhine, where there's many food stamps where you can get something to eat and something to drink at the bar. And of course, you can pay with Bitcoin at all these places. But please do not order from the table QR code, but just go to the stands and the bar to order there and make sure that they accept Bitcoin over there. I really like to thank all the sponsors who made this possible. I'm not going to do a whole list of all the sponsors again, but you can see them on the side screen who these folks are who actually made this financially feasible to do. And I'm just really glad that they did it. Please give a round for all the sponsor people here. Woo! I guess, people, this is it. So I have to ask you to leave the venue and then, enjoy yourself in Arnhem. Visit all the merchants that accept Bitcoin, and I hope to see you again in the future in this. Oh!
Wait! Don't move! I'm sorry. There is a surprise for you, Patrick. Please come. Look at this.
I'll take this.
Woo!
I don't know if this mic is on, but of course, Patrick, if you can hold this. I'll take the little writing that comes with this, and it says, this homage to privacy was made when the war on privacy in Bitcoin started. Government caged multiple people during the creation of this art piece. And you worked more than 10 years on this to make this possible, so thank you.
Oh, cool.
Now you can leave. Hope you had a nice day. See you at the after party.